history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
The host city of the 2024 FIDE Candidates and the FIDE Women's Candidates. We bring you all the live action from beautiful Toronto as we head over to the playing arena in Toronto's West End, the Great Hall, where all the action happens. 16 players fighting for their ultimate dream, and with the finish line appearing on the horizon, the tension is high. Welcome everyone to our coverage of round 10 of the FIDE Candidates. I'm your host for the day, International Master Tanya Sachdev, and super excited to be joined by, back on the call, former Candidates winner, former World Championship challenger, Grandmaster Peter Lecco, and the incredibly strong Grandmaster David Howell. Peter, I'm gonna start with you. 5 rounds to go to decide the World Championship challenger. Has the Candidates lived up to the hype for you?
Hello, Tanya. Hello, David. Welcome, everyone. Certainly, what a Candidates it had been, with a lot of ups and downs. Nobody is running away with the tournament, which is a very good news for us commentators, for all the spectators all around the world, because this guarantees a dramatic finish.
Definitely, Peter. So many players in the fray, in the running to get that ultimate dream to fight for the World Championship. David, your thoughts on the action that we witnessed so far and the big round 10 coming up?
Well, I mean, I can echo Peter's words. It's been dramatic. It's been exciting. I disappear for 2 days. I come back and suddenly everyone's been beating everyone. That tends to be the story. And I'm hoping that continues today. Today we have a huge clash, the clash between the leaders. And I'm just very excited, Tanya, to be here with you guys, taking the audience through all the action.
Very mutual and fully agree. So many decisive games this Candidates, but no tournament is really complete without a little bit of controversy. Now, we've gotten very used to all the disturbances off the board, well, on the board, but in round 9, there was a lot happening off the board as well, where every step counted just a little too loudly for Alireza Firouzja, and the incident came to light with his tweets, and this is what he had to say. Shameful action by the chief arbiter, Margetes towards me during the game, middle of the game in the most intense moment when I was walking during Jan's move, chief arbiter came to me and told me to not walk because my shoe is making noise on the wooden floor. He continued with, he told me to not walk and bring new shoes from tomorrow, but I have the formal shoes that is approved and I'm wearing it for more than a year. This was a big distraction for me during the game and I completely lost my focus. I told one of the organizers that Arbiter needs to be punished. Alireza Firouzja goes on with, honestly, all these unprofessional things are happening to me in almost every tournament, and really it's taking me to the point of exhaustion. He finished it off with, it's a normal formal men's shoe in the women's section. They're wearing high heels and no action taken by the arbiter. Drama everywhere. David, on the board, off the board, I want to ask you, what were your initial thoughts on reading Alireza's tweets today?
Oh, it's hard. I've had my fair share of incidents with arbiters. It's understandable that he feels the tournament isn't going his way and that he was disturbed yesterday. But ultimately, there are 2 sides to every story, Tanya, and it's a difficult one. It feels like nobody's in the wrong, but unfortunately, it's hard to know what's right.
Absolutely right. And what is FIDE's side? Our boots on the ground, pun intended, Mike Klein interviewed Chief Arbiter Aris Margettis to get the full story. Take a look.
Thanks, guys. We are here with Chief Arbiter Aris Margettis after the tweet from Alireza Firouzja. Everyone wants to know what exactly happened in the tournament hall today for round 9.
Thanks, Mike. So about just over an hour into the round, we have a bit of an old building here, and so the floors are a bit creaky. The players are used to that. When most players walk around during the tournament, you don't hear them walking, you hear the creak. However, there was a certain point after about 60 minutes in when Mr. Firouzja was in the refreshment area, walking in a very limited space, like pacing. And players do that all the time. That's fine. But he had a very heavy footfall. You could hear. It sounded like boots, like it wasn't creaking. It was, I don't know what word to use. It was stompish, if you will. And so I was beginning to get a little bit concerned. I thought, well, this is too much noise. I'm wondering if this is disturbing anyone. And as I was reaching the conclusion that this is getting too loud, one of the other players, actually officially complained to me. And it was a player who was closest to where that was. And so when the player told me, as the chief arbiter, I have a few responsibilities. One of them is to protect all of the players, the tournament, the integrity of the game. And so I had to kind of make a decision here. Well, is he disturbing more than I would disturb him, let's say? So what I did at that point is I went to the refreshment area, and I didn't want to intrude on Mr. Firouzja's space. So I kind of kept a certain distance and waited for him to kind of make eye contact with me. He did. And then I waited a little bit longer, and it seemed to be a welcoming, yeah, what do you want, Chief Arbiter? So I went up to him and I said, there's been a complaint about the noise you're making walking in this little area here. A couple of suggestions, maybe you could spread your walking area. I don't know if that resonated. I don't know if that clicked the way I said it, because we're whispering to each other. I said, you could spread your walking area. And I said, maybe tomorrow if you have some softer shoes, you could, consider trying those. So that's all I did. I made 2 suggestions. I didn't in any way give an ultimatum. I didn't in any way threaten any kind of discipline or anything like that. The 2 suggestions. I find that's like a great way to deal with people is you give them ideas and together we'll work at a compromise. So I think at that point in the game, I think that, it just kind of fluke. He was in that small area pacing and it bothered the player.
But to be clear, he was not in time pressure. It was 1 hour into the game.
Oh, yeah. It was really early in the game. Well, by the standards of these players. And then he went away, and then he came back just a few minutes later. So at this point, I don't know if he had made his next move or whatever, and he's taller than I am, but I did feel he kind of took a posture that was not comfortable. He kind of like over me kind of thing, and he said, I might file an appeal because you distracted me. And then he walked away again. And that was the end of the incident from my point of view. I just kept going, doing my work, and with my team, we just control the playing area and protect the players, protect the game. One thing I did find interesting was after this exchange, he walked more softly. So the reason I mentioned that is, he was capable of walking more softly. So when it had been brought to his attention, he did walk more softly. And that was good. The player who complained did not complain again. Nobody else complained afterwards.
Are you able to name the player that complained?
Oh, sure. Nijad Abbasov, sorry.
And does it sound more like it was his style of walking than his actual choice of footwear?
I don't know. I can't be inside his head to what his style of walking is or how intense he's feeling at that point. The 2 factual things I could focus on was the shoes he was wearing do seem to be louder than other people's shoes, and he was walking in a very limited area repeatedly, so anybody near that would be affected more. Sometimes, if he was walking in a wider area, maybe it wouldn't have bothered people. But to answer your question, he did walk softer afterwards.
And finally, at the time of me talking with you, it's about 2 hours after his game. Has he filed any sort of appeal?
I don't think he's filed an appeal. I think he's considering or has filed an official complaint. I don't know. I've heard of there's stuff on Twitter. I'm not like a Twitter guy, so I won't be responding. This is my response. Feel free to ask me any questions. But really, myself and the Arbiter team, we're quite at peace with this. Like, we have to protect all the players. And to me, it got solved just by walking more softly, and it can continue getting solved. And we're looking into, the organizing committee is looking into putting extra carpeting in that area and so forth. But anyway, I'm fine with it. I don't know what else to. It's the first time I've been interviewed for an incident at a tournament.
I think you've covered everything. That's International Arbiter and Chief Arbiter of the FIDE Candidates and Women's Candidates, Aris Margetis. Not every arbiter will come talk with us. We thank you for your time. And that's it for the wardrobe malfunction. Now back to you.
Aris Margetis with the FIDE's response to the Shoegate drama that happened. And I did check. Levy has a big poll on two sides to every coin, two sides to every story. Team Alireza, Team Arbiter. And with over 18,000 votes, Twitter is divided on who's right, how it was handled. And Peter, I'd love to hear it from you. What do you think about the way it was handled by FIDE and the Chief Arbiter?
Well, when you read the tweet, it looks like, yeah, what is this? Yeah, then you listen the beautiful answer by the Chief Arbiter, and then it looks like everything is very professional. And I would like to say a few words about the game itself, because I don't like that we are getting distracted by the game. That actually Alireza played a wonderful strategical game. He outplayed Jan Nepo in that game, yeah, from the beginning. And I think that's where the incredible frustration came, because it was not like Jan's skill saved him, but it was more like luck that finally Alireza was unable to break through and the game ended in a draw. So I believe that this is the main cause of confusion, frustration as well. At the same time, I'm very happy seeing Alireza playing really according to his abilities.
It will be so important for Alireza to not let this get into his mind state. And what a game he had yesterday against Jan Nepomniachtchi, which did end into it ended in a draw. Let's take a look at our standings going into round 10. A big day of chess coming up in Toronto, and this is where we are. Jan and Gukesh continue to lead the standings with 5.5 points. Then we've got Pragg chasing the lead on clear third with 5 points, and 3 players tied at 50% with 4.5. World number 2, Fabiano Caruana. World number 3, Hikaru Nakamura. And Vidit joins the party with his win against Hikaru in round 9. For Alireza Firouzja, it continues to be a disappointing tournament. We're all hoping to see him bounce back, but he needs a streak of victories to be in the race. And these are the matchups for round 10. Big games coming up. And Peter, David, you know the one I've got my eye on. What stands out to you in this one? David, I'm going to start with you. Which is the one to watch out?
I'll leave the key clash for now, Tanya. I'll let you talk about that one. But I'm excited to see the All-Indian Derby. Look at that. Pragg against Vidit, 4-3 out of 8 games. There have been 7 decisive encounters. Both players will be desperate to win, and both bang in form. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
Super fun one to watch. It's a battle between generations, and both have been showing incredible chess. Pragg especially. Vidit has had such an up and down event, so many decisive games, 6 out of 9. And he's a player who's known to keep it solid in tournaments, but incredible play by the players all around. Peter, are you surprised after all the punditry we've been seeing in this tournament to find Gukesh at the top of the leaderboard fighting Jan Nepomniachtchi today on our screens right now? Another big Indian, Vidit Gujarati.
Yes, well, actually, my feeling is that so far, if we objectively analyze the games, then Gukesh has played the best chess so far, and he's just 17. Yeah, that's quite an amazing achievement, but that doesn't mean anything. Right now, he's up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are leading the tournament together, and we have seen that Jan was shaky with the black pieces, but with the white pieces, he was extremely dangerous. So clearly, Jan will try to make the most out of his chances now with the white pieces.
You got yourself this far in the tournament. You've orbited around the players once. This is the middle stage of the second half. You're in the race. Can you keep up the pace? Can you keep up the pressure? It's the stretch where the tension and the pressure is at its highest. David, at this point, how much of a factor will nerves play?
I think a huge factor, Tanya. It's been playing a huge factor already, I feel, nerves, ever since game 1, move 1 for a lot of the players. We saw it yesterday, perhaps contributing to the incident with Alireza Firouzja. Everyone's so desperate to win. Everyone's desperate for every single point. And I do have a feeling it's going to play its role, the nerves, before the end. But in the meantime, yeah, for someone like Gukesh, who, as Peter put it nicely, he's been playing fantastic chess, very rarely in trouble. It's all about the finish now. That's the hardest thing in any tournament. That's where the finishing line comes into sight. It's easy to kind of trip up if you're too carried away with the end result. You still have to stay present, focused in the moment. And in the meantime, it looks like the players are ready to go.
Hikaru did trip up against Vidit yesterday. In just a few moments, we will have the first moves. Can he bounce back and keep the American dream alive? His match against Nijat Abbasov, he plays with the white pieces. Their first clash in round 3 ended in a draw. In fact, the only decisive game of round 3 when these players faced each other with reversed colors was a Pragg win against Vidit, handshakes, and we're off. David, are we expecting some big opening surprises in this one, or at this stage, can we expect more standard opening play?
Oh, Tanya, I think we've been really spoiled this whole tournament with creative opening ideas, with brand new concepts in the opening. Everyone playing really kind of unorthodox chess. I can't even remember any single boring game from the whole event so far. So I'm hoping that continues. Often there are 1 or 2 rounds before the end where players are a bit more pragmatic and take fewer risks. But I know myself, Peter, you too, will be itching to see the new opening ideas in this round.
Certainly. And wow, talking about new opening ideas, look at this, what Gukesh came up with against Jan. He went for the classical Ruy Lopez with a6, bishop a4, so no Berlin with knight f6, and follows it up with knight g7.
Gukesh with the black pieces, and that's the bottom left board, and it does take Jan a little bit by surprise. He turns away. What does the Indian youngster have in store for this big matchup against the co-leader? But Jan doesn't take too long and responds immediately, David, in the center with d4. And to me, that feels like the ideal response that you want to take. As long as the bishop's blocked, he's going for it in the center early on.
That's right. It's the big clash of the round between the two leaders, Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh, and looks like that might be where the big opening battle ensues. Just a quick recap, a Petrov defense on the top left of our screens between Nakamura and Abbasov, a Sicilian Najdorf. Wow, Caruana playing a slightly spicier twist there. Rook g1 against the Najdorf. Rare guess these days at the top level, and in the meantime, classical 1e4, e5 between Pragg and Vidit. That one will light up a bit later. That one a bit slower for now after Vidit's typical meditation. But I think we jump in, the game of the round. This knight ge7 that Peter mentioned, because that game is developing very quickly. And I'll just mention this idea, it did occur in the women's candidates. I'm struggling to remember exactly which encounter, but this knight ge7 idea has happened earlier out there in Toronto. I don't believe it was this variation with early knight takes d4 and knight c6 hitting the white queen now. But Peter, what are your kind of thoughts on this variation? What's its reputation at the top level?
Well, I think that it was Pragnananda, I believe, who played it in the World Cup. Was it against Lagarde? I'm trying to remember something, and it was a spectacular game that Pragg went on to win in the early rounds of the World Cup. And at that point, it looked like, okay, you play knight g7 because it's a surprise. And then after, however, I believe that Pragg was repeating it. Now, the big question for me is that did Jan, for example, anticipate knight g7 for the candidates to appear for his potential game against Pragnananda? And that's why he's kind of prepared, or is he now really taken by surprise when it's not so easy to react? Because you start asking yourself, what's happening in this position? Yeah, it's such a different one, because you never really see this trade of knights and then the knight from g8 heading to c6. Now white can retreat the queen to e3, white can retreat the queen to so many different squares. But you also know that your opponent in a very important game is willing to play this line. Yeah, and Jan goes for queen e3. It's a very natural move. But now the bishop from f8 can be developed. Yeah, the pressure is not anymore on g7.
And there is this thing I've noticed with the Indian youngsters. They love these offbeat ideas in the Spanish. With the black pieces, we've seen them employ so many of those in the candidates itself. We had Pragg with the a6 f5 against Vidit in round 3. And right now we're seeing this knight g7 non-standard way of playing, trying to get a game, trying to go offbeat early on. I don't know how surprised Jan is because he seems to be playing fast. So it feels like he's familiar with what he wants to do, the structured approach that he wants to take. But I want to ask you, David, that what does this mean for Gukesh? What does it show us about his approach to this game against Jan, employing an early surprise with the black pieces against his co-leader, one of the best in the world?
Yeah, good question, Tanya. I think it's partly psychological, partly I think everyone in the candidates this year, at least, has been playing for that first surprise. It feels like a moral victory, a psychological victory to kind of throw your opponent off first. Secondly, in terms of the positions he wanted something a bit more kind of offbeat. He knows that Jan has been preparing from the white side of the Spanish for 2 World Championship matches now. Jan has won some incredible games in World Championship matches, for example, against Ding in kind of mainline classical Spanish. So maybe he wants a more open position, less maneuvering, more direct with his plans. I've got to say, if we just jump in for a few moments, I'm a bit, I'm not going to say confused, surprised, but White's approach is definitely a bit offbeat. After knight ge7, which is kind of a controversial move, White has so many approaches here. And as far as I know, a lot of them are recommended. A lot of them are meant to be strong. You can play with c3, you can play d4, you can castle with White, and depending on what Black does, I know some players like to put a knight on g6. Some people prefer to fianchetto. Here, White has a bunch of options as well. But by going for d4 immediately, is Jan maybe here, Peter, clearing the queen side to get castled? I'll just mention that my quickest ever blitz win against Hikaru Nakamura, well, this is a bit of a random story, but it happened in a variation like this one. Actually, it was with a bishop on b5 and a pawn on a7. And here we traded everything off. And actually, this was the position in the women's candidates earlier in the week, where White still had a bishop on b5, and here queen to g5 is a very strong move. But I guess Jan's going for this variation because now White's bishop is much safer on a4. And if we go back to the game, my question, Peter, is Jan just going to play knight c3, bishop d2, and castle long, as we sometimes see in the center game?
Yes, and if we are talking about Jan, actually he was one of the very few players who was playing the central gambit, this e4, e5, d4, ed, queen, d4. So in this regard, I very much understand. Yes, let's just show this. Queen d4, knight c6, queen e3, for example. We do know that theoretically this doesn't have a good reputation. Knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4, bishop d2, short castle, long castle, rook e8. This is kind of mainstream theory, and Black is supposed to be doing very well, but Jan was actually in quite a lot of games debating this, mostly in, of course, rapid or blitz time control, but it just shows that he loves this e4 queen e3 structure, and clearly now he gets a much better version of it. So I understand the temptation. Now the big question for me is that did Gukesh come up with this knight g7 idea yesterday, or because he usually plays the Berlin defense? But if we look at Jan's achievements so far in the candidates, he has won an anti-Berlin against Alireza Firouzja in a very big battle at the beginning of the tournament. And then he went on to win a fantastic endgame as well against Vidit. So far he scored 2 out of 2 against the Berlin. Normally, people need a couple of years to win a single game. So this is quite a remarkable achievement. And maybe because of this, Gukesh felt like, okay, let me get out of this territory and let me try something offbeat.
And that sounds like a very smart approach where you're playing against your opponent's strength. And while Berlin, considered to be such a stronghold for Black, felt that it's so hard to break, Jan, with his incredible performance, very well could have discouraged Gukesh to go for these ideas. In any case, the first surprise got in by Gukesh. But now after Jan's way of handling the opening with the queen falling back to e3, we see it's the Indian youngster who goes into a bit of a think. And it feels that it's about where to develop that dark squared bishop. How do you actually finish your development with Black in this position? I'm going to say, to my eyes, the move that I would love to get, give me 2 moves. I want that bishop on g7 as one of the ideas. But the problem I see with that, and Peter, you can correct me on this, is that white might be in time to actually be the first to get that bishop to d2, to challenge that dark squared bishop with bishop d2 and bishop c3.
Yeah, this is a very interesting idea, and it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because after g6, bishop g7, black will have a lovely bishop on g7. But Tanya, I think you are spot on. Bishop d2, bishop g7, bishop c3 looks like a very nice way of neutralizing that bishop. And simply, let's just also mention that in long terms, if white completes the development, then thanks to this e4 stronghold in the center, actually white gets the upper hand. Yeah, let's just, for example, talk about this, that black plays something like short castles. We trade on g7. We develop the knight to c3. And white can go long castle, white can go h4. And this is a very scary position for black, maybe even just very bad. In this regard, black has to do something very special. And I'm not liking the fact that Gukesh has slowed down. Yeah, because normally if you play these offbeat kind of lines, you really have to make sure that you know everything. Yeah, because suddenly in this position, if the players start to play just by hand, just by simple chess understanding, then it's so much easier for white to understand what he wants to achieve compared to black. And also black is risking much, much more here.
What does Gukesh have in mind with this early surprise, and where will he continue to develop his pieces as he goes into a think, trying to answer all these questions for himself? We will get our bird's eye view, as this is, of course, a marquee game for the standings between the co-leaders, but there are players desperate for a win to get up into the standings. And what catches my attention is that top right board. An early rook to g1 against Alireza Firouzja's Naidov, which has forced Alireza into a think. David, are you as surprised as I am, as surprised as Alireza seems to be with Fabi's rook g1?
Yes, I am surprised. The thing about the Naidov is that white has so many ways of playing against it these days. There's literally, in this position, instead of rook g1, I think there's, 10, 12 well-known theoretical moves. So on the one hand, it's kind of refreshing to see something a bit more rare pop up on the board. Rook g1 definitely very spicy. We should mention to viewers supporting the pawn push g4, g5 very quickly. But yeah, to see it at this level, clearly Firouzja, at least recently, hasn't looked at it. And Fabi, yeah, basically showing his intentions. He's all out today. He knows he needs to start winning with white. The finishing line is in sight, and been a difficult few days for Fabi. So, Peter, I'm liking the intention behind it, rook g1, and Firouzja already 10 minutes in the tank after this surprise. How do you think he's going to react? Very aggressive reaction to the Naidov here.
Well, honestly, if you don't react immediately to rook g1, it means that you are surprised. And if you are surprised, then I have no idea how black will react. I do recall that, was it 2002, when Ivanchuk played rook g1 against Kasparov? Yeah, that was like some incredible headline that how could someone surprise Kasparov in the Naidov? Yeah, and it was connected with rook g1. And if we go back only a couple of years, then I do recall a fantastic match between Jan and Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour, fighting in the rook g1 Naidov. And I remember that when I first saw it, I thought like, okay, yeah, this is for online, this is for some show event, it's a funny move, but it cannot be serious. And then Jan told me, no, it's very serious. And I see, and I'm very happy to see that Fabi is also ready to employ it in the candidates.
And add to that, he's playing against Alireza, who has been struggling in the tournament. He's currently on 7th position for Fabi at 4.5 at a 50% score. He does view this as his big chance to get that much needed win in, to find himself again in the race. Peter, is it fair to say that for Fabi, this is a pivotal game? He needs to go all out in this one, or do you think he still has a buffer to play cautiously in the candidates?
I don't think that he's cautious at all. Yeah, because his 50% score, and also he isn't at 50% because he was cautious. No, actually he won the second round, I believe, against Abbasov. In the first round, he missed a good chance against Hikaru. So he had a good start, and then it felt like not making the most out of his chances let him a little bit get frustrated. Then he was maybe not exactly knowing when to play for what. Yeah, and in his game against Vidit, for example, that was a very scary game. He was under a lot of pressure. In fact, he was lost. Then against Hikaru, he was shaky, and there we have it. Rook g1, h5 on the board. I think this is supposed to be one of the main reactions for black.
Yeah, if
David,
I remember correctly. Sorry,
go on,
Tanya.
David. No, please finish your thought.
No, if I remember correctly, h5 has been recommended in various books and online courses recently, just to kind of clamp down on the g4 square. But the downside for black is that h5 is very committal, especially weakening this g5 square. So watch out for a white bishop to post up on that post later. Yeah, really nice juicy square. And bishop c4. I mean, he's getting mixed up here with systems, Tanya. The Sozin mixed with Rook g1, mixed with maybe Bishop g5 soon. It's like a real hybrid mishmash of ideas for white.
I've always loved the Fischer Sozin against the Najdorf, where you put the bishop on c4, start targeting the f7 pawn. And the fact that Alvareza has already committed the pawn to h5, you're highlighting the g5 square for the bishop. At some point in the future, we might even see the knight being rerouted to that square to put further pressure on f7. This one's quite the promising start to be full of fireworks. Absolutely no caution thrown to the wind. David, does it surprise you the speed with which Fabi responded to h5? Because I was thinking about ideas like b5, which seem to be so much aligned with the concepts of Najdorf. Fabi immediately blitzing out the move bishop c4.
It's pure prep, I think, here, Tanya. Rook g1, there's various ways black can react. h5 wasn't an only move, of course. Black could have played e6, e5, all the standard Najdorf moves. But yeah, Fabi, he's got his finger on the pulse when it comes to opening trends. He knows what players have recommended in various courses. He knows what the top guys have been doing recently. And h5, as Peter said, it's become one of the main moves. So bishop c4, as you say, it looks provocative. It looks like it's walking into some attacks. But clearly, Fabiano has ideas. I'm pretty sure much deeper down this line, he'll put his bishop back, then he'll bring his queen out, bring his bishop out, and try and castle queenside. But Peter, how kind of psychologically, how big is this going to be? That Fabi is the one blitzing, and that Alireza here still in the tank.
Well, certainly I think Alireza is kind of in a very unpleasant situation, because Najdorf came out of desperation. Yeah, we are talking about Fabiano needing to win this game. We have listened to Alireza and we have heard him say in interviews that he thinks that he needs to win all games. Yeah, and if you have this mindset, it's very logical that you convince yourself that, okay, I have to go for the Najdorf. Yeah, I have to try. And actually, this also helps Fabi getting chances immediately. Yeah, so it's not like trying to break some Berlin Wall or something. He gets to play a very sharp game from the beginning against someone whose main repertoire is not the Najdorf. Yeah? And in this connection, the idea that Fabiano probably prepared the Rook G1 system for the whole candidates tournament. So it shows that he really believes in the Rook G1 system, even against a player whose main repertoire would have been the Najdorf. Then it makes so much more sense to play it against someone who is playing the Najdorf out of desperation. Yeah, so I feel like it's a very good chance for Fabiano to get a good opening. On the other hand, if Rook G1 would be so strong, why aren't we all playing it, right? It's one of those moves that, even though I know from Jan that Rook G1 is a serious move, I never felt the temptation to play it myself.
Fabiano Caruana considered one of the best prepared players on the planet. The strongest opening preparation plays out an unexpected move on move number 6 with Rook G1 trying to get G4 in, immediately stopped by Alireza with the move H5. Comes with its own sets of drawbacks, which we might see being played out. But David, I would love to do a deep dive into this opening a little bit before we jump on to other important games as well. Is it time for Alireza to think about start expanding on the queen side with the provocative bishop move to c4?
Yeah, I think it will be time for Alireza to start advancing on the queen side. And we will do a deep dive, I promise, Tanya. We will get round to that. In the meantime, a quick peek at the bird's eye view where we see the Petrov on the top left between Nakamura and Abbasov. that has developed quite significantly well into the middle game now. And a anti-Berlin between Pragg and Vidit, really reminiscent of the Abasov against Vidit encounter from a few days ago. Okay, where to jump? Where do we want to dive into? Maybe a bit deeper. Next.
I think that probably the Hikaru game would be a nice choice, because there is some development there, and also it was exactly the same opening what Jan has played against Abasov, yes? So that's why Hikaru probably had expected this reaction by Nijat, and seemingly he came up with some new idea which surprised Abasov, looking at the evaluation bar, and not only the eval bar, but the position itself. Look at that pin on the knight on f6. I'm also really worried for black if eventually white gets a knight to e5. Yes, some rook e1, knight e5, for example. How do we react with the black pieces against that? So in this regard, this b7, b5 move, was this the last move? If it was the last move, I'm not really understanding it.
Yeah. Tanya, it looks really slow, this last b5 move. What do you think is going through Abasov's mind if, as Peter predicts, rook to e1 appears on the board? What could be more natural?
Very natural approach with the idea of going knight e5. And in the future, you also want to develop your queenside knight. That knight from b1 can head to d2, the vacated square on f1, jump over to either g3 or e3, and start targeting the pin that Peter highlighted with the bishop on h4. So rook e1 does feel like the way to go. Meanwhile, for Hikaru with b5, with Abasov for b5, what he wants to do is expand on the queen side. The only purpose I see of this move is to try to get a5, b4 in as quickly as possible. It feels like it's going to be a race between the play in the center for Hikaru and the queen side, the pawn roll for Nijat. I'm slightly surprised, and I think Hikaru will be pleased with this situation. David, I'm expecting rook e1. I love that move. Does this surprise you, b5, as much as it has for us?
Yes, I'm in the camp with Peter here. I don't really see this being quick enough. I mean, you get a pawn to b4, and then what? Like, okay, some queenside pressure, maybe a rook on b8. Maybe his idea will be like a5, rook a7, swing it across. But it's all very slow concretely. Rook e1, if we jump in with some moves. I mean, I'm struggling already to suggest one for black. Like b4 will be hit with knight e5, and very painfully, I think. This knight now, it's hard to keep it intact. If you ever take, of course, then there's this pin and an immediate win. So yeah, it's very, very tough. I mean, you could defend your knight, sure, but there will always be tactics. I'm not sure whether white comes out with the queen here. There's always tactics like bishop takes f6, knight d7 to watch out for. Maybe that would be strong actually in this position. Although I'm probably going to blunder some queen f4 and coming in here with g3. I think white's okay. But yeah, either way, it's really surprising. Black already has made the game very forcing. And after rook e1, which has just been played by Hikaru, I'm curious. I mean, black would love to have a rook on e8 now, just trading off at the very minimum one set of pieces. If he's forced to drop back with his bishop to e7 to break this pin, then he's lost a lot of time. Then you can ask questions about his earlier play, his earlier position of minor pieces. It looks like a big step in the right direction for Hikaru's tournament chances.
Exactly. I have very much the same feeling, like, okay, white got a free hand, risk-free advantage. I don't really see Abasov surviving this, honestly.
Hikaru at 50%, same situation as Fabi after suffering a defeat against Vidit yesterday. He's looking for the bounce back win against the lowest seed in the tournament, Nijat Abasov. And with white, he's got the dream start. And we've got a promising start on the boards all around. Unconventional opening approach, aggressive play by the players. And as they settle into this opening stage of round 10, we'll take a quick break. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment. Their father, Laszlo Polgar, believed that anyone could be a genius, and he set out to prove it with his three daughters. At an early age, the eldest, Susan, showed an affinity for both chess and math, but her passion was at the chessboard. Susan became the best female chess player in the world by age 15. Their father nurtured his daughter's gift, and when it came time, he taught chess to both of Susan's sisters as well. Before they were even teenagers, Susan Sofia and Judith Polgar became world-renowned for their exceptional chess skill. At age 15, Judith Polgar became the youngest person to achieve a Grandmaster title, an incredible chess record which had been held by Bobby Fischer for 34 years. Judith quickly climbed the ranks in chess, mercilessly destroying Grandmaster opponents and gaining victories and accolades. She became the number 7 player in the world, reaching a peak rating of 2735 and defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov. At Rome in 1989, Sofia made history with an incredible 2900 rating performance, one of the best ever recorded to that date. She later decided to pursue other avenues than chess, but according to Laszlo, she had the most talent. These three sisters defied the norms at the time and became champions. To this day, they fight for equality in chess and continue to inspire the next generation.
I try to be the person to help kids learn chess and through chess to be more successful in life.
The Polgars left a legacy both on the board and in the world.
We're back with our round 10 coverage, and we've had dramatic opening approaches by the players going into this very critical day in Toronto. And as the players think and approach the middle game, we are going to deep dive into the action. Let's take a bird's eye view of the positions that we have. The pressure is high, the tension is high, with so much on the line. And there we see, zooming into Pragg, that he's one of the players in contention as well. Speaking of Pragg, that is our bottom right board. He's playing against his compatriot, Vidit Gujarati. They faced each other earlier in round 3, and it was a Pragg victory. And this time with white, well, we haven't done a deep dive into that, but it's a slow start. Meanwhile, I feel that's the only slow start we've had. Look at that top right board, already lit. We are probably going to see a long castle by Fabiano Caruana, h5 on the board. It promises to be a fun one. Abasa, what is he thinking with the queenside pawn advances? Hikaru Nakamura going for central play there, trying to get that knight to e5. Bottom left board, it is still Gukesh on the think after he decided to play bishop to e7. Peter, I'm going to let you decide, where do you want to go to next?
Okay, just very quickly to get an update on the Pragnananda's game, because we haven't touched it yet, and we should explain why we haven't touched it, because it's a rather slow anti-Berlin stuff. It's kind of clear that there won't be any dramatic action in the early stages of the game. However, this should not fool anyone by thinking that nothing will happen in this game. No. Yeah, actually, if White chooses this system, he's hoping for a long game. On the other hand, also Black is hoping that, all right, okay, I have my chances. And we have seen Vidit playing this position extremely well against Abbasov, creating chances for himself. We have also seen, just in the previous round, very similar structure by Gukesh versus Pragnananda. So it shows that actually Pragg has done some work from the White side, and he opted for this. Maybe let's take a look from the beginning just to understand which anti-Berlin was it exactly.
So we saw White avoid the Berlin with d3, bishop c5, and to capture it now on c6. Just for everyone at home, this isn't a free pawn. If you take it, then there will be consequences with queen to d4, double attack against the pawn and knight. So queen to e2 was played, one of the many moves for White in this position. And Peter, just to catch up, to knight d7, bishop e3, offering the trade, and knight d2. To me, this is very interesting, just because White keeps the options open, which side to castle, keeps teasing the opponent. I have a feeling if the Black king commits this early on, then maybe White would consider throwing some pawns forward. That's very much Pragg style these days. But yeah, very flexible system here. I'm not sure who to prefer this early on, but clock times, I'll mention Pragg is already over 25 minutes up, so clearly in preparation, whereas Vidit is freestyling.
Well, here I would like to mention one thing, that whenever White plays bishop e3 in this system, it's kind of a mysterious kind of situation, because you never know exactly. Can we just get back to the position there after bishop e3? Yes, and we do see that, okay, Black does not want to trade on e3. Black opted for queen e7. And after queen e7, White played the move knight c3, and all of a sudden now Black retreated the bishop from c5 to d6. This is always a very difficult kind of question, that do we retreat this bishop? Do we keep it? Do we trade it? Do we trade it on e3, or do we first wait for White to trade on c5? Because then we can activate the knight from d7. So clearly Pragg was keeping the tension as long as he can. And now if you ask me, for example, what I would be doing from the Black side after knight d2, I think that the most natural move, and David, I would love to hear your opinion, is knight d7 to f8. Before committing short castles, we would, I think I can speak in V terms here, that we would love to get that knight to e6 first.
Yeah, 100% agree. I've played these positions for a long time. I know you've got a lot of experience here too, Peter. And this knight often, it gets a bit stuck. It doesn't really know where it wants to go. There's two kind of paths towards the center. F8, E6, or sometimes you play C5, knight B8, knight C6, but here this is less attractive to play C5 with a white knight sitting on C3. So yeah, I agree, knight F8, why commit? You can also kind of move the bishop out and castle queenside in some positions if you're feeling extra brave with Black. To me, it's not the most kind of impressive preparation in the world for Pragg. It feels like he's just getting a position where maybe he knows what he wants to do in the next few turns, but okay, Vidit makes a move, knight c5. So same idea as yours, Peter, just a different path. Going to e6.
Yes. Tanya, what is your feeling? You know both these extraordinary gentlemen very well. What is your feeling regarding the opening?
It, to me, appears to be a very solid opening so far. And I think for Vidit, the most important thing, one of the most important thing, of course, will be the clock factor. We've seen him struggle with the clock throughout the candidates. And yesterday against Hikaru, he had great time management, and that really paid off. He was able to convert his advantage, be precise with his calculation. I would be a little worried. I think for Vidit fans as well, looking at the clock right now, it's still very early stage. And while it might be a level game so far, it really does promise to go on for a long time. Knowing Pragg as well, it's not as if he's just looking for a safe game right now. He will look for ways to create opportunity, try to create that mess where either of the two players can go wrong. Like you mentioned, David, we might see a queenside castle. He's kept the king flexible. We might see pawn advances on the other side of the board, a pawn stomp. We might see the knight from d2 jump to c4 as well. And I think this position right now, very stable and calm, but has all the makings of a big fight in the middle game, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not trying to understand why Vidit preferred the knight placement on c5 compared to f8. Yeah, he wants to keep the chance of going short castle without committing the knight to e6. But as David highlighted, that there is sometimes this idea of trying to develop the queen side first. Yeah, that bishop on c8. But now with the knight on c5, I don't really see that being so natural. Yeah, so I'm a little bit surprised by knight c5. I would have preferred knight f8. That's somehow my gut feeling, but okay, Vidit certainly has his reasons.
Has his reasons, or is it over the board? David, with his clock management, do you think he's now just playing this position more out of his experience in field rather than something he's seen?
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe partly because it's a forward move, knight c5, partly because maybe it very rarely happens in the kind of in this anti-Berlin. At least he knows he's going to get Pragg thinking. It's definitely not a bad move. It's not a blunder. The kind of good thing for both sides, for white and for black, in this pawn structure, in this kind of branch of the anti-Berlin in general, is that there's no right or wrong. It's very much a question of taste. The strategy, the big decisions come 10, 15 moves down the line. But yeah, for now, looks very healthy for both sides. I'm curious. I think Pragg is the one who's going to steer this game now in a certain direction, depending on whether he just castles, plays it cool, whether he kind of plays knight c4, takes this bishop, as we saw Gukesh do something similar against him, or whether maybe even to blow open the center with moves like d4. Maybe that's another reason Peter mentioned knight and f8. Maybe it's slightly more active on c5 if the center does open, but ultimately, yeah, looks very balanced to me, and it's just going to be a case of the better player winning. But Tanya, I'm going to put you on the spot. Your two countrymen, who are you cheering for? Which one?
Oh, dude, that's such a tough question, and really hard to say anything right now. I feel like we've got 3 Indians playing at the Candidates. It's such a big historic moment for India as well, and to see Gukesh the way he's performing, and Pragg as well in the mix. He's in 3rd position right now with 5 points. With it, if he manages to get a win, he gets into the race as well. So it's hard to pick a favorite. I'm torn between these two. I again hope that, like you said, that it's a big fight. It's entertaining for us to watch, and in the end, the better player will prevail. But to me, it also sometimes feels that the big Indian dream of fighting for the World Championship, with these 3 Indians playing so combative, going for each other, the Indian dream might just implode on itself. And it's always scary to be the Indian fan and see both the players fight against each other. It's a big clash. We'll keep our eye out on that. This is our bird's eye view. Now, while that's a strategic battle, we've got fire on the board on the other ones. The top right position against Alireza for Fabi. We saw rook to g1. The king is still in the center. Right now, Alireza's taken out the queen. We will do a jump into that. Peter, exciting action all along. Hikaru as well facing the pawn storm, but I think this one, we've got to go into this as we see a very unconventional position, at least to my eyes, out of the knight off.
I think not only to yours, yeah, Tanya, because I have been playing knight off all my life from the white side, yeah, always very principled, but this is not even really a knight off. It's like a hybrid, like knight off dragonish kind of territory. And with that special pawn on h5, now the queen has also moved out to a5. I'm trying to understand what's the big idea behind queen a5. Clearly, if it would be black to move, then we could be talking about some knight takes e4 strike, hitting on e4. Yeah, this is a tactical motive. After knight takes e4 queen trade, the knight on d4 would be hanging. Yeah, that would be excellent news for black. However, it is white to move. And the very first question is like, what happens if white plays the move long castle? Yeah, so is black going for some b5, b4, some very direct thing with his king in the center? I somehow cannot really believe. But if not, then what was really this queen a5 move about?
David, it's a big question because it also makes the queen vulnerable to attacks with that knight in the center. Knight from d4 can at some point jump to b3, hitting that queen if we do see a potential b5 move. I love the idea of going long castle. It's also the idea, David, that you were talking about. So I'm going to throw it to you. What does Alireza have in mind for long castle? Because long castle, b5, knight b3 starts getting scary for that queen on a5.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks now to Farouja's queen in that fateful game against Vidit, where it was dancing around the board. The black queen there came out to b6, then back to d8, then back to b6, then kind of out to f2 and back to back to b6. So I'm assuming Farouja's not going to be as adventurous with his queen in this encounter. I'm sure he's learned from that one. But yeah, I think we have to jump in and
David, we
explore.
will jump in, and I'm really sorry to interrupt, but there's big breaking news coming in from Toronto. We have a live interview with Alireza's father, Hamid Reza Firouja, who just got kicked out of the club, of the playing hall, and he's standing live with Mike Klein. Take it away, Mike.
Thanks, guys. We're here outside the club with the father of Ali Reza Firouja, Hamid Firouja, and I think something has just happened that we need to talk about. It looked like you were being escorted out of the club. Can you describe what happened?
Yes, from the beginning of the tournament, they made an technical meeting. In the technical meeting, I talked about cheating. I told you have to be careful about cheating the people who going to playing hall and coming from out the payment, because the most problem happened, the biggest problem in the world of chess now, cheating. And I made, for example, all of the top chess players, they made their parents made their love for their children. And now we see, we talked about the cheating, and we talked about please don't let the cameraman or other people who going to playing all, when they coming out, they have not to reach the analyze. This was I told please not let them to reach the analyze. They have to be isolated.
This makes sense, but how does that relate to you being escorted out of the club today? What happened?
I want to continue.
I apologize.
Yes, but after the night I saw they made a message because they made a group, and they say, okay, because of today's meeting, we want to prevent any chess company person coming to playing hall, to spectator hall. I said, I never play chess. I even don't know how to set the board. And what is the problem? All the people who could cheating, they could be some people who involved. How could I don't have mobile, I don't have, and I want to watch my son game. What is the problem? All people coming to watch the player, and I come here for 20 days, I could not watch my game of my son. This was and they said no. After 10 days, they said, okay, you could go 15 minutes just. I said for 15 minutes, I come just with my son here, and he go on, why I have, if I need it, I to go to watch him how they playing. Because yesterday was the problem for yesterday. Ali Reza was in time pressure. He come into he got 30-minute time, and the arbiter coming and telling him Ali Reza shoes has problem. This arbiter was the second. I never seen him. He has been in such an important tournament because it happened 2 years before also. The candidate is the most important things, and they made a person who never been in this such a this chief arbiter in such a tournament.
Can you help us with the timing? He told us that the talk with your son came 1 hour into the round. Are you saying it came later?
No. If I tell you it was in 30 minutes, in 20, I am lying. But it was during the game. Ali Reza wearing, he was the second of the arbiter in San Luis, and he saw the Ali Reza wearing these shoes. And if there is problem, this is the problem for playing hall, as it was 2 years before also. When you walking, the playing hall was.
FIDE should do more to make the playing hall quieter, you're saying?
Yes, this is not Ali Reza's problem. And yesterday game was the most critical game, because if Ali Reza winning, then everything changing. Maybe Ali Reza doesn't have chance, but other player get chance.
Are you allowed back in the building?
I don't know, but my problem is not back in the building. I want to say you have. My question is, for example, I never play chess, but I talked about a person who was he's chess player and who was the manager of Yon 2 years before, 3 years before. I don't know he's still his manager or not, but now he could go. I saw many times his laptop is in hand. He could go to a spectator. Or I don't know he going to playing room or not. He's but he easily coming, he's seeing the way, and again going, how could I cheat? And these people could not cheat.
If I can summarize, you're saying some people are allowed in and out whenever they want, but you're only being allowed in on certain windows.
I want to say, why some, for example, this person is the manager of the Yon. He was before the manager of, I don't know, but he could go to spectator hall, he coming to room, a lounge room, he could eat, he could watch the game, and again he could go. Why I could not go? This is my problem.
Right, there's different access levels, and I can see on your badge there for players team that you have actually less access than media.
Yes, but for example, everything changed when we talked about cheating. I told cheating never come from outside. If it was want to cheating coming inside, in any way. I don't want to blame anybody to say this person cheating, but how I could be cheating? How could be helping my son to cheating? This is my question.
All right, well, we thank you, Hamid Forougha, the father of Ali Reza. We are out here on the sidewalk. It's a developing situation, but right now, very emotional, and we'll get back to you.
I want to add something. Last night, Ali Reza told me that I don't want never to play chess. I said, Ali Reza, this is the problem for organizer. This is the problem. Why you were crying? And for this reason today, I said, okay, I have to do something.
Is he thinking of leaving the chess world?
Because he said, okay, why I have played my best chess. I have gone in the best situation. My game was the most important game in the tournament, and finally it happens.
Well, we thank you for your time, and as more events unfold, we'll bring them to you. Now back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
A very emotional Hamid Reza Forougha there, expressing his thoughts about so much that is happening with Ali Reza in the Toronto Candidates. And I'm first going to just quickly touch upon the matter of the spectators. And Peter, I'll go to you on this. With your candidates experience and your entire career experience, but because you've been on that stage, you've played a world championship match, what do you think about having spectators in the playing hall?
Well, it also depends very much on the playing venue, that how much space there is, how far are the spectators, it's clearly, usually chess players love to have spectators, because it motivates, it gives you the inspiration that you know exactly that you are playing, you are like an artist, you are playing for these people, for the spectators. But when the venue is not ideal, then of course it's a different situation. One thing that I very much can relate to is that it's very annoying that if the spectators can come in and go out and then come in again, because you never know exactly if someone had access to a computer, so he might be able to signal something to some of the players, and this should simply not happen. So I believe, I'm really believing that things are taken care of, and for sure all electric devices are not allowed in the playing venue, that's so-called the absolute minimum. But how exactly the organizers are dealing with this kind of things, we don't really have too much information.
And Fabiano Caruana as well earlier expressed some unhappiness about having spectators in the playing hall. Of course, there is the aspect of an anti-cheating measure, but also the disturbance that can be caused unwantedly and unintentionally in very critical moments. And this being the biggest stage, the biggest moment for these players, one has to avoid all such circumstances. We saw earlier the playing hall with many spectators on the top level watching the games. It's such a difficult situation for the players to deal with. And David, I want your thoughts on what we heard from Forougha's dad, and how does all this drama with what happened yesterday with the Shoegate and now this entire situation with Forougha's dad having to leave the playing hall, how do you think this affects Ali Reza's mind state?
Yeah, it's difficult, Tanya. I'm not even sure where to start kind of unpacking this. Obviously, this is one of the biggest tournaments in the world. Emotions are running high for everyone. Of course, cheating has been a topic in the chess world for a while now. But yeah, for this all to kind of come out, I'm wondering whether these types of meetings with FIDE, the officials, the representatives, they should have maybe happened far in advance of the event rather than kind of midway when obviously people were going to be kind of emotional about other things. And it's a pity that potentially in order to safeguard our game, we might have to remove the spectators because look at them there. We saw them a moment ago. I mean, the spectators were loving it. I'm sure none of them want to cause a disturbance. None of them want to be a distraction. But at the same time, we want to appeal to fans worldwide. We want to attract people to chess. So yeah, it's difficult. I do empathize with Alireza, with Hamad Reza, because yeah, it's unfortunate that these things happen mid-tournament. Obviously, it would be great if those could be settled beforehand, but ultimately he's here now, and we want to see him refocus. We want to see Firouzja on fire, and we hope that this type of thing won't affect him, won't ruin his love for the game, because he's such a talent. No matter how this tournament goes, Firouzja is potentially still a world champion in the making. He's still super young. We don't want to kind of quash this enthusiasm for chess. So I'm sure FIDE are doing everything, but yeah, it's just a pity. It's a pity this detracts from what so far has just been a stellar tournament. Amazing play, 8 great gladiators in the FIDE candidates, 8 great gladiators in the women's candidates. I'm just hoping the players can keep their calm.
Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player ever to break the 2800 barrier. He's the one guy Magnus Carlsen wanted to face in a world championship match. And it's been not only tough for him on the board, but so much drama off it. He has to show incredible mental fortitude to keep himself focused. It was very surprising to me, Peter, as well, to see Hamid Reza, of course, in so much emotion when he mentioned that Alireza said he doesn't even want to play chess and he's considering to not do that because that would be a big, big loss for the chess world.
Of course, yeah. This is terrible news. Yeah, if that would ever happen, that would be a tragic loss for the whole chess world. But I do hope that things calm down because, okay, it just shows that how much is at stake at this tournament. Yeah, that all these things are coming to light. I also would like to look at his position because we have been debating what kind of move was this Queen A5, but then we got distracted with all the outside drama. But there's also a lot of drama happening on the board, and suddenly after the move Knight C6, it already makes sense what Black is doing because this Queen on A5 is eyeing the Bishop on G5. Potentially, there are ideas exactly like if White plays the move Knight B3, targeting that Queen with a tempo, then maybe Black can play Queen take G5. However, I'm still trying to assess this endgame because Queen take G5, Bishop H6, H4, White has this possibility of protecting the Queen with this pawn. And after Bishop take G5, 8 take G5, that pawn appears on G5, kicking that knight away from F6, and then White gets access to the D5 square for his knight. It's a very tricky kind of endgame. I don't know, maybe Knight D7 or even Knight G4 trying to get a tempo, hitting the pawn on F2. It's very complex, and now already at least it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, there's a method behind the Magnus, Tanya here. We were questioning it. At least we were unsure about Firouzja's play, but I'm liking it. How about you? His last few moves?
Knight C6 on the board. I would have been very terrified had we seen the continuation of that B pawn moving forward and Alireza's queen for the second time being chased around the board. David, I'm going to throw it back to you and ask you, what are the chances of us actually getting this endgame Knight C6 played right now? So queen takes bishop is still in the air. Or do you think the players will want to keep the queens on the board?
I think it's a big moment. It's a crossroads for Fabiano, as we see on the camera there. Firouzja distracted by something, peering away. I'm hoping the drama doesn't kind of deter him too much from this position because it's shaping up to be a nice fight. Yeah, ultimately, to answer your question, Tanya, I think Fabiano needs to decide how much risk he wants to take right here. I think Knight B3 for White, if Black were to kind of go for that pseudo-sacrifice, temporarily give up the queen, queen takes G5. I think White's not risking too much, but it's unclear if White doesn't land something immediately in that position, whether Fabiano can really hope for a big long-term advantage. So if he's feeling more ambitious, which I'm pretty sure he is, then Fabiano might be looking for other moves. The other reason I want to mention that I quite like Queen A5 is because after, for example, a trade of knights here, white cannot break the center with E5. The black queen is covering that square. So there's tactics in the air. Even that variation, there's some nuances to work out. But for now, Fabiano has to decide whether to go for it, keep pieces on, take a big risk, or whether to allow Alireza to maybe bail out into what might be a tenable queenless middle game.
And for Fabi, it's such a tightrope to walk on because he might feel that that endgame is a safe one to play where he can push a little bit for the advantage. But will it be enough? We saw that storyline in his game against Abasov yesterday where he gets a little bit out of the opening, but it's just not enough to get the win. And given the tournament situation, Fabi might be forced to take bigger risks than he'd like to. Now, if you want to keep the queens on the board and not allow queen takes bishop and the line that Peter pointed out earlier, and we do have a decision. We might see it on the board, David. Knight b3 played. The ball's in Alireza's court. Will he go for queen takes g5?
Yes. I think he has to. I think he's burned his bridges here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I think he's going to take. The problem is he would love to go back, but there might be ideas in the near future of bishop takes knight and knight to d5, a well-known kind of double attack here, wrecking the black pawn structure. And I think he's learned from his game against Vidit. He doesn't want to waste too much time with the black queen. No point going home. White will only start accelerating the attack in the near future. Is this where we're heading, Peter?
Yeah, this is probably where we are heading. But look at this. Yeah, also queen takes g5 is a move that if you have been intending, you blitz it out. And we're looking at the camera angle. We see Alireza not being exactly sure. I also wonder when he's looking around in the playing hall, is he searching for his dad, for example? Because imagine that he doesn't know what's in store for his dad. Yeah, that he was hoping that his father can be there in the playing hall, watching him play. I do hope that he's not distracted by these kind of things because the position is already difficult enough. I have the feeling like just one inaccuracy from black side and things can get really very unpleasant.
And Fabi will be on top of that inaccuracy if it happens. David, did you notice Alireza had a slight smile, a slight smirk on his face? Such a strange moment to be in. And as someone who's been at the top level, who continues to play at the very top level, I want to ask you, and I'll start with David on this. When you're dealing with so many things off the board, how do you actually overcome that to stay focused? And do you think Alireza is managing to do that? Because his expressions tell me otherwise.
Yeah, it's a struggle, Tanya. I mean, one of my most recent tournaments, the European Team Championship last year, I mean, I kind of followed the Alireza route. I posted something on Twitter after a really unpleasant experience with an arbiter. Very different case, very different circumstances, but I felt uncomfortable. I wasn't happy with how the kind of the organizers, the authorities had dealt with things. And I found it difficult to refocus. I was sitting at the board, kind of other stuff going through the mind. People would walk in my eye line that I'd had the disagreement with, and I'd be kind of thrown back to that kind of traumatic event. So I totally understand how difficult Alireza might be finding it. But yeah, something seems to be up. He was looking away. Another smile. Look at that on the camera. He's laughing. He's looking up to the balconies now. Chess seems to be the last thing on his mind. And that's not what we want. We want, of course, him to be playing his best, fully focused. Queen takes g5, bang, that was clearly his idea. But as Peter said, he's not playing it immediately and something's going on. It's clear right now. Alireza, not his usual focused self.
And Peter, at this stage, in this position, in the kind of opening that he has, in the stage that we are in the tournament, chess needs to be the only thing on Alireza's mind. He seems completely off it, completely distracted currently. We saw his expression. It just feels as if he's fighting an inner battle as well. It's a bit terrifying to watch this. And for Fabi, that might mean a big opportunity.
Certainly. Yeah, this is Fabi only focuses on the game. We don't know exactly what's going through Alireza's mind. He might be smiling on the fact that I played the knight off in order to try to create chances, and now suddenly I'm forced to take on g5 and go for a slightly unpleasant endgame. Why did I do this to myself? Yeah, so we are only making things up. We have absolutely no a clear information what's going through his mind. But one thing about this yesterday's episode as well, yeah, when you are very tense, you are playing a very important game, and then suddenly you get into some discussion with chief arbiter or whoever in the playing hall, and suddenly during the game, instead of your game, you are suddenly thinking about a conversation that, what should I tell to the chief arbiter? What kind of arguments I should be bringing up? This is total nonsense. Yeah, it's just impossible to be then able to focus on your game, yeah, on your current game. And I do hope that he is able to erase everything from his mind and just play chess, because that's what he does best. And I was so happy yesterday seeing him play a fantastic strategical masterpiece. He did not get the reward that he deserved, but that was already fantastic stuff from him.
And that's exactly what we want to see more of. But currently, the French #1, Alireza Firouzja, is fighting the battle not only on the board against the world #2, Fabiano Caruana, but his inner self, his mind state as well, with everything that is going on around him. We heard it earlier from his father. And as always, two sides to a story. We've got Mike Klein. He is live with Pavel Tregibov, the FIDE technical delegate, who has some more insights on why FIDE escorted Alireza's dad off the premise.
Thanks, guys. We heard from Alireza's father on the street. Now we're here with Grandmaster Pavel Tregibov, who is serving as the technical delegate to this tournament, and he's got some other information on what exactly happened with Alireza's father just a few minutes ago. Can you tell us what happened and what led to the incident?
Well, we should start with the technical meeting. I think this is the point of depart. Some players expressed their concern about the fair play measures, which is quite natural because we announced that spectators will be allowed in the playing venue. And they came up with the proposal to prohibit completely the players' team members to attend the event.
Coaches and family members.
Yeah, all accompanying persons. Yeah. Well, it was not obvious for us because we think that our fair play measures are more than sufficient. But okay, as players were anxious, and we can understand the concern for such a difficult and very important tournament. So we decided to satisfy the request. And so we prohibit completely access for players' teams to the venue during the first 7 rounds. But Hamid Reza complained about this during the second round. He was the only one to complain, by the way, from all players' teams. And I promised him to reconsider this rule later on. And indeed, after round 7, everything, well, seemed to be settled, and we decided to reconsider this and allow, finally, after consultation with the fair play team, we decided to allow team's member access during the first 15 minutes.
So you relaxed the policy specifically because he requested it. He was the cheerleader of relaxing this policy.
Yes, exactly. So I promised him, and as everything went smoothly, so I got a positive feedback from our fair play team. So I didn't see the reason to not going this way and just try at least once to allow people. Of course, they're interested to see their players during the game. So, and this was the only occasion. It went well during round 8, and we decided to extend this practice for round 9 and 10. Probably it will not be the case for the final rounds. So we will discuss it later today, but probably not. Just we want our priority is to keep players confident.
You were offering them 15 minutes of access for 3 rounds, today being one of the rounds. Right. And what did Alireza's father do today?
As far as I know, he didn't use this opportunity. Definitely not for round 8. I asked him why, because it was actually done specifically for himself. He answered, I decided not to do it tomorrow, but maybe today, but maybe I will do it tomorrow. As far as I know, during round 9, he did not enter in either. And today, I'm not sure. I think he didn't do it. But sometime after the beginning of the round, my team reported to me that he contacted one of our staff member, and threatened to call the police if he's not allowed to be to be in the balcony, whenever he wants. Okay, obviously we could not satisfy this threat or this request, and then I crossed Midreza somewhere. He was going out from the VIP room, and he started being a bit aggressive, and
his point is that he's a weak player who had no cell phone, but you're saying that has no bearing really in this ruling.
Of course, but this is it should be mentioned. This is his point. As far as I know, he is not a very strong player, but of course we cannot consider as a valid reason, because we cannot treat players, team members differently. So if one is allowed, then the others can be allowed as well. And this is not, from fair play point of view, this is not a very strong argument, because of course if he is communicated from outside, he can transfer any information to this player, not being the strong player, of course.
Is he allowed back in the club today and in future rounds, in the Great Hall rather?
Sorry?
Is he allowed back in the Great Hall, the building that we are in today, and in future rounds?
Well, I think we will be flexible. So if he comes down and behavior, accordingly, so he will be allowed. Today he announced he is leaving, so we don't expect him to be back today. But for following rounds, it will be too harsh.
Thank you for that explanation. And finally, today's emotions were certainly a carryover from what happened yesterday. Can you describe, is there anything that FIDE is doing to soften the playing surface, put carpeting down, or any improvements for the remainder of the tournament?
Well, first of all, it should be said clearly that it was not creaking that caused the problem yesterday. We have wooden floor here. This is wonderful building, but unfortunately, this is a bit problematic. That's why we constructed this stage where the games are held. But unfortunately, the players' area is not covered for the moment. But it was not the problem yesterday. The noise was not of creaking. So it was just because of, that was specified with the chief arbiter and with other witnesses.
Style of walking, you're saying?
Style of walking, yeah. So basically for this, if you put a lot of carpets, it will not solve the problem. So, but anyway, we are trying to soften it in some way. So we tried one solution today, it didn't work. Unfortunately, we were said in the very beginning that it's very easy, a part of this stage. It's very easy to find an appropriate solution, but we'll try one more tomorrow. So I don't know if it works. We will do our best. But once again, the problem was not because of specific wooden floor.
Thanks for that.
This particular case. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that clarification. That is FIDE's viewpoint on both the incident today and a little bit of explanation from yesterday. Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov, the FIDE technical delegate for the tournament. Now back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Mike, for keeping us up to date with all these bizarre developments going on in Toronto right now. The positions equally bizarre. And I know, David, Peter, you really want to get to the chess action, the action that really matters at the moment. And for Alireza Firouzja, of course, it is a tough day on the board, off the board. We will keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we do see that the end game that we were discussing on that top right will appear. But just before we wrap up, Peter, a lot of talk about the spectator, the anti-cheating, allowing the families in for a certain amount of time. Did it surprise you, the additional request to have complete access by Alireza's father after FIDE did come to a compromise with him?
Well, it's so difficult to say anything because we don't know all the circumstances. Yeah, it's clear. We have heard Pavel Tregubov explaining the situation, that they have to follow general rules. Yeah, it's also understandable that the situation is very unfortunate, for Alireza's father, that he wants to be there, he wants to be rooting for his son. Maybe Alireza would get strength out of it, I don't know, because he's used to this scenario. For example, personally, I know that I was always requesting my family members or coaches to please, if you come and follow my games, then do it so that I don't see you. Yeah, I just want to be completely isolated. I want to focus only on my game. I don't want to have an eye contact with anyone that I know. Yeah, this would just distract me. But I also understand that there is also exactly the opposite. Yeah, who is, for example, used to having his father or members close, and he's getting strengths out of it. So it's not about cheating. It's just that he likes this support. It's difficult. Yeah, I just hope that there will be peace. Yeah, that there will be some nice compromise with which all parties can live with, and we can focus on chess, because this is the most important thing.
Couldn't agree more with that. And we will keep everyone updated with the developments coming in from Toronto. But right now, David, we've got big developments on the board. We've got the bird's eye view up. What catches your attention right now?
Well, frankly, Tanya, everything catches my attention. Perhaps not so much the Pragg against Vidit board, which for now there has been a trade of minor pieces, but is very calm, very sterile. I'm going to take us to the two leaders, because I think in terms of the tournament, this is the biggest clash. And also, a lot of moves have been played. There's been a few big decisions by both sides. So it's going to be Nepo against Gukesh, at least for now. And yeah, let's get back to the chess. Drama is one thing. I should mention, I think they should get Peter as the mediator anytime there's a dispute with a player in FIDE. Peter, so wise your words. I agree. It should be all about the chess, all about seeking peace. But in the meantime, I think this position, not that peaceful. It feels like White has achieved quite a lot. It's White's move. Jan has a beautiful knight on d5. The queen on f4 stands quite well. And biggest question to answer now, though, which side to castle? It's going to be one of those two moves. I'll go for you, Tanya, first. What's your vote? Castle long, castle short for the White King?
Intuitively, I want to go king side. It just feels a bit safer, because I think the black pawns are advancing so much faster now on the queen side. c5, c4 ideas coming in at some point. I would be a little worried about going queenside castle. My vote is for safety. I want to keep my positional strategic advantage in the position. I like my knight on d5. I want to bring my rooks to the center of the board, take it slow. That's the direction I would take it to. Peter, what about you in this position?
Well, yeah, and Jan just made a move. Yeah, he was listening to you, Tanya. Was waiting for your final verdict. Yeah, short castle confirmed. Yeah, on the board, I also perfectly agree with this, because if you look at the match, the tournament situation, I'm also losing my mind already with all this craziness. Yes, short castle fine. On the other hand, I love the knight on d5. I believe that white is slightly better. At the same time, I also believe, because black was able to trade the dark square bishops, yeah, so there are only two minor pieces left on the board. The knight on a5 is non-stop challenging the bishop on b3. So it is black who decides when he will capture that bishop. Now the big question is, where do we want to place that bishop from c8? Is it bishop e6 or is it bishop b7? Yeah, where do we want to develop? So in a long term, I can imagine some kind of traits like black develops the bishop, then black takes the bishop on b3 with the knight. Then eventually, because this knight on d5 is so powerful, black at the right moment will try to eliminate it with the bishop capture on d5. Then white will capture with the rook on d5. And I believe that here it will be very important that is white able to break with e4, e5 quickly in the center, and then make sure that he can use the activity of his pieces before black stabilizes the position. Because in general, I feel like there is way too little material that if black sets up a normal defense, it should be easily draw. But if white is able to break open the center, then of course white can really pose some problems.
And Peter, I think you've explained that so well. David, I'm going to come to you, because you're the expert on grinding like a grandmaster. If all the minors are taken off the board, what we're discussing with the knight trading with the bishop, Gukesh trades the bishop with Jan's knight on d5 eventually. Does that really offer Jan chances to push, or do you think it will fizzle out towards a draw?
To be honest, I would always take white side, but I would say a draw is a big favorite. If that were to occur, it's like Peter said, it will be very much a question of timing. Black would have a few questions to answer. maybe white's actually extra clever and kind of leaves the rook on a1 for a little bit longer, so that any capture, for example, would open up the white rook and attack on a6. But yeah, ultimately it's about whether black is quick enough. For now, black's pieces are hard to activate. The queen can never really leave while the white knight sits in the center. Rook e8 is always a bit shaky while the bishop kind of exists on b3. It very much feels like black's hand is forced, and yeah, I mean, I would take white. There's also ideas, for example, if black ever takes, white can play c4, cement the knight. Yeah, it's a difficult one to call. I think ultimately, though, I feel like it is kind of a 2-result position unless Jan goes completely crazy. He's the one who can take the risk out at any moment. He can try to test Gukesh, maybe in terms of what pawn structure to go for, with kind of, yeah, when to trade off those sets of minor pieces. For Gukesh, I'm not sure it's his style to just play solely for a draw, so he would love to keep a bit more spice here, but yeah, it definitely feels like that's what black should be aiming for. Peter, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me black has some chances, or is it just Jan keeping control right now?
Well, certainly white keeps control, but the question is really that what white can do with this control, how much this control gives him. I would love to ask you to go back a couple of moves, because we missed out on quite some action. For example, how did those dark square bishops disappear? Because strategically speaking, I think that's quite an important factor to the position.
Yeah, so just to do a quick recap, we saw black castle as quickly as possible. Jan landed a knight into d5. Black is very passive, so Gukesh correctly broke out, going active with b5, hunting down the Spanish bishop, the light squared bishop here. And after queen to g3, bishop d6 now by Gukesh, very good move. Just to mention, queen g3, multi-purpose, hitting this pawn on c7, and also setting up all sorts of bishop h6 ideas against the black king. So bishop d6, going for this dark square bishop trade, as you mentioned, Peter, and bishop f4. This leads us to the game position. Any surprises along the way there?
Well, the move bishop d6, and I want to hear Tanya's opinion on this. Did this come as a surprise, or did you see it coming that eventually this bishop lands on d6?
I've seen none of this coming, starting from knight g to e7, if I'm completely honest. From the very start of this game, it has been a surprising approach by Gukesh. But after listening to both of you break down this position, the pluses that do exist for Jan on our current board, live board as well, it still feels like, yes, Jan has something to fight for. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I feel that Gukesh should be able to hold the position, Jan putting pressure, and maybe it's the best case scenario given the tournament situation. You're kind of playing for 2 results. So I'm going to be completely honest, Peter. At my level, there's no such thing as playing for 2 results. Every game is for 3 results. But at the very top, at the candidates, with the white pieces, playing with those rooks on the d file, as you pointed out earlier, if the minor pieces do get traded, Jan might push for a bit. But I'm going to predict this one to be holdable for Gukesh. So maybe that bishop d6 idea, he just wants to keep things solid and go into a position where he just defends for the rest of the day. And we will... Yes, sorry, David. No, please go on.
I was going to say, it feels like a draw for Gukesh would be a good result anyway. So if, as you say, if he's able to play solid, just take the sting out, not allow Jan any breaks, then very good result for him. So exciting position right now, but yeah, I think safety, solidity is the name of the game.
And especially with the black pieces. Yes.
Yes, I just want to add that in general, I also feel like Jan has reacted in a very nice way, yeah, because he got completely surprised by knight g7, and then very quickly he made up his mind and find the sequence of moves where he understood very well that, okay, surprise is one thing, but I have everything under control. Nothing can happen to me. And knowing the tournament situation, yeah, that this game is so important, these 2 players are leading the candidates, making sure that white is able to put some pressure at the same time, not risking anything. This is also a very nice kind of reaction from white side. I'm loving the way how Jan reacted to the surprise.
And Peter, having worked with Jan for perhaps the biggest moments in his career, and you know him so well, the general view on Jan for the world is that he loves aggressive position. He loves the complications. He loves those positions where there's a full throttle battle on. But what about these slower approaches that require a lot of patience? How do you see him handling these kind of battles?
Well, I think that he loves those kind of small little advantages where he is the one hunting the opponent. Yeah, it's absolutely understandable because he also has this style of playing quickly. Yeah, so if you are able to grind the possession and you are also putting pressure on the clock, yeah, this combination of factors can be very unpleasant. So, for example, here now also Gukesh has to make sure not to fall way too much behind on the clock. Yeah, because it's obvious that the position will be unpleasant. Yeah, I think it's manageable. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think it's absolutely manageable. But if he remains in the same situation for like the next 50 moves and he gets into time trouble, then things can get very scary. And that's where Jan is in absolutely his element. Yeah, because he will be asking such questions and he will be coming up with some very interesting resources, building up his initiative that you don't want to be in those shoes facing Jan.
A long day in the office in store for the 17-year-old Gukesh, who is taking his time right now. So it's not all that meets the eye. Position still has poison in it. And that's also one of the more difficult things to deal with, David, when you feel like it should be close to equality, but your opponent just keeps pushing slowly but steadily.
That's right, 100%. And actually, that was one of, for me at least, the big question marks that I had before the event for Gukesh. I wasn't sure in quieter positions where he has to knuckle down, just defend, where it's quite boring, quite dry. I wasn't sure whether he could hang with the big guys. So I think this is the key test. If he passes this test, emerges with a draw, great. Then he'll look forward to the future with a lot of confidence. But as Peter was saying, Jan loves these types of things. Ever since he was young, he's always been the hunter in these types of slightly better positions. And I think even Magnus himself is on record saying, in terms of queen and rook positions, so imagine all the knights and bishops disappeared. When it's just queens and rooks, he rates Jan as the best in the world. So yeah, it's still a long way ahead in this game, early days. But for Gukesh, I think accuracy more important than it is for Jan right now. Yeah, want to check back in on a bit later, maybe, Tanya?
Absolutely, let's do it. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, as this one is going to be a slow strategic fight with Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to squeeze something out. Let's hope he's read David Howell's Grind Like a Grandmaster. We will check in with this in just a few. There we've got our bird's eye view up. I'm looking at our top left board, and it feels as if Hikaru's done everything that Peter and you were discussing. Good control over the board, that knight looking nice on the central outpost of e5, potential doubling up on the e5 on the e line for the rooks. I'm liking Hikaru's position. Meanwhile, on the top right corner, Fabi still on the think after that last move, bishop to h6, I believe, and we might be seeing that endgame. Where do you want to jump to next? David, I'm going to let you take the call.
Let's do it. Nakamura against Abasov, top left of our screens there. Let's jump in as Hikaru. He's made a move and he's left the board. But I mean, to my eyes, Peter, it looks very strong. That knight landing on e5, white queen coming out to f3. White's play very actively here. I must admit, though, I'm really impressed by Abasov's rook to a6 maneuver. We missed, well, at least I missed that one. Peter, do you think he's managed to contain most of the damage to the black position?
No. Yes and no, because probably this was the best, and black's position is not falling apart thanks to this lovely a5, rook a6, bishop c7, knight e7 regrouping. On the other hand, it's so artificial. I don't really see black really making next move. Yeah, what's black's next move? And I have to say that b3 is a very interesting move. And look at this, a5, a4, a complete desperation. Because there was also this strategical danger, just to highlight that if, for example, instead of a4, black would have played the move rook e8, rook f8 to e8, a natural looking move, but also f7 pawn is weak, so be careful. But just to highlight that b takes c4, bishop a4 could have come as a tempo also, yeah? So there's even danger from this angle, which white created for himself with the move b3. Of course, there is absolutely no reason to move that bishop from c2. I'm just highlighting, and exactly for this reason, black opted for this a5, a4 move to fix the queen side. Also, some potential a2, a4 moves were hanging in the air. But come on, if black had to play the move a4, then the situation is very bad. Now white can just take b takes a4, b takes a4, rook ab1, for example, activate the last remaining piece, which is not yet participating. That rook eventually can invade to b5, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. The pin on the h4 d8 diagonal is still there. The knight on e7 is kind of stuck. Yeah, normally black would love to get the knight to g6 or something to f5, but the bishop on c2, knight on e5, queen f3. All these pieces are making sure that none of this can ever happen, and I don't see black then untangling here.
I am in full agreement with everything that Peter just said, that despite it looks like Abasov has managed to create some activity on the queen side with that last move, forcing a trade, opening up a potential b file, and maybe even certain ideas of that dark squared bishop David landing on a5, trying to create at least some threats on white's pawns, tying down the queen to f3. But the king side, despite having unpinned himself with the maneuver of the rook lift and the knight moving back, everything's stuck. It's just hard to come up with a move for black. That knight from e7 is not moving to g6. It's not moving to f5. Everything is under control right now. All the key squares are taken. The c3 tender spot is nicely protected by Hikaru's queen. It's kind of hard to come up with moves or plans for Abasov, despite the seeming activity on the queen side. Can you see any ideas for him? Do you see how he can continue this to fight it out?
No, I mean, after hearing Peter's take on this, I suddenly want to resign. I have the urge for black to just give up. I mean, I think, yeah, Peter's completely right. When I first saw it, I was just so impressed by rook a6 because I actually feared there would be a quick knockout. I thought, oh, he's held everything, he's defended. But you're right as well, Tanya. Like, black is just lost for a plan. How to improve? Unclear. I mean, you literally, after a move like rook to b1, which I think should be automatic for Hikaru and will be played. This bishop can't move, like as you were indicating, this rook is stuck, knight stuck, rook stuck, queen stuck. Meanwhile, I'm looking for white. I would love to start with rook b1, but then I might be talking to other pieces. This knight on d2, not playing that much of a role. Maybe it can start to bring itself towards more central squares. Maybe go back to go forward, knight f1, knight e3, or even over to g3. I still don't see the exact next steps, but I mean, just at this level, when one side is stuck for a plan, the other side knows exactly what they're doing. Psychologically, it's so hard to recover. So I think an on-form Hikaru would win this a high percentage of the time, and that probably starts with rook a to b1. It's just about whether Abasov, who's kind of putting together some decent results now, whether he's able to stay strong mentally and find resources to keep staving off the immediate threats. Very one-sided for white right now, but still the breakthrough. That's always the most difficult thing in chess, right? Still, that is a long way away.
All I can say to that is, David, all I can tell chat on that is find yourself a partner who you talk to the way David talks to his pieces on the board. That knight from d2, we might see it rerouting itself to the king side. It feels as if Hikaru Nakamura has got a big edge against Abasov. Will he bounce back again in the tournament? Will he manage to deliver with a win? We've seen combative play in all 4 games so far, and I have a feeling the best for today is yet to come. We're going to go into a break right now, a short pause, grab your snacks, be right back. We'll see you in a few.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
It's round 10 of the FIDE Candidates, and it's entering a critical stage on our screen there. The youngest player, the first timer, the debutant of the candidates at 17, Gukesh, co-leader with Nepo, who he does face right now. Gukesh is feeling the pressure. We've seen the position a little bit, though everything under control, a slight edge for Jan there. And that is the beautiful playing hall in Toronto, the Great Hall. We see Vidit. He looks relaxed about his position, walking around, actions on, and this is the part where things start to get heated up on the board. Some critical decisions to be taken by the players. Clock management is really important. So let's dive in with our bird's eye view and get a quick update on the moves made while we were on a break. And there we see on our top right, H4. And this is the idea that you were suggesting, Peter. Fabi's gone for it. We might be seeing that endgame where Fabi does land up with that pawn to G5. And even though material will be balanced, it will be a queenless middle game, still a lot to play for. Meanwhile, Hikaru is rerouting his knight, an idea that we discussed earlier. That knight from F1 can eventually jump to the center of the board. And things to me are looking more grim for Abbasov. I think the troubles, David, for him have just started.
That's right. Abasov here, he's got plenty of time on the clock, but I'm expecting a big think over the next few moves as he tries to contain Hikaru's plans, Hikaru's oncoming initiative. In the meantime, the other boards do look very balanced to my eyes, although a big decision made just now by Alireza Firouzja. So actually, that might be the board we jump into. Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh, the leaders, they're following the paths we indicated as well. It's very likely we'll see all the minor pieces disappear from the board, just the heavy pieces, the major pieces left, while Pragg against Vidit, likely to end up with opposite color bishops plus heavy pieces. So roughly in the balance, but a long way away. A long way ahead even over there. But Peter, do I have your blessing? Caruana against Firouzja.
Yes, of course, especially after all this transformation of structure, yeah, that we talked about, that White had wonderful initiative. We were wondering what was that Queen A5 move, then suddenly we realized that, okay, yeah, there is some very deep idea behind it. The Queen sacrifice on G5 against long castles, going for Bishop H6. Then, however, we also immediately spotted this idea that White defends the Queen with the pawn on H4, and then this Bishop takes G5, H takes G5 structure is kind of annoying, but sooner or later Black will have to go for it. And I believe that the point of Bishop E6 is that Alireza wants to make sure that he controls the D5 square. So, for example, let's just highlight Bishop takes E6, F takes E6. Yeah, it's like a very natural way of doubling the pawn structure. And all of a sudden, we see that that pawn on E6 is controlling the D5 square. So when Black will capture on G5, after H takes G5, Black will very quietly remove that knight from F6. I don't know exactly where, because even there are some ideas like going knight H7. You know, there is this knight H7 during the other analysis. I was keeping an eye on this game, and I noticed some knight H7, F4, E5, G3, H4 kind of unbalancing things, just to highlight. Yeah, maybe it's wrong, but just to show that F4, E5, G3, H4, for example, yeah, that Black can undermine White structure like this. And you always have to keep in mind, because this G5 pawn can be isolated. Eventually, the knight from C6 can get an eternal square on E5. So watch out for this kind of things.
A big decision by Alireza to play Bishop E6 to voluntarily allow this structural change, which, David, perhaps to many of us just feels as if you're kind of destroying your really nice solid pawn structure. And I also see the eval bar had a big reaction to this. Now, if Alireza gets everything that Peter's just pointed out, it looks like a great idea. But are we missing something here? Does Fabi have a resource?
That's a very good question, Tanya. Thanks for throwing me the difficult one. I've been trying to calculate while Peter was talking there, but I'm struggling to come up with anything concrete. I was wondering about whether the knight jumps in immediately, but I think that can just be very easily eliminated in most positions by a bishop, at the very least for Black. I don't think that's too scary. These positions after bishop takes bishop, unless White has an immediate blow tactical kind of idea there, then, as Peter was saying, strategically, Black is actually very flexible and maybe even turning things in his favor. And what else? Simply the bishop tension. I don't really see bishop d5 giving White a significant advantage that would make the bar go crazy. So remember, for everyone at home, Fabiano doesn't know objectively that he might have a very strong idea right now. Even seeing the bar, I'm struggling to find it. How about either of you, Tanya, Peter? What should Fabiano be doing? Is there something forcing here?
Well, my kind of feeling is that if Black goes unpunished, then Bishop E6 was a fantastic practical decision, yeah, because without the move Bishop E6, just Bishop takes G5, H takes G5, was clear that Black will be suffering. Yeah, it's humanly quite easy to understand. However, after this Bishop takes E6, F takes E6 transformation of structure, things are much more complicated. Suddenly the price of each move becomes much more important. And we do see the evaluation bar not changing, and I assume something like F4 could be an idea. But okay, F4, Bishop take G5, H take G5, and I'm removing that knight somewhere. Even I can jump to G4. No, engine does not agree with this move. Yeah, suddenly Black is better. Exactly. That's kind of the danger that White is also faced with if white advances too far, and we see in this variation that probably that's why computer wants to prefer white pawn only on f3. Yeah, making sure that black will not be able to jump, but f3 is again not a move that scares me at all from the black side.
We saw that after your idea of f4 and f3, it seems like black's fine because you get everything that you want. And then even though visually it's not a great pawn structure for black, you're getting all these ideas with that e6 pawn moving forward to e5, targeting the f4 pawn, or the black knight getting a really nice key square. So it's something at this moment, David, that perhaps Fabi has to find. And you really nicely pointed out, we've got the bar telling us that white has something here. Fabi's got no idea at all. It's a critical moment. I am trying to understand what's going on. Any insights from you? Any crazy ideas that come to your mind that could be the move here?
I mean, Tanya, I have a feeling you've got an idea. It's got to be something forcing, right? It can't be anything slow, strategic, because black's just doing fine. We need to put together, we need the hive mind, all of our three brains. Must be something. Random move suggestion, candidates, tournament, candidate moves. That's what we need. I'm wondering, e5 maybe? Is that a thing?
Oh wow, yeah, e5, knight takes e5, f4, yeah, this would just win the game on the spot.
Oh wow, and bishop takes queen.
Suddenly both are attacked.
Wow. David, take it away.
I mean, until you said it must be here now, Tanya, I mean, I don't think I'd ever find this in a game, but you said it had to be here and now, and the bar, as you said, didn't react after bishop takes bishop. I mean, firstly, bishop takes on e6 is hard to go for because strategically it favors black, as we were saying, but then to see e5, and the question now is, okay, if black has to take back with a pawn, the tower of terror here, the triple D pawns, I think we can see why white might be better here, knight c5 incoming, and oh, okay, the bar drops, of course. That's how difficult it is for any human to play this position, but objectively, at least, maybe white has something even stronger here, and sooner or later, knight c5 will come, and so many weaknesses for black.
Can you actually, David, just make a move queen takes h6? Does computer agree with the queen sacrifice on h6 just to keep our pawn structure, and then we go knight c5?
Nice. We win the pawn back, and obviously we've damaged black's pawn structure massively in the process. Yeah, that's a classy touch, Peter. Queen takes h6, make the black rook bad, keep our pawn structure nice and safe. Prevent black from castling, just in case they ever wanted to do that, which probably they didn't. Tanya, how would you estimate the difficulty of this? We see the bar, but obviously Fabi, big moment for him.
We've got big minds on our broadcast here, and it was so difficult for us to figure this out despite having a little bit of a help from our bar there. So we can just imagine from a human perspective, Fabi has to find e5, and that's not going to be an easy task. But David, he's just so incredibly strong. It will not surprise me if Fabi figures this out. Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, and even by method of, you see all these other lines with the f pawn moving forward, the f3 to f4. You think it doesn't give you anything. It could help him look for these ideas of e5, and it also helps that in these kind of positions, e5 is an idea that you always have to have on your radar. It's a pawn sacrifice. We in fact saw it in Vidit versus Ali Reza in a game where e5 was the killer move. So I don't know what are the chances of Fabi finding this. It would be incredible if he does, but I do believe that he has the strength and the capability to figure this out. And the thing is, once he spots e5, the difficult concept is that f4, e5, knight takes pawn, f4 actually wins a piece at the end. And that's the beauty of this line. Peter, you spotted it. Bishop takes queen, pawn takes bishop, attacking the two knights, and this tactics. This is a big moment for Fabi to seize the advantage. What are the chances? I'm predicting a Fabi find on this. David, what about you?
I think not. Otherwise, he might have already played it. And like you say, Tanya, it's a really typical idea in the Sicilian, but normally when the queens are on and they're both about to be off, I mean, it's a massive blind spot. I know for myself, just seeing kind of these invisible moves, squares that are defended by the opponent, and that's often where the breakthrough is, because you suddenly throw off their coordination somehow. Too many of the black pieces, pawns cover one square, and then they can't all combine anymore. But okay, I'm going to guess, just to be different, Tanya, I'm going to guess he's not going to find it. Peter, deciding vote.
Well, my take is that actually Fabi already sees it. Yeah, I'm following his movement on the camera, the way he looked on the side. He was scratching a little bit his head. Upstairs, he was drinking from his water. Like, look at this, he's shadowing his glasses. There is just somehow too much happening within a very short amount of time. Yeah, normally, if you are just focused on something, you don't move so much. Yeah, I believe that he is kind of calming himself down. He feels like, hang on, I have an idea. I think I can play this and that. And he's not double checking. He's also calming himself down because this is such a great opportunity.
It's a golden shot. If Fabi finds this idea, he seizes a big initiative in the position. Bishop takes bishop, that pawn central push, and I have a feeling he's about to make his move right now. And Peter, everything that you just broke down from Fabi's body language, I'm with you on that. Big moment, guys. Will Fabi be able to find this? 2 versus 1 on this, David. I'm waiting for his move right now. Look at him. He takes a sip of his whatever it is he's drinking, tea or water. He's fidgeting. He's moving around. He leans in. Alireza, meanwhile, gets up and leaves the board. David, are you still sticking with your no Fabi won't find it? Or have you changed your mind?
Oh, no. Now I see the camera. I'm starting to change my mind. I'm also a bit gutted that Firouzja, that Alireza there, he left the board, because I was about to ask, let's study him on the camera. Has he seen it? Maybe him getting away from the board is a signal that, oh, suddenly alarm bells are going off. He's like, oh, damn, my opponent can take and go e5, and my pawn structure's falling apart, my beautiful pawn structure. But we'll never know now, Alireza, at least until the post-mortem of the game. But you're right, Peter. Look at his eyes. He's actually staring at the center of the board. He's definitely calculating something, and there's not actually much to calculate. I mean, we were thinking it's purely strategic. Looks like his eyes are going there towards the center. Yeah, everything's very strategic unless you go for this direct attempt. E5 is the tricky one. Of course, he's looked at bishop takes bishop, but E5. Oh, he's leaning in. You might have been right, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like, yeah, he was also sipping from his water like 3 times in 1 minute. It's not the typical way. It's just the moment when you are calming yourself down. Well, this bishop takes e6, fe6, e5, I have seen right from the beginning, but somehow to my mind, I also completely said like, okay, so what? Nothing is happening after e5. Please, Peter, just try not to make things up. And then suddenly when we notice that, there is this f4 follow-up, then it immediately rings a bell that, of course, this is the way to go. Yeah, and I do believe that Fabi has already spotted it. There is also one other very interesting thing that I do remember that I have been discussing with many other players already in the 90s, like how do you relate to telepathy between the players? Yeah, and the kind of way of when do you get away from the board? Yeah, when you fear that your opponent might take over the thought process that you are having in your mind, fearing something, and then you want to be as far away from the board as possible, not to give any signal to your opponent that he can understand that you are worried of something. And there's also sometimes the scenario when there is a mutual hallucination, yeah, when both players are missing something very simple because simply none of the players believe that there is something in the position. Yeah, so these kind of mind games are very interesting.
Absolutely. And Peter, I am on that party where if I feel I've made a mistake and I spot my mistake on the board, I would get up and leave immediately. I don't want any of that telepathy going on. David, what about you? What is your usual reaction in such situations?
100% agree with both of you. Ideally, if you know you've blundered, you know you've made a mistake, it's hard to keep a poker face. I think you wouldn't be human if you could stay calm. So I try and leave the board, but I mean, he's no, he hasn't seen it.
Wow.
Bishop to e2.
Wow.
Reading move. That's a surprise. That's a shocker, David.
Yeah. I mean, we were wrong. He hadn't spotted it, Fabiano. Otherwise, he would have gone for it and he would have had a decisive advantage potentially this early in the game. Wow. Firouzja, we'll find out a lot now from his expression. He seems calm. Maybe he hadn't seen it either. I think it might have been one of those cases, mutual blindness. Peter, as you said, if Firouzja had seen it and reacted, Fabiano would have seen it instantly. But that telepathy, that kind of psychic bond between them, it didn't exist right there, at least. And maybe they both missed this E5 blow.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, we also missed it. To be fair, yeah, it wasn't clear. The bar was screaming that there is something happening, and we were still not able to really understand why. It's one of those blind spots. Yeah, it's if of course someone tells Fabi that this is a very special moment, yeah, then he will find it in 30 seconds max. Yeah, maybe even faster. But nobody tells you this. Over the board, you might get the feeling that, wow, Alireza played a very strong move with bishop e6. He's trying to get that f takes e6 structure. No, I don't want to go for it. I don't want to give him the structure he wants. And maybe I can just believe that with bishop e2, maybe I'm not really better, but I'm keeping my structure and I might be able to put some pressure. Yeah, because I do believe that the worst things have passed for black. Now it's not only because of the evil bar. Yeah, I do have the feeling that white should be tiny bit better, but I wouldn't be scared with black here.
And the reason that I was surprised with this retreating move, because yes, bishop takes bishop was the option that we were looking at, and it had this big opportunity for Fabi to get an advantage had he spotted the tactical blow with e5, which he didn't. But we were looking at these other ideas of a piece jumping to the central square of d5, or at least a trade and then think of something. The move bishop to e2. David, what is going on in Fabi's mind? How does that help the cause in white's position here?
Yeah, I think the easy answer would be it doesn't help that much. It's just a way to keep the tension. The bishop on e2, I guess, will cover the g4 square, just in case you ever want to take a black knight that lands on this square. I'm not sure you will. You just get out the way, essentially. And now d5 is still a launching pad for a piece a bit later, because, as Peter really eloquently put earlier, a black pawn on e6 would control the whole center. There's no chance you ever land a knight in the middle. But with it just being a bishop, there's still a chance you get knight d5. Just to put a few moves on the board as well. If black were to get hasty, maybe you have a more productive move here. You don't need to rush due to this pin. But if you get hasty and take, then say the black knight very passively retreats, white might get a very nice pawn structure with f4. And I'm not sure how the bishop helps, but you control everything. You've got everything under control. Maybe knight to d5 later. Maybe you slowly build up bishop f3, rook to e1, and it's hard to know what black should be aiming for. So structurally, I quite approve of Fabiano's decision, but obviously once we've seen it, we can't unsee it. It's kind of good for Fabi that he doesn't see the bar, he doesn't know these things, because he'll still think that it's just a position. Momentum maybe on white side still, if he gets that pawn structure after taking on g5 with f4. But it's a bit of a waiting game. You don't want to rush with f4, because then the black knight gets the g4 outpost. So just very tricky position still. As Peter said, instinct-wise, I still prefer white, but I'm not sure why. There's no concrete reason anymore. It's going to be a long game that's guaranteed now.
At this level, the opportunities come far and few, and we'll find out in time if this was the only chance that Fabi had to get an advantage. He does keep the tension on the board. We will check in on this board, but let's zoom out because there's one thing that's got my attention right now, and it is our big matchup with Jan. Playing white against Gukesh, and we've got that board on our bottom left of the screen. I saw the rook lift. Jan has put it on g3, and that last move by Gukesh, sidestepping the king, I believe from g8 to h8. Any ideas of queen takes pawn taken care of? And maybe this is the moment to do a little bit of an action replay, David, from where we left it last, and then we can dive into threats like c4 that exist in the position.
Your wish is my command. Tanya here, and let's go back to the moment we last left it. We were doing a bit of a deep dive after white castled his king, Jan tucking his king on the king side, bishop to e6, very much expected. We were thinking that both the bishop and the knight trade were imminent, but okay, both sides keeping the tension. Interesting here, I've got to say, Gukesh's self-control is impressive. I would have rushed, especially now, to just trade off everything as quickly as possible, just to not calculate at all. But pawn to c5, a super ambitious move, and rook to g3. Yeah, there's a threat, obviously, of a nice fork here. Rook to g3, the tempo gainer. As mentioned, queen takes h6 is a big threat due to the pin. King h8, and this is the position we're left with. c4 is the biggest factor in this position. Does white have to take out a tempo now and play a move like pawn to c3, when black would happily trade everything off instantly? Both the bishop and knight sets would disappear. Or does white have something else? How else to continue the attack? It is pawn to c3, but surely now black is totally fine after a capture, and I don't see any white attack, I've got to admit. Peter?
Yes, I perfectly agree with you. Yeah, I just don't really understand this maneuver because it was quite essential for white to make sure that he will be able to recapture with the rook on d5. Yeah, that was the whole point. Yeah, now let's just put it on the board. Knight takes b3, a takes b3, bishop takes d5, e d5, just to highlight the structure. Takes, and here I also perfectly agree with you. With the e file opened, yeah, clearly we have to take care of our f7 pawn. We might play queen d7, for example, and rook e5 is a big threat. Yes, so be careful. After rook e5, black can even try to play for advantage. Yes, so white can clearly shut the game down with rook e3, but then black has absolutely no problems.
Very strange developments which seem to favor Gukesh right now. He is now thinking, and it just feels he gets that position with the heavy major pieces on the board on his terms in favorable circumstances for black here. When we compared it last to all these trades, David, Gukesh's pawn was still on c7. And if that pawn was on c7, even picking up the d5 trade with that e4 pawn would have given Jan chances. But this is the best case scenario for Gukesh to get rid of all the minor pieces. He controls the e file. There's no weakness on c7. The rook on g3 felt like a cheapo trick, right? You set it up. It might work in blitz and bullet, but the rook, is that really where it belongs? And to me, it feels like the answer is no. You want it either on the e file or where it initially was on the d file. So a bit of a strange decision here by Jan. Gukesh, as he thinks, let's zone out. It feels that he's got things under control. Let's just get our bird's eye view up because there are big developments happening all across our 4 matches. And take a look at this, David, the top left of our screen. It's fire on the board, and it feels as if Abbasov's the one who's getting the burns.
Wow, Hikaru, he's going straight for the kill. We thought he'd maneuver around for a long time, just slowly improve his pieces, and then potentially go for a breakthrough. But knight back to g4. Before Peter beats me to it, I'm going to do an action replay. I'm just going to go back a few moves because it was here we left it after knight back to f1. As we said, the knight is coming forward, not sure which direction, but it's stepping back to improve itself. a3. I guess that pawn was vulnerable anyway, freeing up the black rook from defending it. Rook to b1 and rook e6. Now, rather than continue maneuvering, bang, knight g4. And like you said, this is scary for black. Suddenly this diagonal, I mean, the floodgates might open once the black knight on f6 is removed, black's best defender. Suddenly I'm looking at checkmating ideas if a white queen ever lands on the diagonal with its bishop. I mean, concretely, I guess the first thing I would be looking at is knight takes knight. But now white's knight as well has a straight path into squares like f5, d5 is going to be super weak. I just can't see black covering everything. Peter, how does Abbasov even try to defend this position?
I think that the evil bar is not showing the real story, yeah, because humanly speaking, this looks horrible for black. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 3 moves we would be seeing the evil bar jumping like almost decisive advantage for white, unless black has some stunning resource here. Yeah? Now the big question is, what could be this stunning resource? Is something like knight e4, a pawn sacrifice, a possibility to try to change the character of the game? I'm not yet seeing how it works because of the pin, but because knight take g4, a4 looks so horrible, at least I want to look at all the candidate moves.
Let's do it. I think that's a great point because it just feels like slow suffering if you trade on g4, allowing white to capture with that h-pawn, the ideas that you highlighted, controlling the light squares, also potential g5 push at the right time. It again feels as if it will be Hikaru who will just keep playing this position and a tough one to hold. And very often for these top players, David, and I know including yourself, you always try to change the dynamics in these situations. Even if it's not objectively the best move, you want to try to create a little bit of chaos. And knight e4 might be just the chaos that is going on in Abbasov's mind right now.
Yeah, I like it, I must admit. Peter's knight e4. That's the move I would like to play. Often over the board, I see these types of things and I'm like, oh, I want to play it, but it gives up a pawn, and then I'm not brave enough. But yeah, luckily we're analyzing, we're commentating, so knight e4. Just to show the idea, at least now you have squares. I'm not exactly sure here. As Peter mentioned, you would love to kind of take and then go f5 with a fork, or bishop f5 with a skewer, but some calculation is needed. Or can I play bishop f5? Am I blundering something?
Then queen takes f5. You can take queen f5, yeah, simply.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're right. And very minimum, white emerges with an extra pawn, maybe knight e3 and going after this straggler as well. So not quite working for black. But in this position, I need the hive mind again. I need contributions, what to play for black. How to kill this devastating pin. I would love to play like a move like f6, but a bit weak.
Exactly, yeah, but it's probably does not really help. Yeah, you will just jump with the knight to e3 and cover the d5 square, and the problems remain. I just wanted to highlight, yeah, that sometimes there are such pawn sacrifices, but the position is, it's not a happy sacrifice. It's out of desperation.
Tough spot for Nejat Abbasov. A lot of pressure on the board. As you said, Peter, it is a difficult decision. He might have to take some desperate calls in this one, and we will keep an eye and check in with him. Thrilling battles all across. And we're also very thrilled to support fellow game changer Chess Up. Chess.com with their partnership with the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sense pieces, Chess Up 2 supports beginning players, player training, casual games between friends and family. It is for all levels. For a limited time, you can save $100 when you pre-order your Chess Up 2 board. Head on to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next. And while you do that, chat, we're going to go into a quick break as the action is heating up all around on our 4 boards in round 10 of the candidates. We'll be back in just a few.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Now we've got all the action on in Toronto, and the good news, it's all on the chessboard. It looks pretty peaceful. There has been no storming in by the police there, so all the drama's behind us, and we're fully focused on the fights that are ahead of us. So much on the line for the players. Hikaru Nakamura in driver's seat against Nijat Abbasov with a difficult decision ahead of him. Would he trade the knights, or would he have jumped to try to create some chaos? Hikaru looking completely calm, looking confident. Abbasov head in hands. And I believe, David, we do have a decision from Abbasov.
We do, and it was a knight trade. One that we were warning against actually just before that last break. We thought here white had too much pressure, firstly along this diagonal with the black knight still pinned. Also now white totally controlling the b1 to h7 diagonal. Watch out for knight jumps. The d5 pawn is so tender, the base of the pawn chain. Knight and f5 will thrive, as they say, and the f5 square a launching pad potentially as well. But yeah, it's just hard to know exactly what to aim for here as black. I would, again, love to play a move like f6 just to block out this white bishop, but too many light squared holes. Maybe it's time to move the queen out of the way. I'm not sure exactly where. Maybe d7, d6 somewhere. But Peter, it looks grim for black. Even if he defends well, he's going to be suffering long term.
Yeah, I don't really see any ways of a human player really surviving this against a strong player. Yeah, and the reason why I'm highlighting this is that humanly, yeah, you just feel that you are uncomfortable, yeah, and if you feel uncomfortable, it's so difficult to find good moves. Yeah, we understand perfectly what white is gonna do. Hikaru knows exactly what he's gonna do, and Abbasov is there sitting, looking at all the options. But somehow my feeling is that it's already way too late. Yeah, ever since he moved that pawn to b5, and we just saw it that white can get this rook e1 95 construction. The whole picture that happened in the game could have been envisioned instantly that this is exactly what's going to happen. And yes, Abbasov should be credited finding this great a5 rook a6 idea, limiting the damage, but the problems are not solved.
And the damage perhaps started a little before that, with that B pawn moving forward and just not being in time for black to create counterplay against the activity that we saw by Hikaru in the center. This is our live board currently. I also want to point out that apart from the position looking really nice and beautiful, these ideas of the knight jumping forward from either the E3 square, also the move that you pointed out, David, which might stop the knight jumping forward with Queen D6, threats on H2 can always be combated by Hikaru's bishop from H4 at the right time, going to G3 to trade off the bishops. The point I want to make is that A3 pawn, which visually looks extremely strong for black, can actually be a big long-term weakness. An attack on that by white, it would be extremely difficult for Abasov to save that pawn. So Hikaru can actually combine all these different ideas. Would you agree, David, that perhaps that's also something that needs to be taken care of by black?
Definitely. I think you're right, Tanya. Actually, kind of aesthetically, visually, as you mentioned, black's pawn structure is actually decent. White's A2 pawn in some positions might be considered a weakness. The C3 pawn was something you highlighted earlier. But ultimately, it's very hard to imagine black ever getting at white's pawns. And often, while you're fighting off the initiative on one side of the board here, black's going to be struggling to control the king side for a long time. As you mentioned, often the best strategy for the opponent is to switch focus, just to kind of remind black that this pawn might be weak on A3, to remind black that D5 has to be a weakness that ties down all of his pieces. So yeah, we're kind of talking in general terms here. We'll see the moves, I think, very concretely soon, depending on what Abasov does here. But yeah, just easy kind of options for Hikaru, knight E3 into F5. Like you said, bishop G3 might come. Actually, this would be a good bishop to trade off. Black's best minor piece by far is the dark squared bishop. And yeah, watch out for moves like rook b5 later, maybe quite significantly later into the game to attack this pawn. And you never know, the A3 pawn might drop off as well. So all of these small things combined might add up to a bit more pain for Abasov. But we shouldn't be too fatalistic right now. He's still in the game. He's still got a bunch of time on his clock. And we've seen him escape from worse. He's really impressed me the last few days, I've got to mention. Abasov, his tenacity seems to be growing. He's kind of never got his head down once. He's still fighting like a lion.
We saw the fight that he put up against Fabiano Caruana in round 9. A little bit of trouble from the opening, but kept it solid, kept it under control. He does find these sneaky ideas to restore the balance. It's going to be an uphill task for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster, but far from over for Hikaru. Quite the position, and I'm sure he's really pleased with the way things are going so far. We will check in with this in a moment, but let's zoom out. Let's take a look at all the other action that is unraveling on our other boards. And I do see our marquee matchup, Gukesh versus Nepo, very level. Gukesh manages to trade off the minor pieces. And I believe that this should be fine for black with no weaknesses on the c file. That rook on g3 not really doing anything. No big attack. Yes, a6 is potentially a tender spot, but should be easy to defend. Meanwhile, Alireza, he's thinking. We did have a few moves though. The king sidestepped, the knight goes in the center. Still a complicated battle. Again, Peter, throwing the ball to you. Where do you want to check in with? Where should we go next?
Oh, good question. At the moment, I feel like everything slowed down a bit. Yeah, so there are no breaking news. Let's check out the Fabiano against Alireza game, because small things happened. However, sometimes in such positions, these small little details actually do have a lot of meaning. Yeah, and the idea by black of trying to play this king f8 is trying to get the king to g7. Yeah, so Alireza is maybe even trying to not capture on g5 unless white loses a tempo. Yeah, and after king g7, he would be freeing his rook from h8 to be able to bring it to d8 or to c8. It's kind of a very creative idea. I love the way how Fabiano reacted with knight b3 to d4, because that knight has nothing to do on b3. The knight is activated. It asks some questions, and if, for example, black makes the most natural move, knight takes d4, then suddenly white captures with the rook from d1 to d4. Some rook gd1 and also some rook d4, b4 ideas, targeting that b7 pawn and putting some pressure in long terms is kind of an idea that white can have in mind.
Really nice slow play there by Fabi, just improving his pieces. David, for me, it's so interesting to see this face off between the bishop and the queen. No one's blinking here. Neither is Fabi capturing the bishop, neither is Alireza capturing the queen. What's going on? It just feels like too much tension for me to handle.
I agree, Tanya. I think I would have been blinking first. I would have been making a decision, especially if I were white, probably at some point deciding to just take the bishop, just get out of here. Because as you always have to calculate what happens if you kind of have to slightly change the pawn structure by taking back with the pawn. But ultimately, a tempo is a tempo, and the top players, they love saving moves. Basically, getting a move for free is always the dream in any opening, any middle game. I'm also wondering, just out of curiosity, if, for example, Alireza, if we jump in, plays a move like King G7, Knight takes E6, whether now he might see the move like E5. And same idea, basically. Knight takes E5 wouldn't work due to F4 and exactly what we saw earlier. But of course, not as effective for white if black decides to take with the pawn. And yeah, you would at least triple the opponent's pawns. Lightning normally doesn't strike twice, but this would give white another opportunity. So holding off on taking this knight on D4 does seem a bit risky. Also, variations like that, you could make an argument for white kind of throwing in moves like bishop c4, although I'm not sure this is the end of the world for black. So it's a big decision right now, yet again, for Alireza. And Peter, do you think he's going to blink? Is he going to trade off? Is he going to trade off, finally regain material balance with the by taking the queen? Key moments ahead.
Yes, it's a psychological game, yeah? It's obviously, as you highlighted, the elite players, the top players, they never want to give the slightest things for their opponents, yeah? They are maximalists, yeah? They want to get everything out of the position that is possible. Now, the big question, however, that does Alireza and also Fabi spots the idea that actually knight takes e6, e5 is a very serious kind of threat? Because if yes, then probably the move knight takes d4, and then, okay, white gets a small little initiative, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. Black seems to be solid enough to handle the situation, even if white will be somewhat better. But the reason why I find it difficult to talk about this is that there is quite some development in Jan's game against Gukesh. Quite a lot of moves had been blitzed out. We have a change of pawn structure. Maybe we should first get an update there, and then we can after talk about all the finesses here.
Let's do it, Peter. We are going to jump into the matchup, the clash between the two leaders. And as you pointed out, a lot of moves have been made. The rook has come back to the d file, an offer of the queen trades. David, to me, it still looks extremely balanced. Even if we were to trade the queens off for black, it feels like you've got enough putting pressure on that d5 pawn, the rook on e5 really nicely placed. Yes, I've got that passive rook on a8 defending a6, but how does white put more pressure than that? What would be your decision if you were playing black? Would you keep the queens on the board or would you trade?
Personally, I'd probably take the queens off and try to scuttle towards a draw because I'd be afraid of Jan, and a black draw against Jan Nepomucci is a great result. But I think actually looking at it from the other side, Gukesh might be getting ambitious. As Peter mentioned earlier, black is the only one to control an open file. And I mean, if you can ever land a rook into e2 kind of nicely, you might start getting a bit excited. I'm wondering whether you even keep the queens on. First, maybe we do a backtrack because I want to understand whether queen to e7 would repeat anything. And as Peter mentioned, a lot of action. We actually predicted up to this point with the minor pieces disappearing. Queen to d7, we left it here saying black is totally fine. Rook to e5 coming, open file. Pawn structure, probably both sides with something to be desired. But b4 takes a recapture with the queen. And queen to d4, this pin, setting up a kind of indirect attack against the g7 pawn. So f4, a big threat, threatening to win a rook. Checkmate. Queen a7 now. And okay, rook to e2 played by Gukesh. Yeah, I was thinking about queen e7 maybe to keep the queens on. That wouldn't have been a repetition of the position, but rook e2 does force white to decide now how to defend this pawn. Peter, I think I would take black. It feels like white is the one who has to be slightly accurate now to guide this game towards safety.
Yes, but on the other hand, I think if white is not ambitious, yeah, and I think that Jan is not ambitious at all at this point, shutting down the game is probably the main aim. Then queen takes a7, rook a7, b4 looks like a nice way of fixing the pawn on a6. Yes, white will also have that terrible weakness on c3, but somehow it feels like these two weaknesses equalize each other. White will play king f1. I also love the fact that eventually, if you are from the black side trying to go rook c2, eventually playing rook e7 and rook e2, trying to be active, hitting the f2 pawn, then white will always have the rook f3 resource defending the f2 pawn. Yeah, that's kind of very important. One thing I would like to highlight, however, there is one mating construction. Yeah, so if just a helping mate is always possible. So white plays, okay, black plays a move like g6. Yeah, let's make the move g6, getting ready to play king g7. White plays king f1. Black plays rook c2. And here from white side, I would also love to play a move like g3, because if black plays the move rook e7 next, without g3, let's just push, for example, h4 instead, rook e7, and after rook takes a6, suddenly there is rook c1 checkmate. Be careful. Yeah, so there are all kinds of these small little nuances. That's why I want to have that pawn on g3, and against rook e2, I will always have rook f3, and otherwise, I just want to look at my opponent. You attack my pawn, I attack yours. None of us can make any progress. It's probably just a draw. This is a nice defense that ever black goes for gambling mode, white can handle this effectively.
Might be the moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi to take the pragmatic decision of shutting down the play with the line that you're pointing out. Trades of the queen, fix the pawns on the queen side. Your one rook is defensive, your other rook is attacking, and it's the same narrative for Gukesh's heavy pieces in that endgame. And I think we were discussing that a while ago, that while it felt like Jan got something out of the opening, the most likely outcome once the pieces are traded off, and especially in the way they happen, in the moment that they happen, for Gukesh to hold this one should not be a very difficult task ahead of him. And perhaps for both players, given the tournament situation, a result to not be too displeased about. Jan thinking for his options. Peter, perhaps you've done a little deep dive into this. We are expecting this to go into the rook pawn ending. Let's zoom out one more time and take it to where the other action is at and bring up our bird's eye view. Top right, the tension continues. And yes, chat, Fabi has an extra queen on the board currently, but that's only temporary. That queen on g5 remains pinned for about the last million moves. At some point, it will be captured. It still continues to be quite an interesting fight and a queenless middle game, as we like to call it. Hikaru in full control. He has gone for the idea on our top left screen, getting rid of that black's active bishop. The key defender also for a potential a3 pawn that might come under attack. Bishop g3 so many times in chess, David. It's about figuring out which pieces you want to keep on the board, which ones you want to trade that get you the advantage.
That's right. And one expert in that regard is Hikaru. But I'm going to take us to this game, the All-Indian Battle, instead, because I want to learn from Peter, I want to learn from you, Tanya, and I don't know who's better, simply. The computer will always say 0.0. It is opposite color bishops. But talking of pieces to trade, I mean, I don't think any trades are going to happen for the next, well, foreseeable future at least. And opposite side castling, do we see either side turning this one in their favor? We'll go to the Hikaru game later, I promise, but for now, I've also had very many bad experiences on the black side of this because black simply struggles to get this bishop kind of out of staring against this granite wall of pawns. So yeah, I remember losing games to Luke McShane, Michael Adams in this exact pawn structure, this piece configuration. So I need I need some tips. What should white be aiming for here, and what should black be looking to do?
Well, I think that the big question is from white angle, that does white want to trade queens with queen f5? Yeah, for example, queen f5, queen takes f5, rook takes f5. Clearly, white would love to cement the pawn structure somehow with g4, h3, get the king to g3, and then slowly start massaging. But the problem is that I see that the position is much more direct. Yeah, for example, after queen f5, queen takes f5, rook takes f5, there is a direct question. Like, can black play the weakening move g6 with the idea to push f6, f5 as quickly as possible? It's a very committal decision, yeah, so one really has to be super careful about something like this. And I see the evaluation bar does not like it at all. I just wanted to highlight. If not for this, then black after queen f5, rook f5 has to stay passive. Yeah, that's kind of one small step in the right direction for white. However, after g4, there is still this bishop c8 resource, yeah, that after rook f4, g5 wins then the g4 pawn. So it might not be easy for white to get the grip. Black might anyway even play the move bishop c8 and then get the bishop to e6. Cemento, very drawish position. And a different concept. If, for example, white is not trading the queens, yeah, white is trying to play, for example, activate the bishop like bishop e3 to f4. What
We
did
do have a
Pragg do?
move. I think he's gone for your idea. I saw a big hand movement, queen to f5, Peter, on the board.
Yes, I really believe that this is the professional move because I don't think that white can attack black's king. By the way, I was suggesting that if, for example, white wanted to play bishop f4, yeah, just to activate the bishop instead of queen f5, then I love the way like black can play bishop b7 to c6 and then king b8 to b7, just making sure that we are setting up defenses on the light squares, then rook d7 or rook f7. Black is just rock solid, yeah, nothing can happen to black. I believe queen f5 is the only kind of practical test. And I do believe that Vidit will pass it without much problems, but I would have also definitely chose queen f5.
So more venom than actually appears at first, offering a queen trade, eyeing that 8-7 pawn, so forcing Vidit to take a decision. Does he want to trade queens, go into that endgame? How does he free up his pieces after that? Will he try to break with f5? Or can Vidit actually try and find a way to keep the queens on the board? We know opposite color bishop complex means it's so much to do with king safety as well. How much of a threat is it really to grab that 8-7 pawn and allow black to potentially take control of the H file? One idea that comes to my mind, to not go into the endgame that Peter was looking at, David, what if we were to sidestep with the queen? I'm struggling a little bit to find a good square. And I see you're moving it towards d6 and spotting that. I do like that square because that also means that queen takes pawn can now immediately be met by the same idea, rook h8. Watch out, h2 under fire.
Yeah, I like it, Tanya. I initially kind of assumed that black had to trade off queens, but it is possible to dodge sidestep. If h7 isn't edible right now, then yeah, white would love to play a move like bishop f4, but now black would have time for a check potentially, and maybe now time to save this pawn. If black now gets the time to kind of step in, black could start getting a bit excited. Peter, I've got to ask, actually, Tanya, I'll start with you. To trade or not to trade? Let's have a vote. What would you do?
I always love more action. What I know with it, I'm going to predict a non-trade in this position. I think he might not like or might not enjoy the consequences of, unless he finds a clear way to get an f5 break in, a good f5 break in to open up that light squared bishop in the endgame. I feel he might be even looking at a more dynamic approach by keeping the queens on the board. I like the idea that we were just coming at queen to d6, bishop f4. We might even see a repetition. I don't know what are the chances of that, but a queen check. The bishop falls back, the queen falls back. It's an interesting decision, but I feel Pragg would be happy to see the queen trade. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, asking another question to Vidit. The slight advantage of a worse pawn structure for black currently. Also, interestingly, both sides have placed their pawns on the color of their opponent's bishops. Vidit with pawns on the dark squares, Pragg with pawns on the light squares, limiting activity of your opponent's opposite color bishop. So really instructive play so far. I'm hoping for queen d6. What about you, David?
I'm hoping for queen d6, but I would probably, again, because I'm slightly cowardly and biased towards endgames, I would probably take the queens off. Peter, settle the tie again.
Well, now that I know that queen d6 is possible, I feel like I might also want to keep queens, because queen takes f5, rook f5, the chances of eventually white being able to make a massage, yeah, this is the maybe just some h3, king h2, slowly preparing g4, king g3. There's something to play with without any risk from white's perspective, while after queen d6 there is always the potential danger. There is the risk that suddenly that bishop from b7 comes to life. I already highlighted that I want to continue with bishop c6, king b7, just improve the black's king's position like that. So if queen d6 is possible, and it's on the board.
Good call. And Vidit, you know him best, Tanya. You're happy to see that one. A very wise decision.
I'm just happy to see a big fight on the board between these two players. I did have a feeling that Pragg would be happy to go into the end games for exactly the points that Peter and you discussed earlier. Vidit, he doesn't want to be super passive. He doesn't want to just find a way out in those positions. So he keeps some chances. He keeps the game going. Ideas of 8-6, as you pointed out, with a further advance on the king side, or maybe a potential opening up of the H line, which right now would be a bad idea for Pragg. Taking on 8-7, once again, let's remind everyone, is not possible. Rook h8 would be bad news. As you're playing that out, queen h2 incoming, big disaster. David, as Vidit takes his decision to keep queens on the board, the fight continues. Before we move on to the next one, I'm just going to ask you one question. What are the chances, now that we're doing predictions all the time, what are the chances of this just ending in a repetition with bishop f4, queen d4, bishop e3, queen d6?
Just judging by how fighting these two players have been, kind of how aggressively they've played, ambitiously they've played, I'm going to say 5% chance. I think the game's going to continue, for better or worse. How about you, Peter?
Yes, I also have the same feeling, pardon me, that it's simply not in the position yet. Yeah, for example, Pragg from the white side is still hoping to create some problems. Yeah, he doesn't want to this game to end so quickly. Let's take a look at the body language of the players. What do we read from that? Okay. Well, I don't think that we can read too much. Yeah, that's at least I can't really read.
Pragg for now looks completely focused, trying to find a way to keep the game going. David giving it a 5% chance at a repetition on the spot with the yo-yo between the queen and the bishop. I'm going to put it slightly higher. I think it might happen right now, and we will find out. But as the players think whether they keep the game going or not, let's head back to our marquee matchup. Jan Nepo. Now it is a rook pawn endgame. The pieces have been traded off. Most likely to end in a draw right now. We've got the live position. David, any chance to fight here?
No. I wish there was. I want to be optimistic, but this game is about to fizzle out. Essentially, symmetrical pawn structure on the king side, symmetrical king positions. Neither king can play a part. They're both too far away right now. The two remaining pawns on the queen side are going to get traded off. Black's b pawn will now disappear. There we go, off the board. And white's pawn disappears. Gukesh actually looked at Jan there, just waiting for the handshake now.
Clinical execution there with the pawns traded off. 3 pawns each on the king side, asymmetrical, and we can see eye contact. And with that, with them, they have to reach the 40 move mark though before the draw offer is made and accepted. And it felt like there was a bit of confusion there, but the players did get it right. And it is move 40 with g6. Jan Nepo, Gukesh have got reasons to be pleased with this outcome. They keep themselves, at least for now, on the top of the leaderboard. A lot depends who will join them, but a balanced game ending peacefully. Peter, no reason to complain for either of these two players.
Well, not exactly. I think that Jan, after being quite under defensive with the black pieces, he was hoping to be able to extract more out of his white piece, because Gukesh made a very easy draw. And I did like the way how David put it, that this is some kind of a big test from Gukesh, that will he pass it to eliminate all the dangers without any problems. Well, he has passed the test perfectly. Yeah, so eliminated a very dangerous game with the black pieces against Jan Nepo. A big step forward. He should be very pleased.
David, a big obstacle overcome by Gukesh with the black pieces, as you're pointing out, playing against somebody who's known to be such a dangerous opposition. And it really felt like, yes, slightly worse, but Gukesh never let it get out of hand, and given one opportunity, neutralized all of Jan's advantage.
Exactly. I think it went extremely well for Gukesh today. It went according to plan when he played this knight e7 surprise in the opening. I don't think he could have hoped that he would get such a solid position, such a solid game. Gukesh, really impressive for the youngster, and neck and neck with him and Jan now. It's a race to the finish, the finishing sprint of 4 rounds remaining. But yeah, he just keeps on doing it. The teenager, it could have been even more if he hadn't lost that game against Ferozia, of course. But yeah, for Jan, in the meantime, it felt like he just wanted to be solid. He was surprised. He didn't get much out the opening. He tried 1 or 2 tricks, but a draw, a very, very fair result. And we're left with 3 games. Hikaru Nakamura. Hard to read too much into his body language, as opposed to some others. He's always entertaining us, always surprising us there. But does he still have a big advantage? What's he thinking about? Maybe Tanya, that A3 pawn. Have you seen into the future? It might drop off the board.
And I see what you mean, a rerouting of the bishop from one side of the board to the center to attack the pawn on the other side of the board. And really interesting what you say about Hikaru's body language, because he's undoubtedly one of the most expressive players in elite chess. But it's hard to tell what's going on because sometimes it can be so confusing, and you can't, at least that's what I hear, you can't always rely on Hikaru's expression to give away what's going on the board, Peter.
Well, I think that I know what's on his mind. Yeah, I think it's quite easy because the position calls for it. Where is the final knockout blow? And this is how we feel. Yeah, whenever we have the strategical upper hand and we feel like we are step by step beautifully building up our position, and the position is finally asking for this final breakthrough. I think this is exactly what Hikaru is pondering, and he is getting kind of irritated a bit that why am I not finding it, and I think he's gonna find, because it's no way that black can really survive. However, look at that queen on e8. That queen on e8 is defending the b5 square. Yeah, so rook b1 b5, one of the ideas that we highlighted earlier, is now impossible due to black's artificial queen on e8. There is this idea that you guys already mentioned, like bishop gc to d6, hopping into black's position, creating this big pin against the rook on f8, and of course the pawn on a3 is kind of hanging. Now the big question is, can black then counter it with some queen d7 and then trying to go after the g4 pawn? Clearly from white angle, you only want to go for such complications if you know exactly that they work out in your favor. Otherwise it's not in white's interest to create mess out of this nice position.
And David,
Tanya,
perhaps, yes, go on, David.
No, I think we're in sync. I was going to ask your opinion. I didn't see this was legal until Peter was talking, but rook b8 might be a thing.
You read my mind, because when we started the position, bishop d6 is the first thing that comes to mind, but also for Abasov, it's exactly the chaos he's looking for with queen d7, pick up that g4 pawn, give that a3 pawn, activate the position. But this option that you're pointing out, rook to b8, I really like it, because it also sets up a bit of a trap. And where is that queen going? Now queen d7 runs into a big tactic out of nowhere. David, bishop h7, would that win an exchange?
It would. It would win some material. Deflection tactic. Check. Forcing the king away. Now you win the black rook. I'm not sure if this is the end of the story. Probably it is. I was just wondering whether the black rook or the white rook ever gets trapped behind enemy lines, but I'm assuming white can keep that piece in play. There's going to be tactics lining up. The bishop comes in, maybe checkmating attacks against the black king. But I mean, the judgment call for me, rook to b8, I'm not sure I'd even play it, even if I saw it, because suddenly, Peter, queen takes b8. Is this a resource for black?
Oh, wow.
Yes, exactly. The only move that worries me, yeah, because queen b8, bishop b8, rook b8, and then suddenly rook b2 counterplay. And we did talk about the a3 pawn being weak, but suddenly there's this transformation when all of a sudden the pawn on a2 can be vulnerable. Of course, we know exactly that computers are very strong with queens, so I wouldn't be ruling out that somehow white can enter with queen f4, queen d6 just in time, move pair move, but it's because the good news is that always queen back rank mate is possible. Yeah, that king on g8 is getting checkmated in some of the lines. For example, just to highlight, queen f4, rook b2, then white can play something like knight e3, and if black captures with the bishop on c3, you want to take immediately. Yeah, you can also take, No, I just wanted to highlight that bishop takes c3, suddenly queen d6, and then queen d8 checkmate can appear on the board. Yeah, danger like this. And against rook takes a2, I was assuming that something will happen. I didn't really believe that black can hold on. Queen b8 check, then something to f5. At least it looks very scary.
Oof, I
But
keep blundering.
look, exactly, because rook b2 tempo is coming, and then a2, and I think rook b2, a2, and rook b1 check, a1 queen. Who knows what's going on?
What a crazy position.
But then queen
ideas.
b8.
Queen b8
Exactly.
is still
Wow.
made.
Yeah, crazy.
Probably black takes here first, and then yeah, makes a new queen and wins the game. But of course, this isn't forced. But this is the type of thing that's going on in Hikaru's mind, right? I mean, this is why he's hesitating. Otherwise, he would have played it by now. Rook b8. Big moment.
What an amazing line. And fully agree with you that this is exactly what Hikaru is thinking about. Because the first thing that comes to mind is that after rook b8, if you can't move the queen anywhere, it's just lost for black. And Hikaru would have blitzed this move out if this queen sacrifice did not exist. And maybe again, just like in the previous line, where we were looking at bishop d6, queen d7 ideas, this kind of a chaos is exactly what Abasov is looking for, to sacrifice the queen, to try to create play with his own A passer, to penetrate with the rook. And now this requires some precise calculation on Hikaru's and I want to ask you, because very often, David, in these kind of positions, we want to keep things under control. We know we have a big advantage, and what we really want to do is not give our opponent counterplay. And that can actually take us away from what objectively might be the best line. We saw the evaluation bar say that rook b8 seems to work to perfection, but from a human evaluation, a human element, it's a much more difficult decision to take. So if Hikaru wants to keep things under control here, are there alternative ways? And is that something that can affect his decision at this moment?
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it, Tanya. First, he's got to look for options. If not rook b8, then what else? The other moves we were mentioning, bishop d6, very tempting. Might be just be countered by queen to d7. Yes, it's the a pawn, but black restores the material balance. Game on. You can't really move the knight, or maybe you can, but you always have to worry about this pawn dropping off. Maybe rook b7 would be the alternative that I would be considering here. But ultimately, if he sees nothing forcing, nothing direct, then he might start getting worried, and he might force himself to kind of rely on rook b8. I think the best way to look at it, if you're a kind of aspiring chess player, is look at the forcing moves first. He's going to be calculating rook b8. I mean, maybe he has been for the last 12 minutes, where he's been thinking, if he doesn't come to a conclusion, he would like a backup plan. But if there's no backup plan, he's got to go for it anyway. Actually, if black gets one more move, queen d7, I think Abasov's got the best position he's had all game, and might not even be worse anymore. So it's now or never, it feels like, for Hikaru. Peter, he's calculating clearly. Do you think rook b8's coming?
Well, it's the principal move. Yeah, rook b8 takes. The reason why it's not so easy for white to decide on the move, that I believe that most probably white will have to be energetic and play all those queen f4 lines and invite black's active rook to b2 and go for one of those absolutely crazy lines, calculate all the way to the finish. By the way, Hikaru is about to make a move, and seemingly by his hand gesture, it might be a critical decision. So he might be opting for rook b8.
A big moment. Has Hikaru, known to be one of the best calculators on the planet, has he seen the line rook b8? Of course he has, but takes, and then everything that is to follow with the rook entering. You need to be really sure when you get into this position. David, I think your other move, rook b7, just one step ahead. It's not going to be a mouse slip. It's actually quite a tempting option as well, because it takes away black's idea of going queen to d7, taking away a key square, and then bishop to d6 would be a potentially devastating threat to combat. So rook b7, black will also have to be extremely careful in that position. For Hikaru, will he go for a direct line? He is reaching out. It is for the rook. Will it be on the 7th rank, or will we see the wild queen sacrifice after rook b8?
Ooh,
big moment.
Quick vote. I say rook b8. Tanya?
Rook b7.
Peter?
me too, rook b7, because it was also my move. I haven't seen rook b8 until you guys mentioned it, yeah? So I was somehow leaning towards rook b7, that it was tempting, so I stick with rook b7.
I love how Peter always has to break the tie between us, David.
I mean, you and I are like opposites, Tanya, in terms of playing style, lifestyle, person. I don't know, everything. So Peter, he's the voice of reason. He's the voice of wisdom. And he always takes your side.
Well, I'm very happy as long as Peter is on my side on this. Rook b7, rook b8, two very attractive options, but different approaches. Rook b8 requires a lot of precision to follow by Hikaru. Meanwhile, rook b7 just feels like you keep things under control, keep your trumps in the position, and feels like it might be easier to play.
Moment of truth. I loved that eye tracker cam as well a few moments ago, because we were actually seeing it pretty much from, there we go. I mean, we see the black queen on the left there. So we're looking at it from between the d8 and c8 squares. We can see he's literally looking at the b7, b8 squares right now. So it's going to, I mean, we know it's going to be one of those. It's going to be a rook move. Just depends. I think rook b8 will be more entertaining. That's part of the reason I'm hoping for it. Who doesn't love a queen versus rook and bishop imbalance? A pawn race. We'll see.
David, I'm sensing you changing sides. Yeah, I think you're also going towards that rook b7 might appear on the board.
Yeah, I think if I were playing, I'd play rook b7, but I believe in Hikaru, and he always seems to know the right moment to take a risk, the acceptable amount of risk. It's just he's weighing up right now, whether going for rook b8, forcing that queen sacrifice potentially, whether he's got a safety kind of get out of jail card for white, just in case things go wrong and the black rook gets in. Calculation. This is what we're seeing right now.
Calculation over everything, as our friend James Canty would say right now. And of course, for Hikaru, one of his biggest strengths is to be able to do that. Two very tempting options. Hikaru is, looks like he's calculating and comes to some conclusion. We'd love to hear it from chat. Chat, what do you think will be Hikaru's decision here? Will he go for rook b8 that requires him to, once again, just be extremely precise in the next few moves? Or will he go for the more cautious rook b7? And it is rook b7 on the board. High five, Peter.
Yes, exactly. The solid move, but also the restricting move. I think rook b7 is so much more unpleasant for black, because again, black is faced with the task of finding a move, and we don't give him any activity. While if we go for rook b8, then the queen sacrifice is automatic, and black will have a very easy play, and the pressure will be on white to prove why he gone for it. Yeah, so I practically really like this rook b7 decision.
Yeah.
Teacher chat said it, David. Cement a move.
I admit when I've been beaten, I agree. I think rook b7 is far more practical and far more unpleasant for Abbasov to face. Yeah, oof, I can admit it when I'm wrong. Bishop d6, huge threat. I don't actually see what black's doing, come to think of it. I should have thought deeper rather than seeing a queen and wanting to win a queen. That's clearly what Hikaru did. Really sophisticated move here. I'm wondering whether black has to play an ugly one like queen to d8 just to cover the d6 square. But then, as Peter mentioned earlier, there's dropbacks. There's a rook b5 ideas on the cards. I'm even wondering whether white just jumps straight in, even at the cost of some queenside pawns. Knight e3, knight f5. It looks like a huge attack with the combined might of the queen, the rook. At some point, the bishop might post up. Bishop on this diagonal. Ooh, it does look very scary for Abbasov. It's horrible for black.
Yes, and the pressure is mounting with this move. As you said, just keeps all the tension on the board. Bishop d6 is the immediate threat. And as you were pointing out all these ideas that exist for white, David, there is also the potential of actually striking on the king side. Let's not forget about a g5 pawn sacrifice to open up the path of the queen to land on that h5 square. And I feel these are ideas that are really up Hikaru's alley. It's exactly the kind of chess that we see him play. And it's something that black has to be careful about. I'm not sure at what moment, but I would love to get the queen and the bishop to line up against the black king there.
Beautiful, right? Beautiful. I missed that one, but Peter, I think that's just one of the many kind of aces up his sleeve right now, Hikaru.
Exactly. Also, that's why rook b7 is so nice. Yeah, that white is playing from all angles. Yeah, rook b7 is tying down black's queen to defend. g4, g5 idea, h take g5 followed by queen h5 is very much in the air, because then bishop f5 will always be met by this rook takes e7 tactic that you're already highlighting. So yeah, there are so many problems here for black. I don't really see a good move. well, we have been suffering throughout finding a good move. And I would like to add one thing. David is such a gentleman. Yeah, this we have to give, because of course, from 10 out of 10 times, David would have played the move Rook b7. Just for the sake of the show, he was saying that, okay, he wants to see more entertainment with Rook b8, but we know exactly how David is playing chess, with perfection, with making sure that the opponent gets as little counterplay as possible. So Rook b7 is also the move of the heart from David.
Making me blush, Peter.
But I agree with everything that Peter has just said, David. I think we all know that Rook b7 would be a move that you would make on the board. We might see Rook b8 in the future as well, but right now it is full pressure on Abasov, while Hikaru Nakamura looks at trying to get that big win in that he needs to climb up the standings. And we have seen some incredible plays so far, fighting chess all around. We are going to go into a short break, and we will be back with all the action from the candidates. Will Abasov be able to save this difficult position? Will we see Hikaru Nakamura get that win? And as we take a pause and you wonder what to do while you wait for the action to go through, we've got some great news for you, as this is the time for you to stock up on chess merch at Chess.com shop. We've got you covered with fresh new t-shirt designs. There's the mittens plushies that I personally love, and a lot of cool accessories. Head over to go.chess.com/merch or use the command merch in chat to shop right now. Do it now before it's all sold out and before we get back to the action, because you wouldn't want to miss any of it.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review, or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our...
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. Smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
World number 3, Hikaru Nakamura, at the Candidates, and he was so close to making it to the World Championship match back in 2022, losing out on the last game, and he's looking for his chances in this one. What a career he's had. Illustrious, one of the best players on the planet, one of the best streamers, perhaps the best in the world, and yet he maintains to be a force to reckon with. And what a year he's had, winning Norway Chess, qualifying for the Candidates with a big second place finish in the Grand Swiss. Hikaru Nakamura continues to impress us, and while it's been a Candidates of twists and turns for him, up and down moments, right now it's all up in his game against Abasov. Hikaru in driver's seat from the start, looking at an attack to finish it off, and we do have some updates with that last move by Abasov, a knight retreat. Night to see it. Things are looking extremely grim, and that knight retreat is a sign of that, David.
Definitely. Sad times for the Black Knight, which is forced to sideline itself to sit on a passive square. Yes, it guards the d6 post, but as both of you were highlighting earlier, yes, bishop d6 was an idea for white, but there are plenty of others. We see a bobbing of the head by Hikaru Nakamura. To my eyes, it looked like he was about to pick up his bishop a few minutes ago, but he hesitated, he paused. And Tanya, I love the look of your suggestion just before that break, pawn to g5. And I just want to show a couple of cool lines. If this pawn is captured, black loses on the spot. White's queen jumps in, teaming up with the bishop, threats of checkmate. If you try to block this with the g-pawn, whoops, bishop takes pawn. It hasn't stopped it at all. Now we see the class behind that rook b7 move. Queen to h7 would catch the king, and even after a move like f5, white, of course, could just play it safe. Queen takes pawn on g5, but rook takes g7 check would end the game instantly. Now the other bishop joins in the action. The king is checked. If the black rook blocks, then the queen is no longer protected on e8, and if the king goes back, then mate in 2. The king gets caught. So Hikaru, now's the time to go for it. He's reaching for a piece. Maybe g5, there are other things black can try. Maybe he's calculating there, but Peter, it feels like the time to move in for the kill.
Yes, g5 is very tempting. I wonder that is queen c6 a move? Is that a possibility, trying to hit the rook on c6? The rook on b7, queen c6. I'm also worried even of some rook sacrifices. G takes h6, queen takes b7, h takes g7. Even this, I'm not sure that it's not made. Probably it's too much, but just to highlight that what kind of dangers are looming in black's court. By the way, this rook sacrifice is absolutely not necessary. Yeah, white can just probably find a good spot for the rook, and the attack keeps on going.
Maybe rook b8. Finally, I get my move. I don't think this is risking anything, because if you ever take the pawn, at least I can threaten mate and I guess just take back, but maybe he's looking for something more. I guess I've just forgotten that this pawn is a pawn pre, but I'm assuming white's attack is very, very strong here. Hikaru, will he find a safety first way of processing his attack? He's reaching for the knight now? Tanya, what are we seeing on the camera?
It looks like that, David. He is about to make a move. A little hesitancy there. Just unsure. G5 is definitely on his mind, but perhaps he just wants to get all his pieces into the game. The D5 weakness that we had pointed out a while ago, something to keep an eye out for. Hikaru perhaps calculating what happens after the knight jumps in. Can black pick up the c3 pawn in return? I would love to see g5 on the board, and I'd be slightly surprised because g5 also feels like a Hikaru move to make. You're not risking anything, like you said. You can always pick up that g5 pawn when it's captured, threatening a mate, a double attack. And it just looks like such big questions for Abasov to answer once g5's on the board. If Hikaru slows down at this moment and doesn't immediately make the knight move, I think we might see g5 eventually by him. I would be surprised if he chooses anything else. I've got a feature chat agreeing. He's saying g5 will be played. I know the commentators would love to see it on the board. Peter, what are the chances in this one? Are you expecting him to go for g5, or will he go for the knight move? He's reaching out again.
Yeah, he's reaching out. He's also looking at the score sheet, so he's clearly bothered by only one fact, the clock. Yeah, the position is fantastic. Full of lovely choices, but Hikaru is not exactly used to this kind of pressure on the clock. Yeah, he's a player who plays quite fast. So what is his move?
He's not making it. He keeps reaching out and then pulling back. And I think finally, Not again. It's a bishop move. Bishop f4 on the board, David.
But it's a strange move. Strange move.
Yeah. I agree, Peter. If the idea is g5, he could have played it anyway. Maybe the idea is bishop c1, Tanya. Just collect, do it. Be an accountant, just collect the debts, take this pawn off the board. But advantage mostly gone now, according to the bar. And I'm not surprised. It looks slow, Peter.
Yes, it feels like wasting some big opportunity. For example, the move queen c6, which I suggested out of complete despair after g5, because I felt like if not queen c6, I have to design on the spot. And now comes much more naturally, no? Because I hit the rook, also setting up eventually some ideas. Where is this rook going at all? I'm not really understanding. It's a nervous move, this bishop f4.
It's got all these ideas, right, David? Like you said, bishop c1, by the way, love it. Very nice retreat, attacking a3. You're defending g5. You're also vacating the g3 square for a potential knight jump from g3 and then over onto enemy camp to black's territory through h5 or maybe someday to f5. But completely agree with both of you here that this is Abasov's chance to do something. And while he has to, he can't just wait in this position. Queen c6, the move that you pointed out, Peter, to me, the most obvious response to queen c6, again, we've been discussing this, is David's move. Rook to b8. You want that rook to stay active. I'm still kind of pinning your knight, right? Because if you were to move the knight anywhere, bishop h7 tactics, something that we pointed out in different position, still exists. How is Nijat breaking free after rook b8 and still keeping all these threats for white? Sorry.
But be careful, Tanya, yeah, that after knight things change. After knight e7, bishop a7, I can take, and the rook on f8 will be trapped. After rook f8, knight g6 comes, and where is this rook moving? Wow. Back to b8. Sorry, no, I because I thought like, no, I have knight takes f4 and bishop c7, no?
Yes. Wow, spot on.
And wow, I have queen c1 and
wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I was wondering why the bar didn't move. I was about to resign, but still equal, of course.
Wow. Okay, probably even upper hand for white, but yeah, it just shows that this kind of lines are now much more complicated, much more complex than they used to be.
Yeah, but he has to start with queen c6.
I have to say, David, that was an insane line that you pointed out, and a crazy end in that last position, finishing with a check on b1. Awesome stuff.
That was teamwork, though. Like you found the start of it, bishop h7. Peter found the next bit with giving up the piece, going knight g6. Then I found only the end. But queen c6, we're headed in that direction.
Yes.
Step one. Are we going to see this line? Because I mean, rook b8 to me feels like the hand move. You don't really want to come back with the rook because you just allowed black to do everything you want, and then the knight can again come forward to e7 without any threat. Hikaru, I think he's going to blitz out rook b8. Step two.
But this is where it gets difficult. Knight e7, not 100% obvious for Abasov. We kind of showed it as what not to do, and we accidentally stumbled on maybe what black should be doing. But not so easy over the board.
But hang on, I also have other move like queen d7. Do I have queen d7 or not?
So g5?
Bishop f5 was my trick. But bishop f5, no, it's just bad. Yeah, you can just take it and it's lost. No, I was counting on some pin, but it does not work. No, this is lost.
Yeah, in the game position, what else could he try? Bishop c7, perhaps? I know he tried to dodge that bishop trade earlier, but maybe now?
Yes, bishop c7 is like a solid move, but I was worried that it's just slightly worse. Yeah, then maybe you take and rook a8, you go after the a3 pawn.
Greedy.
No, apparently not. Queen b7, queen b2, double attack on the rook and the bishop. Okay.
Nice.
Lovely.
Nice geometry.
Never go pawn hunting. Yeah, that's the punishment. Yeah.
It's a cautionary tale. This could turn, Tanya. This one, it's not as straightforward as we thought. Hikaru looking nervous.
Completely, but it's a difficult moment right now for Nijat, right? Because he has to respond to this. We saw that absolutely wild line after knight to e7, sacrificing an exchange only to win it back, which did feel like it keeps the balance in the position, but a really hard find. Will be super impressive if Nijat calculates his way through. Everything else that black has in this position, these different ideas that we're seeing, complicated, but for the most part, it again looks that Hikaru will keep some advantage at least if he plays correctly. How difficult is it for a player at this moment, David, for Nijat right now to maybe he didn't have it in his mind on his radar earlier, but now that he's in this position to calculate all the way through from knight e7, reaching that position with queen b1 check?
I think it's difficult. I mean, even that variation, I mean, we have the right to move around pieces, to talk about it with no stress, no pressure on us, unlike the stakes that the players are playing for out there in Toronto. But even there, we were tempted to stop halfway through variations. And I mean, from my experience over the board, when you're calculating, you might stop, draw a conclusion. Oh, it's not working for white. Oh, actually, it is. And then you kind of change your mind, you get flustered, and you kind of assume that you might have to go back to base camp, start all the way from move one of the variation. But ultimately, he did have his head in his hands. He's realizing this is the best position he's had since the opening of Basov. So the incentive, the motivation is there to calculate, to dig deep, to invest some of his 16-minute time advantage here and now, because this could be where he solves his problems or where things spiral back out of control and back on white's side, momentum-wise. So yeah, key moment. I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest. I think a big think would be justified here, Peter.
Yes, absolutely, because okay, Abasov also has quite a big time advantage, yeah, so he's not under any time pressure. He has to take his time, because if he finds not the right direction, we actually don't know yet objectively what is the best direction, but certainly we feel that compared to all the scenarios when white could have unleashed this terrible initiative with g4, g5, this is kind of a bonus territory for black. Yeah, it's there is something to play for.
And it all comes down to that moment of hesitancy by Hikaru, where he kept pulling his hand back and forth, making eventually the move bishop to f4. That might be the moment of missed opportunity. Big questions here. Are we going to see a momentum shift? And the clocks will play a big role here. With 12 moves to go, we're on move 28 and 18 minutes for Hikaru. If Nijat is able to keep the position going, find a little way to keep the balance to as much as he can without allowing any breaks like g5 or giving the time for white's knight to jump in, it might not be easy anymore for Hikaru to actually convert this one. We will wait to find out what Nijat's response is. Some tempting options. We've been looking at 97, a hard one to find, as David, you said. Bishop c7, really like it as well. Trying to trade off a very strong piece in white's camp. Ease off the pressure a little bit. Queen d7 ideas that were mentioned as well. So a lot for Nijat to think. Is it a good moment for us to perhaps zoom out? Take a look at some of the other action. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. We've had one draw on our marquee matchup, Jan Nepomniachtchi Gukesh, ending peacefully after a pretty much balanced game. Meanwhile, bottom right board, we see the queens have been traded off. It's an opposite color bishop endgame, and looking at how close it is, it feels like it should also head towards draw. We will do a deep dive into that one. Peter, up to you. Which one looks the most fun? And we can't say Hikaru.
Yes, well, we have already covered the Hikaru game extensively, so I believe that we have to jump into the Fabi's game, because there is quite a lot of tension. This bishop takes g5, h takes g5 transformation of pawn structure happened. Black's knight jumped to g4. Now we have seen some f5. David, please tell us, how did we reach to this position?
Good question, Peter. I was hoping you would ask that, because I need a rewind as well. We've had actually plenty of moves since we were last here. We last left this game after knight to d4. We were saying black might need to make a decision before Fabiano is forced to find this idea of knight takes e6 and e5, something similar to what he missed earlier. But Firouzja did correctly trade off the knights. Now he centralized his rook. Pawn to f4, finally breaking this tension, breaking this pin, forcing black to take the white queen. Black had actually been a queen for bishop down for 6 moves. Very rare to see that at this level. But after a capture, knight to g4, jumping in, rook to f1. Yeah, there's no way home for this black knight. So will he regret this decision, Firouzja, instead of going back with the knight? And Fabi, really nice move. Centralized his king, controlling the e3 square, the only hopping point for that piece. Bishop c6, knight d5, and just this last move, Peter, f5. And wow, I don't even know where to start unpacking this one. En passant, is legal here, Tanya? Is that what you would be calculating first? Or, I mean, you can take this one. Take anything. Which one to go for?
A streamer's favorite move en passant. Lots of tempting options here, and we will deep dive into this as it's a critical moment for Fabi, who's looking at a way to claw his way back up into the standings. And the one player who's managed to keep himself on top of the standings is Gukesh. His game ended in a draw against one of the biggest heavy favorites of the tournament, the two-time World Championship challenger Jan Nepo. Gukesh has surprised us all with his performance so far at the candidates, and Mike Klein got up with him after his draw against Jan.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Gukesh. In a battle of the leaders, it was a draw today, first game to finish. Now, in an earlier game from the second half, Nepomniachtchi played a rather sedate draw against Nakamura. He didn't go for too much as white. And today, he didn't go for too much as white again. Were you expecting him to play a little bit cautiously?
I wasn't really thinking about what his intentions were. Obviously, I had to be prepared for both, and yeah, I was ready for a game. I just wanted to play a normal game, and yeah, he seemed to have a strategy. So yeah, decent game.
Some people have been remarking that his defensive skills have gone, a lot better, especially as shown this tournament. Have you noticed a change in his game, especially defensively?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's always been a very tricky player and very easy to slip away. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a top player and he's good in pretty much everything, but yeah, defense is one of, I guess, his strong points.
I know we've still got 4 rounds left, but we're gonna start thinking ahead. That's what we do in this business. So if it comes down to tiebreakers, do you like your chances better as the time controls get faster?
I mean, it's like a very, very long way to think, so I not really thinking about it. But if it gets close, we'll see.
Okay, I'm going to press you one more time on a similar type of question. Of the 3 Indian players, you are clearly the one with the best chances. That's not a secret. If it comes down to the last round, in preparation for the last round, and you're the only one that can win from the Indian squad, do you think that the other 2 players would in some way help? Would you all assemble as a team in any sort of way?
Okay,
You're not that close?
I mean, we have good relations, but I don't know. It's also not. I mean, it just sounds very unnatural to me. I don't see it happening.
Right. You're still an individual player.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's an individual tournament, and we all have our own interests. So it's not really something that can happen.
Okay, yeah, it's a weird situation, but I put you on the spot. There is Grandmaster Gukesh with his thoughts. A solid draw today is black. Now back to you in the studio.
Still a long way to go to get to that point with 4 games remaining for Gukesh, but today he overcomes a big obstacle with the black pieces, hold Jan Nepomniachtchi to a draw, and this has been and is going to be his schedule going forward. What has been so impressive for me, his loss to Alireza before the rest day, and then he comes back for the second half and immediately scores a win against Vidit. This was the storyline that we saw in Gukesh's breakout tournament, the 2022 Olympiad, having an incredible run. Abdu Satrov beat him, the first big disaster and the only one of the tournament. Gukesh immediately bounced back from that, showing incredible mental strength, and even went on to take down Fabiano Caruana. He showed the same in the second half so far, 2 solid draws against Pragg and Nepomniachtchi. But David, a big and a difficult road ahead of him. What stands out to you in the upcoming matches and the schedule for Gukesh?
Yeah, of course, no easy pairings at this level. It's the candidates for a reason. Some of the top players in the world. Caruana, that's going to be a big clash. Although Gukesh has had some success against him in the past. You mentioned the 2022 Olympiad. He defeated Caruana there with the black pieces. He plays Abbasov. Obviously, Abbasov, really, really strong grandmaster, really experienced. But if you can get a chance against him, I mean, on paper, that might be where Gukesh's chances might lie. White against Fallujah as well, depends which Fallujah turns up. So the road ahead, some difficult games, but also some chances. And at this point, it feels like for those two leaders, Gukesh and Nepo, maybe even 2.5 from their remaining 4 games would secure at least a tiebreak, at least a playoff for the title. So yeah, I think he's got many reasons to be optimistic after his performance today.
And I love his attitude and maturity after today's game as well. And we've seen that time and again from Gukesh. There is no overwhelming emotion or excitement. He just feels so much in control. Incredible composure by the 17-year-old. And you've got some incredible chess action on. So, Peter, we're going to jump straight to that. And I think we perhaps should head back to that top right board. We were about to do a deep dive. By the way, big update on that top left board. Knight e7 has happened. David, we will look at that. But first, this position is what we had our eyes on. Please finish your thoughts. The question you asked me, en passant or not, I am still not decided. I'm just going to throw it to Peter. Peter, what would be your reaction with all the trades possible on the board?
Well, I think that it's quite a complex question. By the way, clearly Fabiano has captured en passant because g takes f6 is the most natural move, and I was trying to find the reaction for black. Yeah, that what is Aldeza's planned response? Probably knight takes. Well, no, actually it's kind of crazy. Everything is hanging. How is he planning to hold on to his pawns? Yeah, I guess knight takes f6 is the move. Yeah, and because knight takes f6, e takes f6, rook takes d6, bishop takes e4 seems to be working for black.
Just. It's hanging by a thread, but rook takes pawn just to show everyone the black king moves. I'm not sure which direction. And dual threat of rook takes c2 and king takes rook. So white cannot go for this. He does take back with the knight, Alireza. So if we go back to the game, it's on the board. Knight takes f6. If Fabi wants to avoid that, does he trade knights anyway, or does he maintain the tension?
Probably maintains the tension. Yeah, it would be my guess. Yeah, but how do we do that? c4 or bishop f3? Yeah, one of these moves. Because after knight takes f6, e takes f6, I feel like black will have always counterplay against the e4 pawn. Also, king on e7 can appear protecting the d6 pawn. So not only counterplay against the e4 pawn, but also just protecting the d6 pawn. I want to keep that knight on d5. However, because this is now an endgame, and I do think that in Hikaru's game, things have escalated. What was the choice of Hikaru after knight e7? He returned with the rook to b1. Okay. Wow.
We will jump into that, but Peter, to just finish your thoughts on this one, you are watching for the moves bishop f3 and c4 to keep the tension, because black does have a threat on the board that white has to watch out for. Knight takes e4, taking away a defender could be something that you need to fight against. So really just supporting that knight on d5. Knight takes pawn, rook takes pawn, the d5 knight would be hanging. So as you said, for Fabi, right now you're looking ahead at it being a potential grind. I like the move c4, a strong hold on that d5 square. A trade on d5 seems to favor white in these positions. David, I agree with Peter. The fire is on Hikaru's board. What do you say we jump to that and take a look at how that progressed?
I agree. The Fallujah is on this board, but the position is less fiery than Hikaru's game. So let's zoom out of this one. c4 played, and let's jump back to Hikaru, where okay, big decision. The white rooks come back. Hikaru, I don't know if we've missed any shaking of the head, but he's lost a lot of time with the white rook. He went rook b7, the move we were debating for a long time. We were all impressed by. Really nice stuff. Set up perfectly a big attack. He didn't pull the trigger. He actually had to move the rook again. The black knight improved, and now he's moved the rook the whole way back. I think just, those tactics understandably scaring him with that bishop h7 check that we discussed just before the break. And now, I've got to say, Peter, the best position by a mile that Abbasov here has had the whole game. But how to make use of it? What's next? How does he keep momentum on black side?
Yes, that's a very big question, because, yeah, one can be tempted, okay, everything is fine, now things have normalized, but give white just one move, knight g3, and then this knight is jumping into action with knight h5 or knight f5, and black's king will get under a lot of pressure. So my first intuition is a move like knight g6, just to activate that knight, hit that bishop on f4, also ask the question, what do you do? Yeah, because giving up the bishop, I don't really think bishop take g6, f take g6 would also be kind of fine for black. I want to get that tempo move with knight g6 in.
Tanya,
Looks
do you
very
agree?
attractive. Yes, it's a threat. It creates an idea on the board. Knight g6, I really like it. But Peter, when you were about to say what move you're looking at in this position, I thought you would go for a different one. Something that we have spoken about earlier, which was stopped by the move rook to b7. An idea that we've been talking about, putting pressure on that black's g4 pawn. Knight g6 would ask questions, but queen d7 would ask questions as well. And now if white was to play g5, there's a big difference on the board, because it might be bishop g4, but even your idea of bishop f5 with the rook on b1 hanging, the king side is safe. So queen d7, another alternative, David.
Yeah, 100% agree. I really don't know what Hikaru has up his sleeve if that one appears. Queen to d7. Again, you would love to play a move like knight to e3, a launch pad, but you'd have to calculate bishop takes c3. I don't see any reason that this pawn sacrifice can be justified. Black's king looks much safer than it has done in a long time. Queen d7, it's a forcing move, so actually it's one of the ones we should calculate first. And it's played
On the board,
Abasov.
yes.
Wow.
Exactly,
turning.
it's also very attractive move queen d7, and with little time on the clock for Hikaru, this is now a completely different scenario. And look at this, he's about to make a move because he's nervous. Yeah, it's not because he knows what he's doing, it's just because of pure nerves.
It really feels as though, David, in the last few moves, Nijat's the one who's been playing. That rook from b1 has done a bit of dance, landed on the same spot. Hikaru under time pressure takes a big decision, but is it too late? g5 on the board. Nijat goes with bishop g4. It just doesn't seem to have the same firepower as before, David.
No, definitely not. And I think Abasov, he might just shut things down. Next move, pawn to h5. Just close the king side. And where's the white's attack? We're not sure. Suddenly, we talked about pawn structures. We talked about the black pawns being weak, but white is the one tied down to this c3 pawn. And there we go. He locks the king side. Bishop f5 on tap anytime available. Knight f5 might be a big, big threat. Actually, right now, Hikaru, he's got to pull the brakes. I don't even see how. He's already gone into reverse gear, but I don't see any obvious moves. Knight f5 would almost trap this white queen, at least force it away from the defense of this pawn, or white would have to give up the bishop pair, and that would really not turn out well. I really actually worry about Hikaru. This pawn on a2, watch out for that to be a weakness long term. Watch out for black's a pawn to not be a weakness, but to be a future queen. Yeah, I agree with the feature chat here. Really precise from Abasov, defending like a god there, and turning things around.
Yeah, but also the way how Hikaru lost the control of the game, yeah, and it just goes on to show, yeah, that, yes?
Mira, I think there's a little bit of, there's something happening on the Pragg Vidit board, and the Arbiter, we see he's there. Has there been a claim? I do see the kings being placed on the board. It does end in a draw. Was that a threefold repetition? David, what happened there?
I can confirm it was a threefold repetition on move 39, so they could have actually agreed to a draw one move later on move 40. But yeah, it was just two blocked. Very fair result ultimately. Opposite color bishops, no pawn breaks for either side. And yeah, clearly a very friendly draw here. Both in good spirits. I think they both played very well, but they just cancelled each other out.
And I believe we're getting some audio from the players as they look into the lines.
Yeah, but they are only whispering, yeah, because they know exactly that there are other players still playing. They don't dare to talk loudly. This is also very nice fair play by the players, yeah, that they understand that, yeah, it's nice to exchange some ideas, but we never want to disturb or distract any of the other players.
And the All-Indian clash ends in a draw. Pragg with a smile there. It was an opposite color bishop, everything under control for both players. A fight that ends peacefully, which kind of keeps the balance, because that means that Jan and Gukesh continue to lead the leaderboard at the top. Pragg still at second position, and of course for Hikaru, a big one. Is it going to be a big miss by him? Because he had a tremendous advantage from the start. But the momentum has shifted. Nijat Abasov making a comeback in this game. H5 on the board. Big pressure on the clock on Hikaru. The advantage seems to have fizzled out. If the light squared bishop is traded, we are looking at some big time weaknesses on the queen side. That A2 pawn coming under fire. This can actually be trouble for Hikaru. I'm also struggling, David. Is there a way to bail out right now?
I think Hikaru bailout is not what he wants, but he might need to go for it. I'm trying to rack my brains for what the bailout might be. Maybe it's knight to e3, at least trying to attack this black bishop.
But also then I can take on c3. Bishop takes c3 comes after knight e3. And knight g4, queen g4.
Wow.
Wish I'd seen that one. Maybe there I can trade the queens and play bishop d6 at the end.
I think we have to show that. Should we jump in maybe with our analysis board and just have this line up, because it's really a big moment right now for Hikaru, and you can see the tension on him. David, take it away. The ideas after 93. By the way, he's reaching out, and I don't think he was reaching out for the knight.
Ooh, let's see what he reaches out for. It looks like the queen. Okay, just hesitating. He moves his queen to e3. Not happy move from Hikaru. He's moved his rook multiple times, his queen multiple times now, just to show that variation that we were discussing there. I agree with you, Peter. I mean, I totally missed that bishop to c3 was possible because I assumed I could take this bishop, but the game continues here. And due to pressure on this bishop, I'm not sure whether I can go and take black's. Maybe a variation like this, actually, white is the one risking. Maybe black makes a move like knight to c6. And at the end, I would hate to be white here. The deep pawn collapsing, everything falling. Knight to b4 also in the air. So Hikaru avoided this, where his winning chances, despite being the exchange up, would be minimal. His pawn's falling. Instead, if we go back to the game, queen to e3. What do you make of that, Peter? Is that just panic? Is that just a way to keep the game going?
Yes, exactly. It's pure panic. Also, look at Hikaru's clock. He's under 8 minutes for 8 moves, yeah, and he lost control. And normally, what is it? Yeah, we know exactly Hikaru, the best bullet player, the fantastic blitz player, one of the best in the world, and so on. So one could argue that how come that Hikaru, with little time on the clock, he starts missing things? Well, the answer I think is very simple. Yeah, that when you are playing a classical game, then you are trying to control everything. Yeah, you are playing much slower. You have a completely different rhythm. You want to play a perfect game, and when suddenly you miss something and things are getting out of control, then it's so difficult to adjust to the new situation. Then you see suddenly, I missed out on my advantage. My clock is ticking down. You get very nervous, and you suddenly end up not seeing moves that Hikaru would be seeing in a bullet game.
And we do have a move on the board. Really nicely explained, Peter, the differences in the time dynamics, and the clock will play a huge factor in this position. As we see Nijat almost take control of the position, Hikaru immediately responds to knight to g6, which was attacking the bishop to fall back on h2. But this just invites black's rook to the open e line. Nijat can go rook to e8, attacking the queen on e3, eyeing a potential jump in the future to the second rank as well. It just feels as if all of Nijat's pieces are coming out towards Hikaru. Meanwhile, his pieces are just falling back, David.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about momentum a lot in chess, but here it's very visible. White's literally been retreating, as you say, Tanya. The rook's retreated from b7. White's bishop was on g3 earlier. It did a dance forward to f4, back to h2. White's queen was on f3. It did a dance to g3 to e3. He's literally lost so many tempi now with his these 3 pieces alone. He hasn't improved his position. Look at the black knight. It was on c8. It's jumped forward. e7, g6, forward. The bishop on e6, suddenly forward to g4. So momentum is very visible here. But yeah, what could be more natural? Rook e8. I don't really see what Hikaru has in mind. Is he really going to go back to c1? Maybe try and finally snack on this a3 pawn? Is that the idea?
Well, one line that I want to share with you immediately, or you guys, that after rook e8, for example, queen d2. Okay, first of all, queen d2 runs also into rook e2, but I just wanted to highlight another idea, bishop f5. Yeah, because I was so happy to find it. Bishop f5, knight e3, bishop takes c2, queen takes c2, and bishop back to d8. And suddenly the g5 pawn is falling. It was also very interesting, just to highlight that how many dangers there are looming at White's camp. Be careful.
How did we even come to this point? I mean, the whole game we're talking about, how strong Hikaru's position is, just keeps everything under control. Plays that move, rook b7, all these amazing ideas. And the tide has completely turned. It's Nijat Abasov now who is controlling the dynamics in the position. Rook e8. Peter, you pointed out problems with queen d2. David, the other queen retreat to c1, besides looking like a really unhappy retreat, there are tactics on the board again, because black can maybe just munch on that c3 pawn. And if you...
Right.
Am I blundering? Bishop takes knight, bishop b2. It
you're
looks
right.
to work for black.
Yeah, this was the move when I suggested queen c1 I'd missed. I thought, okay, counter-attacking your bishop, but you're right, you save it with tempo. And next move, you get this white bishop, and actually, more importantly, you've created a monster, this past c-pawn. So you're right, Hikaru is even surviving. Rook e8, queen d2, as Peter mentioned, rook queen d2, rook e2. This looks terrifying. And yeah, he's not comfortable at all. He's looking at the score sheet now. Hikaru is 7.5 minutes to make 7 moves, but no increment. Abasov trying to control his nerves here. I think he's just calculating himself. He's got the luxury of 21 minutes, and he's going to be thinking for a few minutes here, and he's going to hope that he can get a quick flurry of moves down to catch Hikaru off guard. But it all seems to start with rook e8. Tactics all working in white's favor. Normally that's a red flag. That's a bad sign. And maybe there's a way for Hikaru to keep it intact. If anyone can find it, he can. But difficult times ahead. Yeah, I think we'd all take black right now.
And I never thought we'd say that in this game, that we'd take black in these positions. It's just insane what we're watching right now. And this would be the biggest shocker, the biggest upset if Nijat actually manages to convert it from this point. Because playing white, it's also so difficult psychologically to adapt to this shift in the position, the shift in dynamics. You've been the one who's been pushing the game from the very start. You've got this incredible advantage, and now suddenly you're looking for ways to bail out. Your brain has to also adapt to the fact that you have to even maybe find ways to equalize, and do they even exist? It just becomes such a psychological battle to fight as well, to let go of the position that you had compared to what you have on the board right now. Peter, this is not going to be easy, and rook e8 feels like a very easy move for Nijat to make, and it is on the board.
Yeah, and Hikaru blitzes out the move queen d2. I was thinking, like, is rook b8, for example, an alternative? Yeah, just trying to trade the rooks, but Hikaru's reaction means that he was thinking like queen d2 is strictly the only move on the board, and we are dealing with all these rook e2 ideas, also with the bishop f5, the second option that I highlighted with this bishop d8 idea going against the g5 pawn. There are so many tempting options, and all of a sudden we are really worried for white here.
Pleasant choice for Nijat to make, but David, it's also important for him to make this choice really quickly to keep the pressure on the clock.
Ideally, he would love to. There's a bit of calculation to be done, so I think the sweet spot will be spending a couple of minutes knowing what's going to come in the next few moves. Often if you're playing against an opponent in time trouble, you want to change the pace a bit. Pause, calculate, maybe then speed up, then pause again. You want to keep changing the pace so that heart rate is never completely stable. You don't want to blitz with them because then your time advantage doesn't mean anything. So I think he's doing the right thing, being professional. But I was going to ask the question to you, Tanya, first of all. I mean, do you think this is a must-win game for Hikaru if he wants to have any chance of winning the candidates?
I would have said yes to this at the start. I'm going to say yes to this even now. But given the position, I think it's just gone completely out of hand. Hikaru currently at 50%, at 4.5. He's playing the underdog of the tournament, the lowest seed of the tournament, playing with the white pieces. You have to make the most of your opportunities. And it just felt like Hikaru had a big one. And seemingly for his level, I don't think I'll be going too far to say even perhaps not a very difficult one. But just a few inaccuracies, and now everything's turned around. Hikaru not looking pleased. Nijat reaching out for that rook. Rook e2, the most tempting option in the position, is on the board. He's hitting the queen. Hikaru keeps up the pace, gives a check. Nijat will sidestep with the king. It's an easy move for black to make. And the question is on Hikaru. He plays it out, the only square for the queen. It does hit the a3 pawn. How does Nijat keep the pressure in this position? Peter, is it connected to your idea of the bishop trade?
Wow, he blitzed out the move queen e7, a very strange move, because I thought like he will play the move bishop f5. That was kind of my guess, but Hikaru probably had queen d1. Let's just show this incredible resource and trick probably from Hikaru that if black plays bishop f5, seemingly strategically the winning move, then white has this queen c1 to d1 idea and rook takes c2, queen takes h5, checkmate all of a sudden.
That's insane. It's such a trap that I would definitely fall for, David.
Exactly. I think most of us would. And that's why Hikaru is Hikaru. He sees these resources, no matter what the momentum, he sees the tricks. And actually, there's ideas already of queen takes a3 into f8 and behind. So that was why here Nijat played queen to e7, trying to lock things down. I see the bar make a big jump back in white's favor. Understandable. He's threatening ideas like rook e1. He's defending this pawn. So what could the downsides be right now? This one is, I mean, Hikaru still needs to be accurate if he wants to get out of jail. It's a hard, kind of irrational position to suddenly kind of even try to keep control over. What moves come to mind?
Yeah, but Hikaru is so dangerous. Yeah, that's why I did not like rook e2. I was telling you guys immediately, bishop f5, just play strategical. He has little time on the clock. This is exactly what he is hoping for. And I believe in Hikaru, yeah? If he suddenly gets a new chance and now suddenly he has a chance, like moves, the computer highlights bishop e5, for example, yeah, shutting down the coordination on the e file. Bishop takes c3 is met by bishop take g6 and the bishop is hanging on c3. How is black reacting after bishop e5?
Yeah, he has to find it. This is the first time today that the blue arrow has made an appearance. He reaches for his bishop. And it lands on e5. Hikaru finds the best move. That was the only way to keep things in white's favor. Suddenly, yeah, question, as you mentioned, Peter, is how suddenly black reacts. The coordination cut between the black queen and rook. Actually, this rook is threatened to be trapped. Next move, knight g3 would catch this rook off guard. Now I'm obsessed with ideas like bishop d1 or, yeah, just ways to get this rook to catch it somehow. Knight e3 coming as well.
Well, and look at this. Hikaru just jumped up from his board. Yeah, he feels that, okay, I managed to trick my opponent. Yeah, because the line, I think the justification is that if rook takes e5, black sacrifices the exchange. D takes e5, queen takes e5. Seemingly lovely, beautiful compensation, but queen takes a3. The line that you, no, but hang on, the rook on b8 is still hanging. I wanted to highlight queen takes a3, queen f8, but you first have to play then rook a8.
Mm-hmm.
But hang on, why wasn't the rook hanging on b8?
It was. I was just showing your idea. Sorry, Peter.
Okay. Yes.
In this position,
yeah, but
the rook is hanging.
Yeah, rook is hanging, but probably black can simply sidestep with the rook, and then this queen takes a3, queen f8 idea is still very much in the air.
Wow.
Another huge turn of events, David, in this one, and it just feels that Hikaru has absolutely tricked his opponent. He saw this idea, he invited rook to e2, found this little tactics around that h5 pawn hanging, and then Nijat walks into this bishop to e5 once again with head in hands. And the fact that Hikaru has got 5.5 minutes on the clock, he's got 3 moves to make, and he's left his seat, he walks away from it. It goes on to show that once again, he's the one who's confident here. He's the one in driver's seat. He's the one in control. He's the one coming in with the big threats that we're looking at. Knight g3, the first big question to be answered. a3, always under attack. That bishop on c2, nicely pinning the knight on g6. The big difference from every other line that we saw earlier on is that now when black takes on c3, bishop takes knight comes with a check. So you don't have time to play bishop b2, defending that with an intermezzo in the position. Nijat Abasov once again in huge trouble. How does Hikaru manage to do this every time? He's so tricky, so sharp.
Ooh, he didn't yesterday, but today it feels like, yeah, just one move. We've changed a whole tune, right? Just in the course of one move, everything was on black side, and that's chess at the top level. One slight slip and everything turns. I don't even see a move for black, I've got to admit. If not rook takes e5 that Peter suggested, what else? I'm struggling.
Yeah, well, my feeling is also that Abasov has this terrible situation that he blitzed out rook e2, queen e7, thinking that he's winning the game. Yeah, because otherwise there was absolutely no reason for black to play like this. He just thought like, okay, rook e1 is a threat, and I'm just dominating, and bishop e5 is such a game changer. This crazy pin along the b1 h7 diagonal against black's king And that's why suddenly this lovely knight, which is so fantastic on g6, is in fact doing absolutely nothing due to the pin. Imagine that scenario. Black would have traded the light square bishop with bishop f5. We would have been praising that knight on g6 forever. Black is torturing white, and I don't know how white will survive. And all of a sudden, we don't see black to survive due to the pin.
And that was a bishop trade that you'd been recommending from a long time, never happened, and now that knight g6 is completely stuck, trying to stop this idea of knight g3, looking for ways black can fight that. David, one move that comes to my mind that at least doesn't maybe lose on the spot, hopefully, is h4. I take away that square from your knight. I know that undefended pieces all around. I'm not sure how exactly you're attacking. What's next for white? But at least I take away the idea of knight g3 for the time being. I don't want to give up the exchange. For Nijat, the sacrifice on e5 is just saying that I'm giving up material and going into a long game, and it might not even be that long, just worse and suffering. h4, how does white keep the pressure here?
Good question, Tanya. I missed this one. Like you say, it feels loose. It feels all wrong somehow because this bishop is undefended. But for now, moves like bishop d1 don't work because black pins everything.
But David, can I try to help you? What about the stunning queen f4 move after h4? Is it a possibility?
That did cross my mind. Yeah, attacking the bishop, still pinned, so untouchable. I wanted to sack something back now, but I don't really see how. Ooh, help me, Tanya. That's a great move by Peter.
Queen f4 has taken me by shock. I mean, just understanding the dynamics in the position, the fact that knight on g6 is pinned, the bishop on c2 is hanging. David, I'm with you. That's a big surprise right now. And rook takes bishop would end up, I think queen takes bishop, queen h5. We don't want that in the position. Queen h5 looks unstoppable to me in this position. Mating net, a kill zone for black's king.
Unless I can... ugly, but unless I can block the background. The only move not to resign. Peter, you suggested it earlier.
Yes, okay, but still the position looks bad, yeah? No, okay, this should be hopeless, yeah?
Yeah, somehow it feels like there'll be a knockout blow. This bishop will be pinned on the back rank forever in the near future. But okay, Abasov might have to find something like this in the hope that he survives. It's just move by move now. Because, as you said, Tanya, knight g3 is just a killer on the spot, and there's actually no way to improve black's position if the forcing moves don't work. So, wow, turnaround after turnaround this whole tournament. Crazy stuff just happening all around.
Just a crazy game. It's been topsy-turvy from the start. It looked like it's going to be a smooth Hikaru victory, and then Nijat makes a comeback, and then Hikaru manages to trap him, trick him into this position where the most active piece in black's camp, that rook on e2, which is supposed to be a powerhouse, ends up in a situation where it's about to get trapped. And I was looking at Hikaru on the camera as well. He's leaning forward. He can smell blood in this position. He knows he's done it again and is back in full control despite having 5 minutes on the clock. I think he's not so worried about the time situation, given the position that he has. He's in full control one more time, David.
That's right. Bishop e5, as Peter said, game changer. It's a cold shower. Abasov suddenly realizing 11 minutes isn't that much to make 3 moves when you're met with a shock. And yeah, all of the tactics suddenly that we're discussing, they're all in white's favor, which is another warning flag. Okay, look at the camera. Jacket off, Abasov. He means business. But it might be one move too late. That's how cruel chess can be. And yeah, white's attack suddenly looks almost unstoppable unless he's extremely accurate. And the bar seems to be rising. Danger now for Abasov. And wow, Hikaru working miracles.
The clocks are leveling out as well. Yes, Peter?
Yes, I feel like here the inexperience of Abasov came and decided the situation, because if you know Hikaru, yeah, then if he provokes you for a rook e2 adventure, then you have to say thank you very much, I decline immediately, yeah, because Hikaru is so tricky, he sees all kind of things, and Abasov simply let his emotions take over. Yeah, he suddenly blitzed out this rook e2 and queen e7 fell exactly into Hikaru's devilish trap. imagine this is Vishy Anand from the black side, yeah, or anyone who has played tons of games against Hikaru, he would say, is Hikaru inviting me for rookie 2? No, 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 no. Thank you very much. I have a lovely position. I make sure that he will never have the slightest of tricks at his disposal, and then we take it from there. But okay, Abasov does not have this experience. Yeah, he haven't played against Hikaru, and this will be a very costly mistake.
It's the mousetrap. The cheese bait on e2, inviting black's rook to what looks like the most active square, and then once it lands there, there's no going back after this last move with bishop to e5. Awarded an exclamation mark, and it's put Nijat on a big think. Nijat takes a decision, not stopping knight g3 with the move that we were expecting, h4 or a sacrifice, but queen to e6. To my eyes, that walks into the idea. Knight g3, what does Nijat have in mind? Does he want to, is there enough time to trade? What's going on after knight g3 here, David?
I'm trying to calculate, trying to work it out. I don't see it.
I think he wants to take on c2 and then play h4 and then try to play on the light squares with bishop f5 or something like this. This is my
show this
take.
on the board. I think you're right, Peter. Because rook takes e5, if he didn't play it 1 move ago, he's unlikely to play it now. And more important to rid yourself of this pin. So take this light squared bishop, and now h4. Yeah, and just to show your idea, bishop f5 to kick this white queen away. The problem is, might be coming in from the other angle, although, of course, the bar drops. Knight takes bishop. Game on. How does white maintain the flow? Is it, maybe queen d1 first?
Again, yeah, forcing me to go back with the bishop to g4, yeah?
And then I'm not sure what the difference is. Queen b1, pin this direction maybe. And if you go
bishop
back,
f5.
queen somewhere, queen b5, or maybe b7. Oh, it's such a hard position.
Yes. Yeah, but
Wrong
at
line.
least I
Usually
think
a
that
wrong line.
yeah, but I think that this is the essence of Abasov's defense. Knight g3 on the board.
Yeah.
Hikaru checking the number of moves he needs to make. Yes, David, go on.
I just wanted to point out, if this white g pawn wasn't on the board, if I could pick it up and just throw it away, then rook h8 check would win. But sorry, just to show rook h8 check, the king would take, and then the white queen could jump over to h6 with a nice checkmate, checkmating pattern. But unfortunately, g pawn, the bane of the bane of both sides' existence. Yeah, it looks like an exchange sacrifice guaranteed now, and this is move 38. So we will update everyone with the other game, Caruana against Ferrugia, where Fabiano has won a pawn, but this is where the big time scramble looks to be happening. Rook takes e5. He takes this bishop. That's surprising, I must admit.
And he picks up that central pawn as well on e5. With this open position, and we're getting the second blue arrow of this game saying that rook b5 is the best move on the board, it still doesn't look completely over. We've been talking about how, again, there's been a big turnaround in this game, but you've got this pawn for the exchange. The c3 pawn is weak. The g5 pawn also weak. The queen on c1 needs to keep it guarded. There's a bishop pair. It's not completely over. Peter, how easy is this to convert right now?
Not easy at all. Actually, I have to give very big credit to Abasov. Yeah, we have seen he has tried everything. He removed his jacket. He was basically mobilizing all his forces, yeah, to try to find the way out of this crazy situation. First of all, the players don't know the evaluation bar. Yeah, they don't know the exact evaluation of the position. So they rely also on their emotions. And Abasov might be thinking like, okay, just a couple of moves ago, I felt like I'm taking over, I'm about to win. Then cold shower after bishop e5, but it cannot be that it's the end, yeah? And then he finds this exchange sacrifice. If the rook has to come back from the back rank, then at least there are no more mating ideas there. So in time table, anything can happen.
Yeah,
and
I must admit, Tanya, this one is really heating up, but we see the other board as well. What are your first impressions? It looks like, if I can count correctly, Fabiano has won a pawn.
Has won a pawn and two beautiful rooks on e5 and d6 to boot as well. Just feels incredibly active. That bishop on d3 targets that f5 pawn, and I believe that could be a threat right now with all the pins that we're seeing on the board. Fabi is threatening bishop takes f5 as well. Notice how the rook on f6 is pinned. That's our right board. Left board also fire. Looking at the two positions, I think Fabi has the more stable advantage, is what I would go for. Meanwhile, Hikaru has the extra material, the extra exchange. But with this c3 pawn hanging, I still think it's a game for 3 results, David.
Definitely. And Hikaru, okay, hesitation yet again. It's rare to see that from Hikaru, but he moved his hand out and withdrew it very quickly. He does have 1 minute 20 to make just one more move. That game is about to reach move 40, and then we will focus on Caruana against Firouzja as Hikaru takes a breather. I'm sure both players will love to get some refreshment. They'll get their extra time on the clock. But key moments for Hikaru. He needs to retreat the white rook to maintain the advantage, but not obvious. In the meantime, yeah, Fabiano, the clock situation looks dramatic, but still that one extra pawn for him could be decisive.
I think that in this Fabi's game, there is this incredible motive that after rook takes d6, c takes d6, rook d8, white has rook takes f5. That's a stunning move because rook takes d6 is met by rook d5, wonderful discovered check. Bishop takes g2 is met by rook g5 check, picking up the bishop, and suddenly because of this spin against the king on g6, white gets perfect coordination.
Peter, we're going to look into that incredible idea that you mentioned right after time control, and we will dive deeper into it. Hikaru, meanwhile, does play the best move on the board. Rook b5 found and played. To me, it's not obvious at all because black can still pick up that c3 pawn. It's still hanging. And now with time control met, I think, David, we can do a deep dive. Where should we just quickly jump into the Fabi board? Because I believe that they still haven't made it to move 40. And then we'll go to Hikaru.
That's right. Abbasov will make his 40th move. He still has 7.5 minutes, so plenty of time for him. And that game's still crazy, still super complicated. This one, however, they're at move 32. So 8 moves for Fabiano. After this will be 8 moves as well for Firouzja. But just to show that line, Peter, take us away. Rook takes rook. You mentioned maybe one of the most natural ways for black to try and neutralize this strong pawn, met by a very strong rook takes f5. And you can't see any way here for black to cling on.
Exactly. Rook takes f5 is so easy to miss from distance, yeah, because bishop takes f5, picking up the pawn with a check would have been so much more natural, but that would be exactly as black has planned before. Yeah, so this one is anybody's game. The bishop on c6 targeting g2, the pawn on d6 falling. Rook takes f5 is the game changer. And I believe that from distance, Fabiano has outcalculated Alireza.
Peter, that's a really nice way to put it, that Alireza missed this big resource with the discovered check, and there's still time control to be made and not that much time on the clock. A very difficult position to defend, even if you had all the time in the world. Now with the black pieces touching the 3-minute mark on move number 32, there's a big way ahead to reach move 40, and it's not an easy path at all. If you can't pick up that d6 pawn after the rook trade, that pawn's going to be a monster in black's position. You will not be able to pick up the g2 pawn in time, allowing the pawn to move forward. This is big trouble for Alireza. He's thinking, but David, is it too late now for a think?
Oh, it looks difficult for Alireza. He needs to be really accurate just to stay in this game. I'm wondering whether he trades rooks and then tries to take this pawn on g2. No, he's played rook to h5. Given a question mark, it does defend this pawn, though. A very human reaction. I don't fault him at all for this. I think it's a very kind of resourceful move. But now the blue arrow again, showing us the way for white. Rook to d8. And Peter, apparently this is the best move. How obvious would you call this one? Rook to d8, trying to get behind, I guess, indirectly defending the white g2 pawn.
Well, not obvious at all, because we were praising that rook on d6 being a fantastic rook in enemy camp. Yeah, this rook on d6 was driving black crazy. And then, however, after rook h5, since black left the back rank, so rook d8 indirectly protecting. And what did Fabi do? Bishop f1. Okay, human reaction.
That would have been a tough find, rook to d8. So instead, he does save the g2 pawn. And I feel in these kind of situations, the cross cannot be taken too seriously. David, it's such a natural response. You want to defend g2. You're up a pawn. The pressure is still on. Slowly, you will march your king closer to the g2 pawn, perhaps via king e1, king f2 ideas as well, and simply to free up the bishop. As long as that rook stays on d6, tying up the rook on f6, as long as the trade isn't possible. Big question, what is that rook on h5 doing? How is that helping black to relieve the pressure?
Yeah, totally. I think that's maybe one of the most relevant points right now, Tanya. Black doesn't want to have his rook stuck on this h5 square, and just rook takes rook now. Maybe he'll try and bring his rook back, but then Peter's point will continue. Maybe then, after a trade of rooks, the white bishop comes back, leaps back to the rescue. So Firouzja now, this is a very small window of opportunity before white's king comes over to save the white bishop, to relieve it of its duties, the defensive post there. And in the meantime, talking of smaller window of opportunity, 1.5 minutes for 7-8 moves now for Firouzja. Physically, it's difficult. We've seen players blunder under this type of time pressure. Fabiano, 2 results he's playing for. He cannot lose this game unless miracles do occur. But for Firouzja, he needs to defend accurately. He trades off one set of rooks. What now? Will he bring his king across? Will he bring his rook back? Those would be the 2 most obvious plans.
Okay. He does bring the rook back, and with just
but
a
now
minute
bishop
on the clock.
d3.
And 5 moves to make, no increment. This is going to be very tough. Bishop d3, attacking that f5 pawn. The problem is not whether Firouzja will make it to time control, but it's the condition he makes it to time control in, what the position will be. And it's so difficult to keep things balanced in already a worse position. Where do you keep the defensive going? I'm expecting Fabi's advantage to increase even more. Fabi keeps it going on the clock as well. Gives in a check before bringing in the bishop. Asking Firouzja some questions. Where do you retreat with your king? It's not an easy answer. You don't want to line it up against the light squares.
But it's a very strange decision. Yes, it's a very strange decision, a rook e6 check, because if he would have played bishop d6, it's the same position that he had before if Firouzja would have taken rook takes d6. So I'm not really understanding what's happening here. But okay, Fabi also done on the clock.
It's the clock, the nerves, they're all playing a role right now. Bishop to d3 looks like it was a huge move. Could have given him big winning opportunities, transposing into that favorable line that Peter mentioned, that Peter showed earlier. But of course, when the clock is ticking, it's hard to see these patterns. It's hard to realize that these transpositions occur even deep into the endgame. And look at Fabi staring away at the clock. He looked like he was reaching for the white bishop. There we go. He lines up a discovered check. Now the black king has to move out the way. Firouzja's king has to shift to a dark square. Only move now. Most obvious one as well. But black has counterplay against the g2 pawn. He's in the game. He
needs to play fast. He's in the game, but he has to make a move. At least make the obvious move really quickly. He's touching the 40-second mark, and there's still a few moves to be made here. And he doesn't move the king. He moved the rook.
Wow.
I believe... Yes.
Rook to d8, Tanya. But there's no threat. Okay.
But David, does white have a good discover check is the big question that Fabi needs to answer. And apparently not. He simply sidesteps with the king. A nice move, taking away all of black's threats on the d file. And once again, black's king is feeling the fire and Firouzja's clock is feeling the fire. It's 20 seconds. How many moves is that left?
He's got to make 4 moves, including this one.
How?
He's down
How
14 seconds. 4 moves to make. You've got 10 seconds.
Make a move.
Wow.
He has to go on bullet mode right now. And he makes 2 moves, still 2 moves to be made. He's down to 7 seconds on the clock.
Pure panic. He's making moves like a5, which do not contribute to the position, that don't help black's cause. Random moves on the queen side just to make time control. 2 more moves to make in 7 seconds. Ooh, this one. Again, the clock costing Firouzja. e5 going on the attack. Throwing pawns forward against white's bishop, but loosening up his own position in the meantime. It's that state of black's position once he reaches move 40. Tanya, I think he's going to make it. 1 move to make in 6 seconds. But will he survive past move 40? Oh, Fabiano, this is a golden opportunity for him. Looking nervously at the clock, checking the score sheet. 1 move to make each.
Each and 20 seconds for Fabi as well. So he needs to make a decision where he wants to retreat with the bishop. And he makes it. He makes it to time control. Firouzja reaching out. And he just makes the move with 1 second on the clock. Bishop d5 played. Time control met. What happened?
The Arbiter has stepped in. I believe neither player was recording their moves towards the end. When there's no increment added after each move, you do not have to write down once you're under 5 minutes. So both players now will be given the opportunity to catch up on the score sheet. I think the clock was stopped because neither player was recording, and the clocks will resume. This is not game over. Nobody lost on time. The Arbiter doing a great job there. But in the meantime, it is Fabiano with a winning endgame after that time scramble. He's a pawn up, and looks like he's on the brink. Faruja has a lost position.
Yeah, this is very important to highlight, that because when the players are not getting extra increment, then in the last 5 minutes, they don't have to record the moves. So it was a crazy mess. That's why Fabiano also looked at the big board, just to make sure that move 40 has been reached. It has been reached. And now it's all about collecting all the moves. But look at Alireza, he's very upset with the situation because he knows exactly that this is a very bad endgame.
And while he's smiling on the outside, I'm sure he's feeling very different emotions on the inside right now, even though he makes a time control a very difficult endgame to defend. Fabiano Caruana, through the time scramble, keeps his advantage. If anything, he's grown on it. And it is going to be a grind by Fabi. We are entering the final stage of round 10. Who will falter? Who will save? And who will come out on top? We'll go into a quick break. Find out in just a few moments.
We have these youngsters, you're mentoring some of them. We would love to know how you see their progress to the candidates and what the future holds for them. So, to start with, Vidit Gujarati.
He's been quite strong for a long time. He's been working with Anish for quite some time. Really, his confidence has come rather slowly. In 2019, he played a fairly impressive tournament in Vaikense. Then again, he seemed to disappear for a while. It seemed to me that he really needed a fire in his backside before he responded. He has his ups and downs, and last year was good. He had a very good result in World Cup. He only didn't qualify by very little. And then this unexpectedly easy Grand Swiss. I say unexpectedly easy because at times it seems the points were almost forcing themselves onto him. It gives that impression. Now, it's always nice when that happens, but that he won 2 games at the end and even clinched unshared first. That showed that he was in his element. And I think it's because of all this pressure of, Gukesh and Pragg and everything breathing down his back. He finally clicked, and after that, he's been generally very, very good.
Next is our own Chennai kid, Pragyananda Pragg. Your thoughts about him?
In a sense, very similar, where his potential was revealed very, very early. And it was always clear that he had a natural gift. We've gotten so used to him now that it's hard to remember that till May last year, he was struggling within the definition of the word. It didn't look like anything was changing, but then suddenly he won this tournament in Hungary, he qualified in the World Cup, and then suddenly he was the top scorer in the Global Chess League. He was the top scorer in Dusseldorf. He did well in Grand Swiss, though he didn't need to qualify. Good stable performance. Suddenly he was outperforming everywhere. Now I think he just feels more confident and he has already set his sights much higher. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified for the final.
And how do you see Gukesh's chances going into the candidates?
Very similar to what I would say for Pragg, except Gukesh is by nature more volatile. His results swing much more. You know, he's had real disasters, which Pragg hasn't faced in a very long time. If at all, I can't remember a huge disaster. But then he has the strength to come back, which is good because he needs it. He has bigger swings within his thing. But it's also because he's much more ambitious. He's, I think, trying to push his limits. Look, I don't know how all of them will evolve. And at this point, they're changing very fast, and their experiences are also making them change fast. I think, though, that what I suggested to him, that it's around about the time the Olympiad finished and so on, I suggested to him that he should maybe work more closely with Gaevsky because his openings needed stabilizing. He would need a full-time trainer and all that. That has driven a lot of things as well because he's working and training very hard. He's never going to have a problem with work or finding the ability to work. My observation about him is he finds it harder to relax. And you need a balance in everything. So I think he needs to compensate on the other side. It's usually the opposite we tell youngsters. You have to work harder. You have to relax more. So that's going to be fun with him.
And our latest Grandmaster, Vaishali.
Vaishali did a condensed version of what Pragg did. I mean, essentially a long struggle. And then the skies opened, so to speak. You know, this Grand Swiss result was huge. And after that, she got her Grandmaster title as well. Huge achievement. Hopefully she's going to ride that confidence. I think she now has the strength and maybe even the self-belief that, she herself mentioned that at some point she realized Pragg had gotten much stronger than her. Her recent performances, has given her the confidence she really needs.
Of course, the fifth candidate, one of the strongest women players India has ever produced, Konaru Hampi.
She's coming to it from a totally different perspective. She's been here, done all this before. And then she's at a new stage in her life. She's now a parent, she's a mother, she has to combine, balance all that. She plays less sometimes, she goes months without playing but then comes back. She can surprise you. In the last couple of years, I've really been impressed by her performance in the World Rapid and Blitz. And that shows, I think, that her connection and feeling for the game is very good. She's going to be sensible and stable in the candidates, and hopefully that is enough.
Welcome back, everyone, and we just made it to time control to move 40 in round 10 of the FIDE Candidates, and it was all eyes on Fabiano Caruana versus Nijat, the endgame that we had, and Fabi continues to push when the pressure is at its highest, currently at 50%, looking for that win. But Fabi is no stranger to high pressure situations. This is his fifth candidate. He's a veteran, a big favorite. He's played the candidates multiple times. What is his backstory? Chess.com shot an amazing piece for you to enjoy. Take a look.
My name is Fabiano Caruana and I play chess. Growing up in New York was great. I do love the city. I had a childhood that was mostly like a lot of sports and running around outside and riding bikes with friends and playing sports in like the schoolyard. Then at some point to my parents' regret, I got my first video game at some point. So then I wanted to play video games all the time. And that's when I started playing Yes, I started around the age of between 5 and 6 because I had some problems with like my attention. It was suggested as a way to maybe improve my my ability to concentrate and my attention span, and just started playing with kids in an after-school program, and then got noticed by a chess coach there. And then I started playing tournaments. I do like have a very clear memory of my first tournament where I lost all my games on time because I forgot to press the clock. Your opponent doesn't have to tell you to press it, but usually my opponents were much older and probably felt bad for me, would remind me. But eventually I just like would lose on time in all the games. So the first outing wasn't too successful. I really always enjoyed playing. I love to play, but I didn't enjoy studying too much. So that was never something that grabbed my attention. I didn't want to study. I didn't even want to take lessons, although I did. But yeah, playing was like the majority of my enjoyment came from playing. From my teenage years forward, yeah, it was very atypical, not having the social connections that you would normally get going to school, or just having friends that you meet in school and then become friends in other aspects of your life. Yeah, all the other things that are associated with like high school and applying to college, all those things didn't really happen for me. But I think you can't have everything. Of course, it would be nice to experience everything, but if you put all of your time and effort into this one area, trying to get as good as you can at it, then you can't focus so much on other things. It's just the way it is. If I hadn't had this life from an early age, then I probably wouldn't be the chess player I am today. I do remember that I did, I vividly remember this. I had a dream probably around the age of 10 that I would become world champion. Still hasn't obviously materialized, but I would like to achieve that dream at some point. It wasn't like it was like a dream, like I actually dreamt it. And I don't know if it will look anything like it did in the dream, but it would be interesting to see how it would look. I'm playing the 2024 candidates again. This one is a bit different because now the young guys have started to become really strong. So it's a mix of the old guard and the younger generation. But now even Alireza is considered one of the more experienced guys. We have players like Gukesh, who I'm not even sure if he's turned 18 yet, and Pragg, who I think is 19. And so we have this like young generation, and then we have, I wouldn't consider myself old, but we would be called the old guard, I guess. We'll see how the newer players and also older ones can handle the pressure. Because last year, or 2 years ago, that is, I didn't handle the pressure very well despite having a lot of experience. Still, I wasn't able to manage that. It's not necessarily in a case where experience gives you a huge advantage, because every time is different. And also you change every time. So I'm not the same player I was 2 years ago, or certainly not 8 years ago. And the reason why I think maybe it doesn't make such a huge difference is because in my first candidates, I did have a good performance and I almost won. I think a lot of it is just coming into the event, like how good your form is. You can't always control it, you can do your best, but you don't always know what circumstances will affect it, what will go right, what will go wrong. I think it will be a very hard-fought event, and I'm not expecting something like last time where someone dominated, where Jan dominated. If I had to make one prediction, it'll be like very closely contested. I think that I can play well, so I don't have to prove that. It's just that I'm not going to take for granted that I qualified, because it wasn't at all guaranteed that I qualified last time or that I'll qualify next time. I understand fully, I think everyone does, but I understand maybe better because I played so often, that it's just how difficult it is to win a tournament like this. Even when everything was going my way in 2018, there were so many ups and downs that I had to overcome. So I know that even if things go well, it's a huge road.
And that dream of the 10-year-old Fabi seems to be all fired up for another shot at the World Championship. It has been the resurgence of Fabi as he's reclaimed his number 2 spot over the last year. And you can find this incredible story of Fabi, the full story, on our YouTube channel on Fabulous Fabi. And right now, he's got a fabulous endgame on the board, looking for that second shot to fight for the World Championship match 2018, the year he won the candidates, the year he went on to face Magnus Carlsen and the tie breaks that followed. Well, this time around, Fabi needs to start getting some wins at this point. Currently, once again, let's remind everyone, a 50% score at 4.5, and it looks like he's getting close to getting that first win. David, Clinical play so far, made it to time control, a check on the board, Fabi aiming to pick up the b5 pawn. And I don't believe that Alireza can even pick up the d6 pawn with ideas of rook d7, and that's the right board on the right for us.
Yeah, I think that's where we'll do our deep dive in a moment. Just before that, though, we'll mention that Hikaru Nakamura and Nijat Abasov, they also reached move 40. But ever since Abasov has been thinking the queens are off the board in that game on the left side of your screens, Black has sacrificed the exchange, but has a couple of pawns in return. However, it is very much only Nakamura who can realistically win. And Abasov, just judging by the clock times, a couple of shakes of the head on the camera, I don't think he's too happy. But that game will go a long time, so maybe we just do a recap on what we saw in the build-up to move 40. That flurry of moves, Firouzja making the time control with a couple of seconds left, and this is the result. It's a check, as you mentioned, Tanya. I'm expecting the Black King to move forward. I mean, that by far looks like the most natural move. You very rarely want to go back in any endgame. Not even really sure what else he's considering. Whoa, bishop to f7. Okay, that's a shock. Because now the b5 pawn is definitely free. Okay, we'll dive into this, but just to mention your variation, Tanya, the reason perhaps he went away from the natural move, king to f6, is because he judged this endgame, as you mentioned, the rook trade, to be lost for Black. And I think it is simply the b pawn will march, the f pawn ties down the Black king, and also if White wants, there is a path towards the Black h-pawn potentially later. So all of these things stack up to a winning endgame for White. He dodged this, but bishop f7. Let's break it down. Bishop takes pawn. It looks like rook takes now would lose on the spot. This bishop is pinned and lost, or Black has to transition into a lost king and pawn endgame at least. So what's the idea? Bishop takes b5. I need a helping hand. Is it king f6?
Peter, are you as surprised?
Defense.
Yes. Go on, Peter.
Yes, I don't see a defense, but I also feel like Fabiano got lucky in a sense that rook e7 check, which was very precise, and he did spend 6-7 minutes on it, making sure after the time control that yes, he calculates everything, was move 41. Yeah, because those kind of moves that require very precise calculation, and if you do that, then you benefit. But with few seconds on the clock, it would have been impossible. So this was a very fortunate situation for Fabian. After bishop f7, bishop takes b5, I don't see any chances for Black to survive this.
The only idea that I can come up with in this position is to sidestep the pin. You definitely cannot allow bishop c4. You pin it and you win it. A king pawn ending would be dead lost. King to f6. I move away from the threat. You're threatening to take the d6 pawn, but Fabi is on the call here and he can completely defend it. I see moves like rook d7, moves like bishop d7. That's 2 extra pawns to the boot. David, this doesn't look holdable to me. What do you think?
Yeah, doesn't look holdable at all. I like your rook d7. I like your bishop d7, actually, which I'd missed originally. Actually, Black's on total lockdown. At the right moment, you might take this pawn. At the right moment, you might just start pushing on the queen side. I guess the only question is rook to b8 here. How does White end this game?
Yeah, for example, bishop takes f5. Can you just pick it up, or you don't want to do this?
Yeah, actually, I'd missed that you can even play rook e2 here if you want.
Rook e2, yes.
Wow.
That's a clean win.
Just a trade-off, and this bishop is untouchable because White would then just coast forward and make a new queen. 2 pawns up, winning endgame. I mean, what shocks me for Firouzja is, firstly, that he didn't spend more time here. It's a critical moment. Secondly, why don't you play king f6? And here, surely you have more options. Bishop f7 would transpose into what we think is going to happen in the game anyway, but you leave yourself with other moves. I don't know whether that's...
Yeah, like
G8.
bishop e6, for example, no? Or, yeah, so
bishop
something,
e6.
yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it's probably still lost after White goes pawn hunting, or I don't know which way, but at least you get the d pawn.
Very
Surprising.
strange. Very strange stuff by Firouzja.
Yeah,
Yes, David.
Firouzja falling apart. Sorry, Tanya, go on. I mean, it's a lost endgame anyway, but I'm not sure this is the path of maximum resistance.
And him having to play all those moves with just seconds on the clock, the pressure, and I think it was just the inaccuracies there as well, which saw Fabi's advantage rise. And now Fabi showing very professional style here. He just pauses. He's not rushing with his moves. He knows he's got this in the bag. He just needs to put the finishing touches to it. He's got enough time. And if played accurately, we might even be seeing Resignation in the next few moves by Firouzja, as Fabi's about to pick up the second pawn, that b5 pawn hanging. Maybe even the f5 pawn hanging, but bishop b5 just looks like the way you want to go, keeping the idea of bishop c4 if black was to pick up the d6 pawn. Firouzja's just, from the very start of the day, just been feeling like he's not completely in the game. Fabi was not able to capitalize on the e5 idea, but always under pressure. Firouzja on the defense. David, how much do you think has to do with all the off-board drama that we've been seeing develop throughout the day? How much of that is on Alireza's mind?
Well, it can't have helped. Often there's two ways to channel your frustration when kind of there's drama going on. One, you get really, really focused. You drive yourself into this kind of state of kind of frenzy where it's just about kind of, okay, I'm going to win this game. I'm going to take revenge on the world. I'm going to kind of prove my point on the chessboard. But if things don't go your way, it's easy for things to swing the other direction and for everything to fall apart, the world being against you. You kind of get stuck inside your own mind. You can't focus, can't concentrate, and it's a very fine line. So yeah, I think drama never ever helps, and especially at this top level where the margins are so small that the opponents will be calm, the opponents will be focused and determined to beat you. Yeah, it's tough, Peter. We've all been there. We've all been kind of distracted, but ultimately at this level, it's not the recipe for success.
Yes, absolutely. Everything that you said, I fully agree. Simply any kind of distraction, yeah, that makes your mind think about something else than just quietly about the game. That's already too much to handle, because you need all your power. You are playing against the very best players in the world who are giving their absolute all, and you have to have a calm head. You just to make sure that you focus on what you are doing. With all these distractions are almost impossible. But I would like to say that Alireza did play a very good game. There was a moment when I was thinking like, yes, in the Hikaru Abasov game we see all those dramas, yes, some incredible turnarounds, but everything was of a very high quality in Fabiano against Alireza until that moment when we have seen this rook e5, rook d6 construction. That was the game-changing construction. So clearly Alireza had missed something there, and after that things collapsed. But it was a really good game.
And really unfortunate, because at this stage, as you said, distraction's the last thing you want on your mind. And I don't know how much this actually helps or what's the point of it. But I know one thing about the Indian players. Before a big tournament, before they're about to play, and I'm sure Candidates, it's the biggest stage, they actually, a lot of them, delete any social media apps on their phone. They want to be completely disconnected from the world so they can focus completely on what is on the board to give it their best. So it's interesting how different players deal with these scenarios. As you said, David, it could fire you up, it could fuel you up to show your absolute best, and that requires a lot of strength as well. But what ideally you want is to not have any of these factors around you taking away from what matters, and what matters is to let chess speak for itself. And right now it is Fabi who's picked up the pawn on b5 on the right side of our screen. Hikaru still with the extra material on the left side. But I'm going to say this again, to me this endgame is not as clear as the eval bar seems to imply. David, what are the chances in this one of Hikaru converting this into a full point?
Tough question, Tanya. I agree. I don't think black's out of it. As everyone knows, I'm a big proponent of the bishop pair. I think as long as a pair of bishops remain on the board, there's always going to be counter chances. And for some reason, I'm recalling the Firouzja against Nakamura game earlier in the tournament where one side gave up the exchange. It looked like Firouzja's rook was roaming around the board, but actually it was the knight combined with pawns that did the damage. So being the exchange down isn't the end of the world. And Abasov, I guess he's going to try and create some counterplay on the king side. I'm not sure exactly how. Meanwhile, Nakamura can go hunting for that a3 pawn, which we've been talking about a lot throughout today's broadcast. But black's far advanced a pawn looks ripe for the picking. I'm not sure if you can defend it even without allowing some unfavorable trades. So it does feel like Hikaru is a favorite. up on the clock, up on material, with a rook versus a minor piece, but it's an endgame. And again, one slip and black will be right back in that. Peter, do you see any hope for Abasov?
Well, what I'm attracted to from white side, because you remember I already went one time pawn hunting on a3 and that was horrible. That ended badly with this double attack with queen b2. I'm tempted to go rook e5, a completely different angle, hitting the bishop on e3, and I want to go rook e4, hitting the bishop on g4, trying to use rook takes h4 idea as well. And if you play bishop f5, I take rook takes c4 and get clarity like this. This is also my take. I like this from practical standpoint, that I eliminate your beloved pair of bishops and I just get a technically winning position.
And yeah, one set of bishops disappears. This should be winning long term. Hey, rook a5 though. Tanya, what do you make of that one?
It's got a direct threat. I like that line that you were discussing with rook to e5, but rook a5 also puts pressure on the a3 pawn, and I don't really see a clear way for black to defend it. Bishop, the c1 square is guarded, the c5 square is guarded. If you have to trade off the a3 pawn and you get the g5 pawn in return, that a2 passer will be extremely strong. It's going to march down the board. So Abasov needs to find a way to create some complications here. Peter, throwing this back to you, rook takes pawn is a big threat right now. How do you see Nejat keeping his chances in this one going?
I think that in general, if we would just have this type of position with the two bishops, I mean the pair of bishops and unbalanced pawn structure, one should say that this is totally unclear. But here the problem is this eternal pin. Yeah, again, yeah, this pin from the bishop on c2 on the knight on g6 and king h7. That's the real problem for black, and that's the reason why we really feel that black is in a lot of trouble. How do we get out of this pin? Yeah, any kind of king g8 will be met by rook a8 check, or also forcing then the knight to f8 into another pin. Then you have time to pick up the h3 pawn, and black will never get counterplay. So this is the real problem, and I don't see a good way of solving this pin, and then there is no solution to the problem.
Tough call for Nejat. David, any ideas for black? Because the only thing that I see in this position is that Nejat will give up the a pawn and pick up the g5 pawn. Is there a way to try to make a race on the king side versus the a passer for black?
It's difficult. I agree, Tanya, that's kind of the ideal scenario, that you could race somehow, but for now it's white who's going to initiate the race by taking this pawn. At the moment it's not possible to take g5, it's defended. And in the meantime, this white g-pawn actually does a great job of holding up any potential runners. I think pawn to h3, white will happily just chop that off and shift the king. And yeah, I just don't see how black's f and g pawns are ever motoring up the board. As Peter said, they're just stuck, all due to this one white bishop. I think, yeah, if you could trade it off even at the cost of 1 or 2 pawns, you would love to, but it's just impossible. And in the meantime, maybe it's actually better to wait. I guess your idea would be something like bishop d2, rook takes pawn, bishop takes g5. But again, f and h pawns run so slowly. White's a pawn is uncontested, and it's literally a case of white having kind of a sprint forward. And okay, king back to g8. Peter called it. I was going to say you could also consider taking here and going bishop c1 to defend your pawn, but ultimately you're left with 2 bad minor pieces, a defensive one and a pinned one. So he tries to unpin by dropping back to g8, but rook check, surely. Is the intention just to go with the knight and, I don't know, play slowly, g6, knight e6, get out of there? Maybe a good practical decision, Peter.
Well, even there is the practical idea from white side to play g6, yeah, to force this f take g6, bishop take g6 construction, and then again black is not able to move. But one has to watch out, yeah, because black has the pair of bishops. Sometimes we want to control everything and we are unable to do that. So I'm not sure if this is best. But yeah, black is in a lot of trouble.
And Abasov falling back with the king, trying to get some breather with the knight, but a check just seems to increase, or at least keep the problems as they are. The knight's still far away from getting into the game. The compensation really lies in him playing with all his pieces. For Nijat, it's a tough way to get there. And I saw a feature chat say that the bishop on c2 was the star piece in Hikaru's position. Completely agree with that. And there were these moments when Nijat could have traded it with the move bishop f5 in the middle game, but it did not happen. And this bishop on c2 has been quite the strong hook for Hikaru, stopping the activity of that crucial knight from jumping anywhere. Hikaru, looking cool on the camera, looks at his score sheet. He looks incredibly confident right now. He knows he's gotten the tough part done. Rook a check. I'm slightly surprised that he slowed down on it, because is he actually contemplating just picking up a3? Because that also makes sense. The knight really can't jump. So you could even get greedy without throwing in the check. David, do you see anything wrong with the immediate snap up of the pawn?
No, I guess it's just kind of that signal that the race is on. Rook takes a3, bishop takes g5, and white starts running. I guess there it's more likely that you'll want to kind of gain time with a check and then start pushing the a-pawn. I think now might be the moment, but as ever, we've all seen sprint races, athletics. You have to get into position, you have to wait for the gun to sound off, and then you start running. I think this is just the moment that Hikaru pauses, calculates everything, and goes for it. Rook takes a3. I think that might be the most precise move order. I don't really want to allow the black knight to even improve itself even slightly here. So I think this is the long think before Hikaru rattles off the rest of the moves in his trademark style.
Very possible. And David, we had another feature chat, and I'm going to throw that question to you, because an interesting one, similar to the idea that you pointed out of a potential g6 after check. And I think chat wanted to know that how much sense does it make to actually trade on g6 right now? Pick up that knight, double up the pawns, and then take on a3.
Ooh, interesting question. I hadn't considered it because I'm so biased towards bishops in open positions. I think that idea is not going away anytime soon. Also, remember the MVP, the best piece, the most valuable piece. It's the white light squared bishop. How could you ever trade it off? It deserves to live till the end of the game. Black's knight not making a great impression so far. So I totally understand the feature chat, but I don't think doubling the opponent's pawns, trading off, clarifying the situation is the most urgent priority right now. It's more about grabbing a pawn, racing down the board. White's light squared bishop's also a great blockader of black's passed c-pawn. So Hikaru about to make a move. In the meantime, rooks are off the board in the clash between Caruana and Faruja, and evaluation bars shot through the roof. White is winning this endgame.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this pawn on f5, yeah, the problem. Fabiano did go for bishop d7 move, yeah, just to fix that f5 pawn. And you remember, David, yeah, you highlighted this king g1, king h2, king h3 idea. I think this is exactly what Fabiano is going for, but maybe black is also in just kind of a zugzwang, because if the bishop moves, then of course white plays b4. But all eyes on Hikaru. He captured on a3, bishop takes g5, rook a8 check on the board.
So going in with a line that gives the tempo to start rolling down the board with that a-pawn. It looks like the pawn that's going to decide the game. Meanwhile, Fabi with the extra material. I love the idea of the king march that was pointed out a while ago by David, to just get rid of any counterplay on the king side to free up that king. Hikaru, as you said, David, continues to blitz out the moves now. So he paused, he analyzed the line, he took his call, and we see him continue with the pawn advance. While the g5 pawn is off the board, hard to imagine there being a big counterplay on the king side for Nijat. At some point, are we expecting him, Peter, to strike with h3 to just try and open up some diagonals, to try and get some checks in, to roll down the board with his own pawns eventually?
Well, of course, after h3, g takes h3, bishop h3, it will take awful lot of time for black to try to generate counterplay with the pawns. But opening up diagonals for the bishops and starting to give some checks is a practical way of trying to put up some resistance. But who will stop the a-pawn? That's the very big question, and I don't see the answer to that.
Tough question. with perhaps no answer right now. With all of black's pieces on the king side, for Nijat to find a piece to defend that a pawn rolling up the board, it's not going to be easy. And this would mean that if Hikaru and Fabi, the two Americans, are looking at a victory in this round, that actually puts them in the mix. With the other players having drawn the game, this would be, David, a big result for them, once again opening up the field.
Yeah, massive result. They both leap to within half a point of the lead. I mean, what a roller coaster event. For example, Hikaru's had losing to Vidit a couple of times and still within touching distance. And that's how valuable every half point is at this stage. It's not just a sprint for the white A pawn in Hikaru's game, it's a sprint towards the finishing line in the tournament. And yeah, this is, as we kind of discussed earlier, pretty much a must-win game. You need to win all of your whites at this point, or you at least need to take your chances. And both Americans, they've done it the hard way in this round, but they look to be getting the job done. And yeah, I can't see actually the Firouzja game going, Caruana against Firouzja going on too much longer. That looks almost over. And Abbasov on the camera, he looks devastated. He knows that white's pawn is running too fast. As Peter said, no, who's going to stop it? No blockaders. It looks like 2 white wins in the 2 remaining games.
And we've had 2 draws. We're looking at potentially these 2 games ending decisively, the players playing white with a huge advantage. It looks like a technical win, and a technique at that level in this position feels like these guys have got this one. For Fabi on the right side of the board, it is about trying to get his own pawns moving up the board to create a passer on that. What is the easiest path for him after the king march? And Peter, just to explain it from a more strategic concept, how does Fabi make progress, let's say, if the king side pawns are traded off?
Well, I think one of the big problems for black is that black has no moves, yeah, because the king on f6 is tied to the defense of the f5 pawn, and that b3 bishop is blocking the b2 pawn, yeah, so the bishop also cannot move. And if, for example, black is just shifting with the king g6, king f6, then okay, white will just pick up the h4 pawn for free. This means that when white gets his king to h3, black will have to play the move bishop d5, trying to target the g2 pawn. But this case, white does not need to pick up the h4 pawn, then white simply pushes b4 and goes b4, b5, bishop c6, and make sure that black will have to design the game. Even bishop c6 would probably finish the game. So it's a very methodic way that Fabiano has set up. That's why he played the move bishop d7. And I think that Alireza is even considering resigning right now.
David, would you agree with that we might see this game end now?
Yes. Unfortunately, I would love to see it play out till the end. I believe normally in not resigning till the bitter end, till your opponents prove they know how to win. But here it's so straightforward. Don't really see how to keep the game going. That's the issue. I mean, you would love to kind of put the black bishop on e4 and then race across with the black king, but I just don't think you're quick enough. White's pawn will reach b5, as Peter said, just to show a variation. For example, bishop to d5 now. Say a set of pawns come off bishop to e4 just to defend the pawn, free up the black king. Unfortunately, you're just not quick enough. Or maybe you are. I see the bar drop. I was going to say there might be ideas like bishop to c6 anyway, but maybe black's just in time here. So I think this is what I would try if I were black, just so that the black king can stop this pawns while the black bishop holds the king side. But of course, white doesn't need to rush. Bishop d5. There's also ideas of just running the king immediately over. Peter, how would you go about closing the door here and finishing off the game for white?
Well, it's difficult to speculate on bishop d5 as long as Alireza is not playing it, because he relied on this blockade with bishop b3. Yeah, so he's not really believing in any of the defenses if that bishop moves away. And the way how he sits at the board, that's the signal, yeah, that I'm getting, that he's just not believing that there is any chance. And your plan of going with the king to h3, putting pressure on the h4 pawn, seems to be very effective.
Yeah, Alireza looks quite dejected on the camera right now, trying to find a way to fight this in this endgame with the same color bishop down the pawn, and with a clear idea for Fabi. Very tough call. And in these moments for a player, it's also just about accepting the inevitability of the position that you have. You know, you've tried to create your chances. You've tried to create the mess. You've tried to create the chaos. But at the end, even the clock situation, it really cost Alireza in that end game. And we can see it on him. He might play on for a few moves, but with that head shake, this will not last long. And Fabi there, he's definitely found this idea that, David, you mentioned of the King March. He's also been thinking while Alireza takes a thing. The more I see this, the more I agree with Peter that I think this position will not be played out, at least not for too long. We might have just a few more moves, but you can see that Alireza's resigned to his fate right now.
Yeah, there's also the idea for white to bring the king to h3, put the white bishop back on f1 if necessary, and just take the h4 pawn. Just cold, calm, collected, as Caruana often is. So yeah, it looks over Firouzja, unfortunately, for today. At least the chess didn't speak for itself. Maybe the dress spoke for itself. It was just a difficult situation with all the drama that's going on. Yeah, it's just... I mean, we all love seeing him play. He's world class. He's phenomenal when he's in form, but all these things adding up, all against him. Yeah, it's just been a tough tournament. He'll be back. And, still with a big save.
We have to mention also that so far there was always this case that if he wins all his games, then he has a chance. Yeah, but if he loses today's game, he will fall back to -3. And mathematically, even if winning all the remaining 4 games should not be enough, because he can only get to +1 score. And obviously from all the other 5 players who are fighting for the top place, it's mathematically impossible that someone will not outscore the +1.
And that has got to be so heartbreaking for Firouzja with his hustle to the candidates, last minute open tournament. You get that rating spot. You do what needs to be done to get into it. You have all these big hopes and, of course, big expectations as well around you, being the creative genius that he is. And then things start falling apart one game at a time. And it really was so important for Firouzja in this one with the black pieces. We've been talking about the importance of this game, a must-win game for Fabi, but for Firouzja to keep his hopes alive, his chances alive in the tournament, this loss would be the nail in the coffin. And there we have it. Fabi is going for David's plan of the king march up to the h4 pawn.
Yeah, great technique from Fabiano. He knows it. He's looking away. He's calculated everything. He knows the exact plan. Here, it's not even about calculation. It's just about plans. And I just don't see any counterplay for black. Not much to do, unfortunately. This might be the moment of resignation for black. Nothing to do. White simply, with this last move, shows he knows the way to win. And that's often what it takes for the handshake.
Well, with this bishop d7, Fabi was just very clinical. The bishop looked very good on c6. Yeah, one could have given the argument that why do you need to move that bishop, but this was super clean, making sure that black is completely tied down. The bishop hits the pawn on f5. White's king is marching towards the h4 pawn. Just no hopes at all. And what a crazy situation. Yeah, if Alireza would have won yesterday that fantastic game that he played against Jan Nepomniachtchi, it would be a completely different situation. But after failing to convert his advantage and going down here, that's the end. That's the end for him in these candidates.
This would indeed be the final shot to Alireza's dream of making it to the World Championship. If he loses this one, that would be the end of the road for that. Even mathematically impossible to make it to the top, as Peter, you pointed out. For Fabi, the must-win situation seems to become a reality as he moves closer towards that point that he needs, now catching up with the leader. Fabi confidently gets up, leaves the board. So much pressure on Alireza's king and the bishop. Overloaded, trying to stop the b2 pawn, trying to keep the f5 pawn defended, the h4 pawn coming into fire. And that is it. Alireza Firouzja resigns. He does not want to suffer anymore. Fabiano Caruana goes ahead, closes in with the leader with that win, keeps his chances alive. But for Alireza Firouzja, it will not be the World Championship this time.
Yeah, and that leaves us with one remaining game. One American gets the job done with white. Will it be Hikaru Nakamura to get the other decisive result of the round. Congratulations to Fabiano Caruana. Ali Reza here. He will be back. He will still have a big say on the rest of the tournament as he faces some of the leaders in the remaining rounds. In the meantime, Abasov has just given a check. The race has begun, but White seems to be ahead. And Peter here, White's knight beautifully centralized. Big threats against Black's f-pawn, knight e6 coming, White a-pawn running. How much resistance can Black put up here?
Very difficult to say, and I believe that King G2, yeah, exactly, King G2 is played on the board. Now also knight e6 is a threat. The f5 pawn is hanging. Isn't it resigns? Yeah, f4, then bishop e4, for example. Okay, the bishop just gets activated. Bishop d5 check will be a threat. The bishop is on the long diagonal, so there are absolutely no powers in the board stopping that a-pawn marching down the board.
I love your move, bishop e4, creating a bit of a traffic jam on the 4th rank there. Lots of pieces and pawns, but White's the one who's enjoying getting the car moving. Bishop d5, big threat. Knight e6 to follow, big threat. c4 weak, and of course the a-pawn continues its march down the board. Hikaru Nakamura looks like our second American who's going to score the win. Again, an important one for Hikaru. But going back to your point, Peter, about Alireza, while his road to the World Championship comes to a stop with this loss against Fabiano, but I completely agree with what you said. You know, he's a beast of a player, and right now he's a wounded beast, and that makes him even more dangerous. I think on his way out, we can expect some punches from him. He could play a big role on the leaderboard, on the big shuffle that we might have, an upset or a big win. Might not see his chances go up, but I think for the others, they can't take him lightly right now at all.
Well, the big question is how he handles the situation, yeah, because I also said when he first time went to -3 in the tournament that, okay, now he has to forget about everything. He just has to start playing spoilers, and if he manages to do that, then slowly build his confidence up. But he did come back, and then suddenly falling behind. By the way, Hikaru played the move bishop f5. He just makes sure that the light square bishop are traded, and that's kind of resignation territory.
Finally, that light squared bishop off the board, but now it's on Hikaru's terms, and Nijati reaches out to make another move, but he knows that this is close to resigned territory. The bishop on h4 hangs, the king on f1 controlling the f3 passer, the c-pawn far away and can easily be defended by the rook moving to c8. Meanwhile, nothing's going to stop the a-pawn from moving forward. Hikaru continues to play fast, and this, David, is busted for Black.
Yep, it's over. Another game where we might see a handshake any moment. It's imminent. You can tell the body language. Abasov, there we go. He resigns. Hikaru takes the win. Another important victory for the player with the white pieces. And Hikaru, he's right back in the tournament.
It gets tight at the top in the candidates with Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana scoring big wins in round 10 to close the gap with the leaders. And for Nijat Abasov, he knows he was so close in this one. He'd almost turned it around, and you can see it on him, the disappointment. Despite putting up a big fight, it did not go his way. Hikaru tricked him at those very last moments. This is heartbreaking, but Nijat continues to fight on in the candidates.
Yeah, I think that it hurts all the more that he sensed that Hikaru played badly at some point. Yeah, he gave him the chance. He had all the chances. Yeah, just play bishop f5 and you can never lose the game, but you have excellent chances of winning it. If Hikaru would have just converted smoothly his advantage, right, that he received out of the opening, then we would be saying, okay, that's it. Yeah, your move g4, g5 on the board, kind of the game would have ended its logical conclusion at the very beginning. But then all these crazy ups and downs, Nijat sensed that with rook e2, queen e7, he's winning the game, and then this bishop e5 game changer hurt him all the more.
Hikaru was in so much time pressure as well at that time. It was really such a big moment and would have been a massive upset, but it was not to be. Hikaru bounces back. We're going to go into a short break, but you don't want to go anywhere, as on the other side of this break, we've got some incredible post-game analysis coming up just for you.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play?
Greece is one of my
You like
favorite.
Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Pragg, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah,
With
the hotel and the venue.
Yeah, with the
nice
correct
one.
room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Vacancy and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Vacancy 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
That's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Pragg. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be like.
That was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing. This
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts? You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah. You start. It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start.
I just got
2
an
minutes
idea.
ago they were
I got an idea.
fighting. They made me draw lots around and now they're.
I can start.
Guess one day.
Yes.
Okay, very
It's not
good.
gonna feel like this, but okay, so it's easier.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 10 of the FIDE Candidates tournament out in Toronto. Today was a dramatic round. We saw 2 draws, including a game between the leaders, Jan Nepo and Gukesh, but also 2 decisive results. And in one of the decisive results, the most talked about player, Alireza Firouzja, having experienced a bit of drama today, he was on the black side and facing Fabiano Caruana had a difficult game. Let's jump in and break down some of the key moments. So it started with a Najdorf Sicilian, one of the most popular variations across all levels of chess. And here, after pawn to a6, white has a vast array of moves. Main lines include moves like bishop to e3, bishop to g5, bishop to e2, bishop c4, you name it, it's been played. However, here, Fabiano launched the first surprise against Alireza with the move rook to g1. And it was clear already that Alireza was slightly underprepared, at least compared to his opponent, as he started spending a lot of time on the clock. And we'll talk about how that affected the game a bit later. Rook g1 does support the pawn push g4, g5, and this was prevented by black playing the move h5. Pushing Harry the h-pawn forward is a bit weakening here because white does get access to a key square. And after bishop to c4 here from Fabiano Caruana, I think Alireza decided to try and take the game into lesser known waters rather than play typical Sicilian Najdorf ideas. He pushed her pawn to g6, a cross now, a hybrid between the Najdorf and the Dragon Sicilian, the Dragodorf, if you will. And after bishop to g5, utilizing that weak square, we saw a few very natural moves before queen to a5. And while commentating, we were a bit surprised initially, but this queen move does have several purposes. And after castle's queenside, we saw Fabiano left at a bit of a crossroads here. White would love to go forward, would love to attack, but there's no clear path. Instead, he dropped his knight back, asking the black queen a question, and the mystery was revealed. Queen takes g5, a short-term sacrifice, a pseudo-sacrifice here, giving up the black queen in order to launch this pin. And this pin actually lasted for a long time. Black wins back all of the material, but wants to take back the queen on his terms. So pawn to h4 here for white, defending the queen. Here, big moment, bishop to e6. In my opinion, a very good practical move, but objectively a mistake from Firouzja. He could, for example, have played a bunch of alternatives, taking back the queen, for example, before moving the black knight. But what he wanted to avoid was the white knight jumping into the d5 square, potentially with some forks. Instead, look how the tension was maintained. He played bishop to e6. And here, Fabiano Caruana missed a huge opportunity, but it was a difficult one. It was a bit hidden here. He needed to trade bishops, and this actually favors black strategically, defending the key d5 square. But now pawn to e5 would have blown apart the black pawn structure. This would have hit the black knight. Now, this capture on e5 can happen in two ways. You can take with the knight, but suddenly you'll be hit with pawn to f4, hitting the black knight, but also breaking the pin along this diagonal. If black now, at the last moment, decides to take the white queen, then h takes g5, and both knights are hit. This would have won a piece for white. Of course, Firouzja would have tried to avoid this, but the problem was that the alternative just as unappetizing. After e5, pawn takes, and now a brilliant move. Queen takes bishop, giving up the queen on his terms, and white temporarily down a pawn will regain the material with interest. Black now with too many weaknesses, strategically busted. Here, it would have been a huge advantage for white. Going back to the game, though, this was a difficult opportunity. Fabiano retreated his bishop, and we saw a bit of tiptoeing around here as both sides tried to keep the tension. White, of course, losing the queen back in the next few moves, but wanting it to happen on his terms, while Firouzja with black wanting to delay and to keep his kind of options open as flexible as possible for as long as possible. So king to f8, knight to d4. We saw a trade, and black starting to mobilize his pieces. And finally, after f4, the queen had to be captured. The queen was hanging there for 6 moves, but now the black knight leapt forward. Level material, remember, but very imbalanced in terms of pawn structure. We saw rook to f1, hinting that white might start to step forward and attack. But after bishop to d7, preempting that advance, we saw a few more maneuvering choices, and knight to d5 met by f5. Here, Firouzja fighting fire with fire, not backing down, trying to fight for space, and correctly, but it was after en passant and maybe a couple more moves that the big mistakes started to arrive. Caruana with white, insisting on building a big pawn center. White is super active here, but king to g7 was a bit of provocation, and as we see, it was well calculated by Caruana, but perhaps not as well by Firouzja, his opponent. Knight takes e7 was allowed, and after a check, regaining the material, the white king dropping back, this is where things started to slide. Knight g3, a counter, hitting 2 of white's pieces simultaneously, but after a couple of exchanges, it was white who won a pawn. Suddenly the d6 pawn hanging, suddenly the f5 pawn hanging, and look how black can never, over the next few moves, touch the valuable g2 pawn. This would walk simply into a nasty pin. So Firouzja, his chances lay on counterplay on the king side. He pushed his pawn in a moment forward to h4 after defending the f-pawn first, and it was here maybe a mistake. Pawn to h4, as mentioned. He should have prioritized getting rid of white's majority. Trade of rooks here, followed by rook to d8, and the game would go on. Black has great drawing chances due to the fact that material is disappearing, and most importantly, the d-pawn, which we'll talk about in a moment, does drop off the board. Instead, pawn to h4, and trouble, rook to e7 check, and a really nice drop back from Fabiano, hitting this key pawn. A nice variation being rook takes rook, rook to d8 now, and more important than taking a pawn with check, it's to set up a discovered check. Rook takes f5. Black has no time to recapture the sacrifice material due to a discovered attack. The black rook hanging a check, white wins on the spot. And actually a bit of tiptoeing around here, and as we reach move 32, move 33, and the clocks were ticking. Firouzja now down to his last minute or two. Caruana also down low on the clock, and the panic set in. The stakes are higher for black, who's currently a pawn down, and after a trade of rooks, despite Caruana not necessarily playing the most accurate moves, Caruana did, Firouzja was the one to falter after king to f7, walking into the firing line. I think it was this moment that black lost his chances. He should have simply sidestepped. There is now a threat to take this g2 pawn. There is counterplay and potentially some chances of a fight back. Instead, rook to d8, a step in the wrong direction, allowed white to gain a key tempo. King to e1, the only winning move, but a brilliant winning move by Caruana. This rests on the fact that bishop takes pawn now walks into yet another discovery, and white therefore is in time to stop all counterplay and win the game. Firouzja's clock was ticking. He was clearly disturbed by the drama that had been going on throughout the last couple of days, and after king to f2, there is really no hope. Black had only 5-6 seconds left here, but it was able to reach the time control at move 40 with his position in ruins. After bishop to d5, Fabiano now had time to think, gaining extra time at move 41, and found the killer finish. Rook to e7 check. Black blocked, a bit of a mysterious one, but in this position, Caruana, rather than mess around with any fancy tricks, any pawn races, found the rook exchange. Rook to c7, giving away one of the two extra pawns, but trading rooks by force. And if we continue to the end of the game, it doesn't look like much happens, but that's because white is in full control. Here, Firouzja resigned, unable to stop the plan of king h2 to king h3, picking off a loose isolated pawn. The black king is tied down defending this isolated pawn. Meanwhile, the black bishop, if it ever moves, for example now, would free the white b pawn to run. All of these factors combined meant that this pawn down endgame was hopeless for black. Firouzja unfortunately crashing to defeat, but Caruana taking an important win and launching himself back up towards the top of the standings, only half a point down from the lead now. So everything's still to play for, with 4 rounds remaining in the candidates.
An excellent breakdown there by you, David, of the finer points in this big fight between Fabi and Alireza. Instructive technique by Fabi that once again propels him, puts him in the race for the finish in the world in the candidates. 2 decisive games, 2 fighting draws. Pragg versus Vidit, the all-Indian clash ended peacefully, as did Yan versus Gukesh, a strategic battle there. Hikaru versus Nijat saw a win for Hikaru, and what a wild topsy-turvy game that was. Hikaru being so tricky managed to bag that eventually, and Fabi with that incredible breakdown, as you pointed out. Excellent endgame play there, and this means we're going to have big shift arounds in our standings, while Gukesh and Yan consistently remain at the top, now with 6 points. It is getting very crowded. Pragnananda, Fabi, Hikaru chasing the lead with 5.5 points, and just half a point behind them is Vidit Gujarati in 6th position. Peter, we're looking at the standings. Alireza Firouzja 3.5, Nijat at 3. Barring these 2 players, is it fair to say that it's anyone's candidates? With 4 games remaining, it's 6 players in the fight.
Perfectly agreed. Yeah, it's 6 players, yeah, because I think that Vidit still has an outside chance. First of all, he doesn't have to think about the result. He just has to play chess. He's 1 point behind. All eyes on Gukesh and Nepo. They are feeling the pressure. and the Pragnananda, Fabiano, Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura will be clearly trying to use their chances. If we talk about today's game by Hikaru, I feel like at the beginning I would have said there is no way Hikaru will not win the game. And finally, what happened exactly at the moment when I would have said no way Hikaru gonna win, then he tricked Abbasov with this wonderful trick with Bishop E5 and went on to win very convincingly this game. What a topsy-turvy game. Crazy.
And we saw some incredible time scrambles as well. What a day of chess it's been. And I completely agree with you on the point about Jan and Gukesh. They're at the top of the leaderboard. But at this stage, with the finishing line appearing on the horizon, it means increased pressure on them. They know they're right there, but can they keep up the pace? Let's take a look at the action that's coming up tomorrow, I believe, is a rest day. The action that's coming up for round 11. And there we've got the pairings. Pragnananda with the white pieces will take on Hikaru Nakamura. That's a mouth-watering matchup given our tournament standings right now. Vidit against the tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh plays the world number 2 Fabiano Caruana. What a fight this one's going to be. And Alireza with the white pieces against Nijat Abbasov. So many storylines in these matchups, David. Which one stands out to you?
Ooh, that's tough, Tanya. They're all so juicy. I just want to point out, we think that 6 players still capable of winning the candidates. They face each other. It's 7th and 8th place, Firouzja against Abbasov. So maybe less relevant for the kind of top of the standings at least. But to my eyes, it's Gukesh against Caruana. Gukesh has been so impressive, arguably the most kind of consistent so far, barring that one blip early in the event. And Caruana, meanwhile, will need at some point to take some risks. So I'm looking forward to that game.
And if Fabi manages to win that one, he would leapfrog himself into a potential lead. We've got big matchups coming up. Let's take a look at the schedule for the remaining of the FIDE candidates. 4 games to go to decide the World Championship Challenger. We've got a rest day tomorrow. I'm almost sad about that. I would love to see the action get underway as quickly as possible, but it will be on April 17th that we'll see round 11, and then 18th and 19th the action does follow. We've got one more rest day coming up. In these crucial stages, Peter, fatigue becomes such a factor. How important are these rest days for the players?
I think extremely important, and I'm loving the schedule. Yeah, knowing that the players will get a rest day tomorrow. We have seen they have give it all today, and how much nerves are involved in every single game. Yeah, that's completely crazy. And now towards the end, 2 games, then rest again, and 2 games. So it's a very nice schedule. The players will get the extra energy that they need to show their absolute best. I can't wait for all these last 4 games to end, because I'm pretty sure that we'll have tons of dramas.
The tension is high, the nerves are high. And before we wrap up, before we go into the rest day, David, I'm going to leave the floor to you, and then I'll go to Peter as well. Your wrapping up thoughts with the action that we saw today. Who impressed you the most?
Ooh, I'm going to just talk about what happened on the chessboard, because there's drama on and off, of course, as is typical these days. On the chessboard, I will say Fabiano Caruana, just because he took his chance when it came. He looked calm. He looked just unflustered in the face of everything that was going on. And what more can you ask for? A win with white, getting back in the mix. For me, he was the man of the day.
The MVP for David there. Fabi, the player of the day. What about you, Peter? What was the big highlight for you today in round 10?
Yes, I also think that chess-wise, Fabiano impressed the most. However, knowing that how crazy this game between Hikaru and Nijat was, I think all the more pleasing it will be for Hikaru, because there was suddenly a moment when it might have looked like time trouble is approaching, Nijat is taking over, might Hikaru lose, and if he would lose, it would have been game over and tournament over for Hikaru, right? So in this regard, I think he will get tremendous amount of energy from this chance of still being in contention. And this can be decisive, this extra kind of power that you are coming back from a situation which suddenly it looked already hopeless at some point should not be underestimated.
Absolutely. And completely agree with all the thoughts that you mentioned. Incredible play by the world number 2 and the world number 3 today, which keeps them in the race, keeps them in the mix for their shot at the World Championship match. Chat, it's been a fantastic day of chess. We've had 2 decisive games, 2 hard-fought draws, and I'm almost sad that we've got a rest day tomorrow. But of course, as the race to the finish line heats up, we will be back with Game 11 action on Wednesday. We'll see you then. Get some rest. We'll be back.